And we are now recording. And hopefully it bloody well works. I've done my absolute best that I can to ensure that the audio is fine. So, here we are, and I've just got here. Good evening, Rio Discord server. To everyone. I am coming to you from where I'm coming to you, from behind my computer screen, as usual, having... I mean, I know I just said this, but I'm recording now. I've nearly just choked to death, so hopefully I, survive a bit longer and I feel a bit better. I haven't quite eaten all of my dinner or what have you. But tonight we are here for the really, really long-awaited and many times postponed art and writing and I don't know, the recent competition that Trajan has done and has kind of put off a little bit. It actually closed a couple of weeks ago now, I do believe, wasn't it? Something like
that? Yes, it was on February 5th.
It was something like that. But anyways, I am here tonight with Orange McCallworld. I'm here with Spixie. I myself...
Hello.
I am Big J. And we are joined tonight on a once-in-a-millennia occasion where the owner of the server, Mr. Pashka, has made an appearance. So while I recover, because I think I've held myself together for quite long enough, I will let him greet you all. And so until then, I give you the Pashka.
Hello, everyone. I want to apologize that I'm not here as often as I wanted to. And in fact, right now, I'm at the same time in a meeting. I just said that I would be AFK for like 30 minutes. My life is pretty much meeting, then I have like 30 minutes rest, and there's another meeting, and there's some more work, and there's another meeting. Yeah, it's been pretty hectic for a while. Sorry. So thank you for attending. I think Orange, I'm not sure if Orange shared the news, but he would have some news for you, everyone. So yeah.
Yes,
back to... Yeah, continue.
Yeah. Yes. I will be retiring as head admin, and Spixie will be my replacement. I am not entirely certain if it will be this evening, but yes, after this stage panel, he will be taking my place as chief of staff to the owner of the Rio Discord server.
The exact moment this takes place can be decided not tonight. Please.
Yeah.
Please, can we do it another time?
Yes.
Please.
So I will be taking over and enforcing some very strict rules.
No, that would be interesting.
Ban him quickly.
The opposite of that.
Oh, dearie me. So...
Well...
Yeah,
yes, I will be... I will still be present on the server, just in a much more limited capacity. I will respond to your pings and your questions. I will still occasionally do Mango Squad readings, even some streams, maybe, but otherwise, I plan to move on to other aspects of the Rio fandom, mainly writing and the Rio Wiki, because frankly it's a mess that requires my attention. Seriously, for context, no, what am I saying? I can barely speak English sometimes. Just as one example, there was a huge section on Rio franchise that hadn't been updated in 13 years, and it was crammed with plagiarism, so I completely revamped it.
Well, that's no good.
Anyway, do any of you have anything to say?
I think people would miss you, judging by the chat.
Darling Spixie, how do you feel about being a head admin?
Oh, well, it's sort of the thing that, like, originally I was like, I really want to do this. And now it's just like, yeah, I'll do this because, It's kind
Some
of
bugger's got to.
someone's got to do it. Yeah, that's essentially my thoughts on it now. Very interesting how things have swayed from me initially joining the server to now. But the way I figure it, I still use the server regularly. While you other guys will probably want to be using it a bit less. I'll still hang around. So I thought, well, if there's no one to govern, might as well be me. If they need someone to do it.
Plus, you've been here for 2 years almost. That's a considerable amount of time. Sorry, I can't speak English either.
Ever since March 23, yes.
And then there's me, isn't there? Well, I don't know. It's best I can tell you, I don't know. I made a statement in the general chat room earlier, because I think it's no secret that I've sort of said, right, I'm probably going to bail after I'm done. I did announce my resignation, and that was at a time when it's a case of, woo, you know, I got job, that sort of thing, things to do, I work and such, so I didn't necessarily have at the time the ability to really do it, you know. And I thought, well, I want to transition away. I don't have time to do Karaoke Connection, that sort of thing. But I will reiterate what I said in the statement that I made in the chat room. And it is this. I will... If you recall, I said earlier, we will, you know, do the transition of power between Orange and Spixie, during which time I will make a decision as what I'm going to do. I really don't know yet. It all depends on... it all depends on what happens next in my life, really, you know.
We're gonna kill him and bring some sacrifice.
Yeah, that sort of thing. So I don't rightly know. I might stay, I might leave, I might not change anything. The one thing I will say is one of the reasons I've thought, well, I'll give it a rest is because I don't have time to... I stopped making the Karaoke Connection, you know, my variety show. The reasons, I won't go into epic detail as to why, but one of the reasons was, yeah, basically, I didn't have the time to make them, and I was on lower powered hardware because I sold my computer. Now I am not on lower powered hardware, and oh yeah, I used Photos Legacy Video Editor. But good news is I've learned how to use Clipchamp, and that exports things actually at a reasonable pace. So I said that I made the last Karaoke Connection episode, but actually I don't rightly know. I may bring it back. I mean, at this point I won't interfere with the question of the day. I mean, the idea was that since nobody did question of the day anyways, I thought, well, I'll just do the episode of the Karaoke Connection, and then in that I will put a question of the day for people to talk about, and then I will cover that in the next episode. So, you know, there is you know, a level of continuity to it, right? But now that question of the day is awake again and active and people, you know, engage with it, yeah, if I did bring the Karaoke Connection back, I wouldn't interfere with the question of the day. Matter of fact, it would save me time because I wouldn't have to put a question and a fact in there, so there you go. So pretty much the short answer for the state of me is I don't know, but I will come out and I'll make a statement when I can tell you. Because how long have I been here now? I don't flipping know. A couple of years, something like that. It's not really something I've kept track of.
4 years, almost.
Yeah, well, I've been here.
Yeah, you've been
for 4
here
years.
since.
I've been here for 4 years, but you know, I didn't
Yeah,
actually do anything in here for a while.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything in this server until Orange arrived, right? And
Past 2 years were quite active.
Yeah,
Roughly.
and we had our ups and our downs, and we ended up overthrowing the previous set of, you know, staff, which was entertaining.
They retired of their own volition.
Well,
We
yeah,
replaced them.
Some did. Some did.
some
of
of
them.
them just
Some of them
yeah,
did.
some of them just left and that sort of thing. But it's more entertaining it's more entertaining to say we overthrew the previous administration.
I
Yeah,
still have
so-
flashbacks. When we had to retire forcefully one of our moderators, and I wouldn't be able to do it without Big J because he had the balls to do it.
Oh yeah, I took him out the back. I took him around the back of the shed and shot him.
Yeah, that was literally how it happened, like word
Yeah,
to word.
Friendly.
Yeah. They like me because I say things to people and don't really care. Right. Anyway. Yeah, Warden knows.
Now, to be fair to Mantis, he's the reason that I became a mod in the first place. So.
Yeah, but he was.
Orange,
he
make
was
sure to
beyond
mention
his
that at
last
least
chance.
once.
He was
Whenever
beyond
this
his
is
last
brought up.
chance. To be honest with you, like
Yes. I was well
we removed
beyond
his role
my.
and we removed his role and he just left. So it was like, oh, well, okay.
He later on deleted his Discord account and his
He
remaining
did?
Discord account. Yeah, he did. So he like fully quit Discord after that. That was his solely our server being mod here was his only reason to be on the platform.
Damn, I really did
that-
execute him.
That was so devastating to
I
see.
still
Like
have his email.
one day, I just like, oh, I have a friend list, and I looked at the friend list, and he's not already there. And
Not
I'm
on
like,
it.
okay, I need to
Wow.
check. I need to check messages because he didn't unfriend me at the time. I've checked messages, and his account is no longer present. And I love how Warden like just straight up knew who was speaking about.
Yeah, he's like the server's neighborhood watch, that sort of thing.
Oh,
He's
like
one
the
of the guys
grandma.
that has the memory of an elephant.
Yeah, he does. There's no getting around him. That's one thing for sure. So yeah. Anyhow, that's us. So Orange is stepping down. Spixie is replacing him. Pashka is here, and I don't know. We'll see. I think that about sums that up, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. So this is where I do my thing and I have my fun with it. Right. Well, how is everyone tonight? I must ask. How are we all doing? I've done smeg all day because I woke up at about the middle of the day, and I'm like, oh god, I've got to eat my sandwich, and then I got to figure out how to do this event, and then I got to go into the gym, and I did. I went to my shed gym, and I had to do 2 sets rather than the usual 3. Then I came back. It took me ages to make my lamb dinner, and then I'm like hawking it down my neck, right? Because Orange is saying like, oh, we're gonna start soon, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna blah blah. I'm like, yeah, mate, all right. I'm eating my tea, man. I'm eating my tea. Leave me alone. And he's flipping. He's saying, all right, we gotta start now, and he's like, Warden is up, and they're all talking. I'm like, ah, god, I gotta get a move on now. And what do I end up doing? There's a little bit of sort of what's the term? Kind of like reticulum or rind or whatever of the lamb, kind of like the fat of the lamb. And I'm eating it and I bit into it, and guess what? It's like a long stringy bit, and it ended up going down my throat and sort of started to go into the. It started to go down the wrong way, so I'm there like, and I'm like, get it out. Sod's words I can't say here. And so I got it out. It was nearly absolutely horribly sick. Still managed to be here, still managed to lead you in. So, I'm just built different like that. So, give me a break. I nearly choked to death. Okay, well, not nearly,
And meanwhile,
but,
meanwhile, I'd been posing with torpedoes and enjoying breakfast in a port city.
Yeah.
So I was nice.
Yeah. So, who is here tonight? Who is here tonight? Who've we got? And hey, Emma, how you doing?
That's
you was
a
in
massive
what's his place
torpedo.
earlier? Let's look at who we got here. What's up, CSX? I didn't know you'd actually be here. Is the thing. So fair enough. But you're going to be doing some judging of the music, aren't you?
He declined the offer.
He declined. Oh, okay. A rare Splat appearance as well. Like he's not here often. Who else is here?
I mean, I'd say
Hey, Carl.
he seems like a very healthy human being. He's just a guy that only shows up in Discord every once in a while. His life doesn't revolve around Discord.
We should all aspire to be like Splat. Who else
I
have we got?
agree.
We got Freddy. Freddy's here. Nikita's here. Jameson's here. We got Speed Dial as well. KDG. I thought you said you couldn't get on here. Wait, is she here?
Yeah, she is.
KDG.
I was.
I know she's here. I'm
able to
looking at
convince
her.
To be
Is
completely
she
fair,
here?
I do not know who that is.
Oh, she's someone who joined recently.
Oh, that's like the Soviet Secret Service, right? The KGB.
No, the KGB is the Soviet.
Oh,
Service.
right. My bad.
Ah, there she is. KDG, hello. I thought you told me that you're like your phone was too old and your computer couldn't do it or whatever. It's like, you know, what did you say? Oh, she's typing. No, you managed. Okay, good. I suppose it just let you in the browser or something.
Some magic was involved.
Ah, okay. Cool. Okay. Well, glad you're here and all that, and hope you enjoy it and what have you. So, moving on again. Hang on a minute. I'm gonna put my phone on charge. Let me just put my phone on charge, and I'll continue. So,
You're on your phone?
No, I'm on my computer.
Might-
I just need to put my phone on charge because my phone kind of needs to be charged. It has an internal.
I was about to
battery.
say the sound is way better than usually. Phone
Well, yeah,
sound.
that's because I'm using a blue snowball microphone, darling. That's because I'm using that. Dedicated microphone. It's not an array. Not like the omnidirectional ones on the S24 Ultra aren't any good. I recorded the entirety of the karaoke connection on that, and I would say the audio sounded fine. Thank you very much. So there we go. Right. So here we go then. We are going to first. I'm going to have to explain how this is going to go. So, like, Pashka, are you going to stick around or?
I'm gonna stick around for a bit more, just like
Okay.
maybe 15 more minutes.
Okay, cool.
I have the meeting on the right screen and they're just discussing random crap, so I can stay
Fair
out of there
enough.
for a while.
Fair enough. You know, don't keep the king
Bro's the
waiting.
CEO.
So,
I'm CEO. That's a bit different.
so, I will
We have
explain
Mighty
how it's
Quip
going to
joining
go.
us. Hello.
I shall explain how it's going to go if I'm not interrupted again. Pretty
Of
much
course, go.
the best way that it's going to, the best way to do it is if we're doing music, for the benefit of the recording, I kind of ought to play the music so that the people who are watching this recording after the fact, hello from the past, I kind of need to play it for them. So here's how it's going to go. I'm probably going to get on mute, and I'm going to play the audio over the recording, and I will say when I'm going to do this, and while I do that, you can all go and listen to it yourselves. I'll give you like enough time to do that, and then come back, and then you've heard the context, and yeah, you've heard the context, you heard what it sounds like, so you know what we're talking about when we review it. So if that is all and nobody has any protests or anything else to say, I think we'll get on with it. Ooh,
CSX just requested to speak.
Yes, I can see that. I'm not blind.
Just checking.
Go on up then.
Yes, hello. Actually, that was a misclick. Could you please do that?
Oh, yeah, we can send you back.
Remove me?
Well, you're
I don't know
welcome
why I
to do
didn't
some
hit decline.
judging. Oh, okay. I shall.
You know what?
I shall
Fine, I'll
remove
stay.
you.
I'll stay.
No, you can go back. Back you go. Go away. Thank you.
I'll stay back. You made your decision, bro.
Not forcefully at all.
Well, that's the thing with power. I have it and you don't. That's, what are you going to do about it? Anyway, so we will get
Cry.
going. Okay, well, not you three. Right, Orange ranks above me and that guy owns the server, so I don't have leverage over them, but, So should we get going?
Well, technically you can manipulate me.
I don't know how. I haven't gotten to your children yet.
Oh. They're in my
Yeah.
basement.
My
Right.
goodness.
I mean, I've got your mum, but I can't find your kids, so, you've hid them well. Right. So, shall we get started then? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. We shall get
Yes.
started. So, let us have a look at the submissions. You can see this on the recording. You can see me scrolling. You guys can't see it because I'm not sharing my screen because it's not strictly necessary. So the first audio we will be looking at is actually by the dude who I just booted out of the out of the panel. It is linked in the chat. Is that locked? Can they actually see it, or do I need to send the link? Because I don't know.
I see the link.
Yeah, well, you do because you're an admin, you silly ass.
Oh.
Link works.
Yeah, no, it's
okay,
not
cool.
locked.
All right, good. Well, I don't know with him. So what we're going to do now is we're all going to be quiet. And you need to be, because I need a recording, don't I? So be quiet. So that is what we will do now. We will listen to his entry, and then we will talk about it. Isn't that great? So, I will leave you all to do this, if there's no protest, now.
Okay.
Muted. Unmuted.
Well, okay. Let's just wait for all of our judges to return from hypersleep. Come on, Spixie darling. You've got to keep the poker face, and not, avoid giving away the feelings until everyone's ready. Come on. Wakey, wakey. Rise and shine. He's not.
Okay, I'm back.
Yes, he is. He is. He's back. He's here. Great. So, I'm gonna preface it. That slapped. That's going in my playlist.
What?
That is going in my playlist, like unironically. CSX has made music before that I actually do have in my playlist, and I do play. He's pretty good at mixing, actually. It never sounds like too obtuse. Like it tickles my sound system.
It
quite
doesn't
well.
sound like super amateurish.
No,
I agree.
He don't sound like he's just put it together.
It sounds like someone who's
GarageBand.
worked in the software for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's things I changed. I think he uses the leitmotif a bit too much in the the what's it called?
Yeah, that's kind of my main criticism in my written review, where he uses the first verse in particular so
he
many
uses it
times that it
twice.
makes the work feel.
I think
Stale.
Pashka was saying something. You guys interrupted him.
Yeah, go
Oh,
on.
he's on mute, mate. Actually, I think I server muted him.
Oh, he's gonna
Sure.
dip. Okay.
I think he muted me. Yeah, sorry guys. It was like only 40 minutes, I guess. 30, 40 minutes. So yeah.
31 minutes
good.
and 52 seconds.
That's not enough. Sorry. Okay, but I must go.
Right.
Ah,
You got your own
Okay,
life.
sorry.
We'll see you later,
Um,
Pashka.
I'm trying to put this Discord live as a priority. Okay. See ya.
See ya.
God, I thought he'd never leave. Right. Yeah,
That's a joke. That's a joke.
For legal reasons, that's a joke. Yeah, I really like that. It didn't do very well, I'm not going to lie. It got, let's have a look here. It got, in the end, 0 points. 0. It got absolutely naught, which in its own... It got 5 likes and 5 dislikes, which means naught.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know how.
I dislike it.
No, I don't think you did. 5
Oh, I
people
didn't.
liked it,
I didn't
5
leave any
disliked
vote.
it. Yeah.
Huh.
I mean,
Personally,
Yeah, I at the time I disliked it because of the repetitiveness of the first verse. There was another reason.
I do think there's also I also think that's an issue as well. I believe the other reason, Orange, was that there was too much of a reliance on the pretty simple DAW tools. Personally, I think
Yeah, I agree.
is heavily over reliant on synth.
I just seen like the gifs that some
whatever
people
synth
were
plugin
posting.
you used. There are creative choices. Like I've noticed some organic sounds to there. Like you do have some bird audio.
I like
but
that. Yeah, he did that.
It
in,
is-
Irreparable as well, which I loved.
But I mean, the synth is a creative spin, but it does get old a bit fast, especially if you're reusing the same instrument in the same method and using the same melody over and over again. I think that is kind of what brings it down the most.
The good thing is you
Addition-
can
yeah,
actually now tweak it to our liking.
Not true.
Yeah.
In a good like
Fix it.
you have
boy.
like you will not only use like the same melodies in different ways to try and put a unique spin on them. After all, it's like that's mainly what a remix is meant to do, is put a unique spin on something that already exists. As well as like a lot of remixes like use their own melodies as well that will like sort of like imitate. They will imitate what already existed in a more original way, which this doesn't do particularly well. It's not unpleasant on the ears though. Again, it
slaps.
does demonstrate competency with in terms of music composing. But it does lack the originality that would be present in a proper remix, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I say
I-
it slaps. I will bump that in my automobile.
Fair enough. I don't. I mean, Oh, he wants to speak.
He wants to speak. Oh, God, goodness me! I don't know if we can allow that. Well, go on then.
Did he miss input again? CSX, you are on stage. We are expecting you to speak.
Okay, there, it's working now. Right?
Go on.
Hello. Yes, I can hear you.
Come on.
Yes, go on.
I can't tell. Is it working? Somebody tell me if it's working.
Yes, it is working.
Yes, start
Good,
talking.
good.
Go on.
I don't disagree with any of your criticisms. Yeah, this is definitely not one of the most creative pieces I've ever worked on.
To be fair, I can imagine it was just a fun side project that you wanted to do. I guess like competition
Yeah.
entry spurred you
Stuck
to
Stuck it together.
only
let
thing
out
I
a
do
few
want
creative
to test
juices. Hmm.
Is my use of synthesizers. That is literally the only instrument that I have.
Yeah, I kind of suspected that. The thing about music composing is that it is an extremely expensive hobby. Like getting good sounds is pricey. So
Yeah,
I
well, it's
will
not even
definitely
really-
not fault you for that. I would not say no, you should have had better instruments. I mean,
did
to
the
be
best
fair,
with what we
there are a lot of free instruments that you can use, like very good plugin called Primary Colors that I use. But
I mean,
in
yeah, but I
terms of
spent
free
all my
instruments,
money
they
on
tend to
hardware.
not be of very high quality. So I will not blame you for not having like beautiful audio, because that is for rich people to do.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I'm not using software. I use hardware synthesizers. So in other words, giant circuit boards with knobs and switches to produce sound, not just some piece of software on my computer.
Oh.
But you're right. I could
Wait,
definitely vary.
you don't
vary
even
the
use like
channels a bit.
you don't even use FL Studio or anything?
Well, it's Logic Pro.
Oh, I see.
Ooh, fancy.
never heard
But
of that.
unlike FL,
over here.
it's a lot more limited.
You twiddle a fine knob, Mr. CSX GP40-3.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Thank
the
you,
best I
Big
can say
J.
is I hope you are able to afford better instruments so you can produce Boehner music, because I know you will.
You just called him broke.
Well, no. I said I hope he will be able to afford better instruments, because that's definitely something I would wish for myself. I hope that I would be able to do that.
Damn.
That
Well-
doesn't necessarily mean he's broke. It means that
I-
he has not
Mm,
been able to
whatever.
afford it.
Whatever. I say you called him broke, so you called him broke. And
I'm broke. I can't afford
He's
the
not
stuff.
wrong.
well, well, we know that. So there you go. Right. I think that pretty
Right.
much covers it. Is there anyone? Did anyone else have anything they wanted to say about it?
I think we're gonna
Oh,
send
wait,
you back
no,
to
you-
the audience. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm one step ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
What manner of thing are you doing to poor Orange right now?
We ain't judging.
This is that is an experiment on peer pressure, is what that is. Right.
This really
I
says a
just
lot
like-
about society.
I just like Vincol because he has good input of music and aviation.
You like boys?
I was actually planning to submit a music entry, but I just couldn't get around to it.
Yes, Big J. Orange is in fact very fond of me as a friend, and I am also fond of him. I like this particular boy.
You like boys?
Yes, they make very good friends and very nice, pleasant people to talk to.
It's okay. I like boys.
I enjoy their company. Indeed. Indeed.
Right. Moving swiftly on. Okay,
Okay.
moving swiftly on. So does anyone else have anything... Does anyone else have anything else to say about CSXGP40-3 submission? If I have to say his name one more time, I'm going to kill myself.
CSX.
No, not particularly.
I wasn't talking to you. Jay does not... Oh, the irony. The irony! One of the things he left off of that when he was like jokingly giving my CV earlier, you do realize that I built my engine with a model railway club. So yeah, I guess you could say I like trains. I kind of like volunteer at a miniature railway and am in charge of public safety on miniature trains. Not gonna lie. So that's entertaining. Jay does not like trains. Yeah, well, you know, I ride them and I'm in charge of public safety on them. So you know. Well, I think we should move on to the next one, don't you?
Don't even know
Yeah.
what a train is. Don't do that here in America.
Big thing with wheels on it that goes round and round, innit?
Oh, epic. That's called car.
No.
I live,
no.
I
Sounds
live
not
near
bad.
DC, so I don't know what you're talking about, Spixie.
What do you
That
want
door
now?
is closing.
If you really want to know,
You live in the
you have that much of a
old
problem
parts of
pronouncing
the
my
town.
name? Just say
Say
Jeep
that
40.
again.
Just say Jeep 40. That's all you got to
Jeep
call me.
40.
It's like when
Bro
you
lives
read,
in the FNAF
Jeep
4
40.
house. What on earth is that in the background?
what? My clock?
Flippin' Freddy Fazbear's gonna come and eat my heart.
Alright, thanks for telling us.
Right, the back you go. Okay, I think we'll yeah, I think we'll move on now. We'll do the next one. So
submission.
yeah, let me bring it up. Everybody bring up the next submission. I will paste it in the chat momentarily. If I can. I might have to download it. No, okay, that I don't think I'm going to need to download it. I
will
can't
just-
see the chat in the meantime.
There we are.
Okay, I have
Submission by
sent it.
Cause789.
Okay, and we will now all mute and listen to it. And we will do this now.
Muted. Unmuted.
And that was Cause 418 submission. Yeah, that's
wow, I really like that
kinda
one.
Sorry, I kind of like so how are you guys doing? I just fell asleep. In a good way. That legitimately does remind me of C418.
I was gonna say that, dude. I was gonna say this is clearly I feel like I was going to say that. I was thinking that. No. If you trust me before, you'll trust me now. I was going to say
No.
this is like the C418 genre.
No.
Okay, all you have to know is that you're wrong and that I'm right because I was going to say that. I was thinking that I was listening.
I'm
I was
going to bum you.
I listened to a lot of C418. Okay.
I
You will
was
notice
not
when you
allowed
look
by
at the recording. When you look at the recording, okay, I typed Cause 418 in the chat and then didn't send it because when I send a message, it brings the chat all the way down to the bottom and it might stop the thing. So I had it literally typed up. And right, when did you come to the conclusion?
Basically, I noticed it's like the when I was listening to it, I noticed the uses of what's
It's
it
little
called?
bits of piano in it.
The background the background
It,
like the
it,
more
it has a kind of choir,
Mm-hmm.
especially at the
like-
beginning. I like the I can't remember the instrument, but it's a percussion.
the droning. Oh yeah,
Uh,
it was the background droning that really reminded me of C418's work. That mixture of that along with piano and actually not as much piano, but more so string instruments. Like the mixture of of background droning, string instruments, and little chimes. That is very distinctly C418 inspired, at least. At least to me, it feels like the same genre. But I really liked the use of instruments. Like what really makes me enjoy a piece of music is how well the instruments are used, which is not only method or objective, like how you're using it, but also what instruments you picked. And that's what I really liked about it. I really liked the assortment of instruments that Kaz picked for his composition, and I found it really calming. Especially with the bass kicks as well towards the middle of the piece. Also very much reminded me of C418. But it reminded me of the his Minecraft volume beta pieces, especially. That seriously gave me some of that vibes. I'm like, the only major criticism I have against it is legato. There are parts string instruments at the beginning, at the end, where the lack of proper legato is very distinctly present, and you can easily tell that it is a digital instrument.
Yeah.
That is the number one thing that I notice in a lot of these. It's you can tell it's digital because the violin will play and then it will stop and then it will start playing again in between lines, and
is that why it
in between
like
strokes
the notes were wrong? Especially
I
at the beginning.
I think so.
Yeah.
It makes them sound distinctly fake because when you're actually playing a string instrument, your notes are going to flow together. But if it's in a digital DAW, which is what it's called, DAW, DAW, it's often
digital
going to
analog.
sound like separate, audio pieces that are basically put together rather than somebody playing. You can get around this with some software trickery, or you can just extend the notes to sort of fake legato, or some plugins allow you to have use legato in them, to have that functionality. But basically a lot of times you're gonna hear this distinct, oh, it's digital, because there's gaps in between the sort of if you want to have gaps in between instruments in a proper way, you do staccato. But if you're doing a sort of long stroke legato style of playing, then you can easily tell if it's like fake. But as for like criticisms, I'd say that's the only one I have, because I was very much impressed by like the use of dynamics, volume, instrument usage, and the instrument selection. That like I just sat down and enjoyed it. This was actually my first time listening to it. Just I had a good time. It was very well done, very well composed.
That's pretty much the most intelligent thing I can say about it. Is I like it because it sounds like Minecraft music.
Yep.
That I did notice that in the sort of more in the beginning. I didn't actually have a clue of how you express it as you did, but yeah, the note sounded wrong as it was. So I see what you mean. You kind of like put words to it.
It's a distinct digital sort of sound.
So the main takeaway from what you've said there is that the biggest thing we have to criticize about it is that the bugger has made the grave error of making it digitally.
Well, I mean, you can make it digitally in a way that sounds real. I mean, one notable example is C418 himself, with his string instrument usage. It is sound a lot cleaner.
Right.
But I honestly don't blame it, because the way that dolls are set up and like the way that they have you put these, the way that they like encourage you to set up the notes, basically results in this sort of digital sound. A lot of the time, you basically have to fight against the software in order to make it sound a bit more real.
Indeed. Well,
Since
yeah, go on then, Mr. Orange.
Go on.
No, you do it, and then we can move on to
I-
the last one. We're making good time.
I am not a musician, but as someone who kind of has a amateurish knowledge of music,
Armchair knowledge.
I was impressed by the instrumentation more than anything else. The composition it's decent for what it is. Now, initially, when I listened to this, when I was preparing for an initial review that I didn't write, I thought it was a bit repetitive. And now I think that's my opinion's kind of shifted. At least for the I don't know the proper terms, but for the opening and closing measures of the piece, I think those really round out the work overall. While the midsection is again repetitive, not really my thing. I did subconsciously think of it as Minecraft music, as Big J said already. I don't really have anything else to contribute as far as this entry is concerned.
Well, shall we move on then? Oh, now what does he want? Come on then. Yeah, you put your hand down. You put your hand down, matey.
Okay, fine if you don't want me. Yep.
Yeah, he knows when he's not wanted. No, come on. What do you want? What do you want to say? Come on. Come on.
To be fair, you can say it, chat.
He can actually. Yeah, I'll let him do that. Right. Get the next link. Making good time. I'm happy with that. Where's the next one? I think I've just gone past it. No, I haven't. No, I haven't. Okay. And here we go. This one is only very short. It is about 1 minute long. So I will see you in 1 minute.
Okay.
Now.
Muted. Unmuted.
If that was made digitally, then I'm going to eat my own shoes.
It wasn't.
That was
I
not
believe
made.
Cracker said
Yeah.
that he made that with recorded instruments, audio stuff.
Yes.
Yep, all
With
hand recorded.
Yeah, with the shaker a bit too close to the microphone, but yeah.
I mean, I do like
can't complain.
hand recorded stuff because
Yeah,
you
can't
can hear
complain.
like the you can hear the stream like
You could really
I'm gonna say,
hear him,
like-
tensing on it
You
at
can
the end there.
you can hear like the wooden sounds of like the actual instruments and like
Mhm.
the distinct very non-digital plucking sounds.
It's
I
his
will give
first
him
time
props
recording.
for using original instruments. I actually have maracas of my own and a violin, but yeah. Who's
That was
counting?
his first time recording. Yeah,
Really?
You can't argue with that, can you?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, can't
I
argue
mean,
with that.
I can still provide some objective criticisms that
Oh
will
boy, here comes the doom
Cons-
and gloom, the pain train. Oh, go on now.
constructive criticisms that will definitely help the next time. I can be constructively critiquing.
Yeah, I know.
the-
You're constructive. You're not like me. Where
I'm not
just
I'm
like,
not gonna
it
bash on
sounds
it, but I will
Yeah.
suggest improvements.
You're constructive. I'm like, it sounds like Minecraft music. And Orange is just like, oh, it was so bad it made me want to drink bleach or something, you know. It's just, yeah. So,
Oh.
go on. Give it to me straight, Doc.
So you what would really assist or really help out here is better dynamics. The strings, the plucking, I guess it's like you have sort of a guitar instrument, or maybe some sort of variant of a smaller string instrument. It's
Strings
acoustic
over a
guitar.
coat hanger.
It's too loud. The guitar plucking should be quieter, and I mean I don't know actually how many instruments. If you only have 2 instruments here, I guess that's like it's hard to say. It's hard to like give feedback on dynamics. I noticed there's maracas, there's acoustic guitar. I don't know. Was there any other instruments? I was enjoying it too much. I didn't pay enough attention. Hang on.
You said
I
acoustic
think there's,
guitar,
like-
electric bass, and shaker.
Electric bass. Okay. So I think the acoustic guitar needs to be a bit quieter because when it's loud, it kind of it does come across as a little bit amateurish. It's like
It
abnormally
sounded
loud
close to the
talking.
microphone.
It
what
did.
sounded like.
As for other criticisms, I would say you need. I don't know if this is really a criticism, but more of a suggestion. You need a melody. You don't have a melody. It's the lack of melody
like that
is
about
is very notable. It's like to me, it sounds
I kinda
like
liked about it.
it sounds like a
Casual.
well, yeah, but the acoustic guitar, like the sequence that the acoustic guitar has, doesn't do very much on its own because it's kind of repeating the same note over and over. It would sound really great with a melody on top of it. Like just to be fair, you probably used every instrument at your disposal. But like maybe like I don't know, maybe a harp. Maybe not that, but maybe a lighter
Bro is just
string
gonna pull a
instrument.
big gothic instrument like that out
Like-
of his ass.
Okay.
You know what'll
I'd
make
say-
this amateur song better if you're going to spend 10 grand on a flippin'.
He's right. Ukulele. A ukulele would sound really nice here, or maybe even just like violin plucking. I don't know. But like just a melody on top, and it would be oh so perfect.
I feel like if Raphael could play any instrument, he would play the ukulele.
Yeah. Well,
He's-
yeah. I mean,
he just gives me that distinct impression that he'd be like that cool music teacher who's like actually cracked on the ukulele.
no, he'd do cavaquinho because cavaquinho is basically just a Brazilian ukulele. You can hear it in
That's
multiple
just
times.
as
in, like,
bad. That's just as bad as when flipping Orange was writing about his intentions of Faces of Joy, and he wanted to describe the Toyota Land Cruiser as the Bandirant. It's like, it's a Land Cruiser, you arse. Just call it that. So yeah, basically, Raphael.
Well, my
go to
my
ukulele
knowledge
thing.
of cars comes from Wikipedia lists of military equipment. Okay.
A
It's
cavaquinho
a
sounds
Land
very
Cruiser.
distinctly different from a
Oh,
ukulele.
Jet,
They have
I'm
very
su-
different sounds. They're not the same thing at all. Cavaquinho is derived from ukulele, but it's like you can hear it in multiple different like score pieces, like the scene where they're running down the street, running away from Tipo and Armando. There's a lot of cavaquinho there. It's a very beautiful instrument, and I love it so much. I genuinely prefer it over ukulele, like just
We need-
objectively, and also I think it's more fitting of like Brazilian setting and all that.
Yeah.
Not that
We
you can't
need
use
to do
ukulele in a
another-
Brazilian setting, but cavaquinho is just such a good instrument, man.
Bro, we need to get back to the tier list, that sort of thing.
Mhm.
We need to do that again.
Perhaps.
Now that I can actually edit something, and now that I know how to use Clipchamp, and that doesn't take literally 12 hours to kick out a video, I think we actually could, as well as the thing.
One more credit to Cracker is that he has a
Yeah.
really good mic because it was able to pick up all of those like instrument fingering sounds. I was very impressed by
Fingering
that.
sounds.
It's you had some good hardware at your disposal. Instrument fingering sounds, not yeah. Okay.
He's a master fingerer, that boy. He's a master. Yeah. Right. So that was all of the music, and we're making good time. Actually, I'm very happy with that. Pick a favorite, I suppose.
I would say Crackers is my personal favorite. It has the most
So orange.
It has a lot of
Fading.
soul.
phrasing for the guitar in particular. I don't really have any other opinions on the piece besides that because again I'm not a musician. So
Personally, I preferred the experience of listening to Cause more, but I will not deny the like art. I think I like the. I think Crackers has more artistic soul to it because non-digital, like genuine instruments. Just a man and his instruments. It's lovely. It's got soul.
It's time to get jiggy with it because I liked that guy whose name I don't want to pronounce anymore. I liked his. I would unironically play that in my car, therefore it was my favorite.
I kind of want to be. I aim to be a bit more like Cracker personally because I want to play more instruments.
So-
It's kind of hard to do that.
Yeah, well,
with,
it's not all about you, is it?
animation stuff
So-
going on, but I want to be like him.
Orange likes. I know. Orange likes Crackers. Spixie likes. I forgot his names. The second one. I liked the first one.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should
As
be.
all things should be. So I think we can settle this.
rock,
So
paper, scissors, shoot.
the last one was the last one. Was that Crackers? Yeah, Crackers. The recorded one, the real one. It was short, but that's fine. I liked it. It sounded really. It was really cute. That's like sort of for the scene that he dubbed over it. The trolley scene, and it's even called Trolley. So for the scene that he dubbed it over, it's really casual and endearing. I don't care that it doesn't have a melody. That just makes me think of being with my own. I'm sorry, I've just been sidetracked by what Splatters just said there. Yeah, I remember that.
As do I. Yeah, it
Well, I
was.
was like, oh shit, Trump
pretty
just got
wild.
shot. Yeah, that was wild. I remember that. Just shut up. I'm in the middle of doing something
we
here.
were.
Don't cut me off.
I
Don't
think
cut
we
me
were
off.
streaming Chima at the time.
Yeah, we were streaming Chima, and I was like, "Yo, Trump got shot." I wish I had that recorded. That would unironically be a piece of history. As like in about 100 years' time, it would be. This was current people's reactions to when president candidate Donald Trump was shot. Like that would unironically go in a history museum as a data file. Whatever. Moving on from that because we're making good time.
Yes.
And I'm happy. That was wild. I quite liked. I can't remember the names. So they go in one ear and out the other. The last one. I'm just gonna call it the last one, the middle one, and the first one. So the last one, I liked it because it was actually hand played. I'm a sucker for that. I like authenticity. Flipping Orange has taught me that. The bugger, right? I nearly called him something else then. Oh no, don't worry. You'll get 9 hours of content. It distinctly sounds like something that just someone would casually start playing. It's like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
it's very, it's low effort in an endearing way, like when your mum cooks your food. It doesn't have to be complicated. It's just nice.
Well, I mean, it's very simple.
Yoda's
but to be fair,
opened his Innis. I opened mine ages ago.
he doesn't have any more instruments than that. I mean, maybe he does, but
the
like
most with
not
it.
any more instruments that would fit into that composition or that piece. So it makes sense. It has the charm of being hand played and hand or sort of like actually recorded.
So
He
the
says he owns
second one,
a ukulele and a trumpet, but that's it. Oh, I should
yeah,
use
no,
a
we're not going back
ukulele in
there
it.
again. Don't mention the war.
Yeah, I
So then there was the second one, which sounded like Minecraft music, and I could have like fell asleep to it, and
I
that
yeah, I
sort of
could have.
thing.
It was very relaxing. I was surprised by like
And then there was the
quality
first
of
one,
it.
which I would bump in my car. So it's like I couldn't pick between them. I like them all for their own. Yeah, I absolutely could fall asleep to Minecraft music. I was like prime Minecraft generation, like prime.
Oh, I mean, so was
So-
I. We are all
real.
the same age. We are all prime Minecraft generation.
Real.
But yeah, I would say like, so do we like have to come up with like a favorites, like a judge favorites, or can we just say yeah we like them all? We can't decide. We all-
I can't actually decide. I would say.
if I were to like, if I were to
I like the last one 'cause
like
it
come
was
up with a way to pick
authentic. I like
favorites.
the middle one because it made me feel something, and the first one I'd bump in my car. So, genuinely, I think it's sort of like audience decision, that sort of thing.
I guess so.
We don't get. There's not prizes per category because I'm not flipping. Like I'm not shelling out what would be. There's 3 categories. I'm not shelling out £10 per category, and then a top one. We can do a poll, actually. Yeah, we can do that. Why not? What is
I guess so.
this? No, give me a poll. No, give me a poll. No, hang on.
yeah, cause
Right, that's the one.
yeah. Let me have a look here at the Crackers. Yeah, Crackers won, or sorry, Cause won the popular vote by a pretty significant margin. 21 votes. Well, actually, it's 20 at the time of this panel starting.
I'm gonna put this up, and I'm gonna put it up for an hour, and then you all vote on it.
It's gonna die, and it's gonna get drowned out. Unless you pin it. Can you pin it?
The humble pin, if you could do that in
Nope.
Right,
You cannot
everyone
do that
vote.
in the.
Everyone vote on there. Okay, everyone vote. First one, second
But-
one,
but-
or third one.
This is one of the few times that we are allowing democracy.
Very rare few times that we're allowing yeah, absolutely. Enjoy it while you have it. Okay.
It just makes you sound communist, but you're just Greek. You're just
No, I'm just-
Aristotelian.
No, I'm just English. It's in my blood to be, controlling.
I was referring to like Orange's style of his preferred system of government.
Venkala's got
Yes.
like, the memory of a goldfish. Okay, mate. So the first one was CSX GP40-3s, and it was the flipping the bouncy tune with the overuse of the motifs that I bump in my car. The second one, I forgot his name. It was the one that sounded like Minecraft music. And the last one was the guy who just stuck a microphone down and plucked away at some strings and fingered an instrument for a bit. That should sum it up. Right, how are we doing? I'm gonna just...
Cause is winning out currently.
I'm gonna give. I know it says 58 minutes. I'm gonna give you 60 seconds. You have 60 seconds starting. I'll say when, and then I'm closing the poll. Okay, your time. Your time starts. Okay. Now you have 1 minute.
It's already started. The
to
poll's been
sway.
open for a while.
Okay.
If any
this
of you
is the only
are-
time you've got left. This is last 52 seconds of democracy.
You're really hyping this up.
If any of you are curious, my
Oh yeah,
my
sure.
music.
Let me just be miserable for the entire time. Let's see how that goes.
No. I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm saying that like, wow, I'm really glad you're hyping this up, Big J. So nice of you.
Oh yeah, I'm really hyping this up. You're welcome. Twat.
Gordon Snow collects Helldivers. Based. Helldivers is based, dude.
Never played it actually.
The
It's democracy.
the
Democracy in the form of a game.
the
10,
music submission that I
9,
was
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who won? The second one. I don't know who that was. Who won?
Cause one.
yeah cause.
Damn!
Anyway, yeah. If any of you are curious what my submission would have been, I was planning on
Hitting the table.
Honestly, yeah, I'd say Cause and Cracker both would have deserved to win.
Let
Those
Darling
are
Orange
my
speak.
two.
Shut up. Shh. Orange, speak.
I was planning on Valsa Karaoke on my trumpet because I have a trumpet
Oh, no.
and I wasn't. What?
Well, you're pretty
was,
good at blowing your own trumpet, so I imagine you're, going to be quite good at blowing a real one.
I mean, I was in the trumpet section. There is a stereotype about but arrogance. So, but anyway, continue, Spixie, with what you were saying.
I think I lost my train of thought.
The fat controller in this economy.
Yeah, I was just saying that it was hard to decide between Cause and Cracker because they both have their own very. All three of them have like their own very distinct merits to them. They're kind of hard to compare. It's almost like comparing apples and oranges, which is kind of why it's hard to pick a favorite.
Yeah. So there you go. I think that that actually sums it up. We have a winner for the category of the music. And it is, I forget his name. What's his name?
Cause
What he said. Yeah, well done, mate. You won. That sort
you'll
of
never ever
category.
remember the name.
No.
He refuses
Oh, well
to.
done, Big J, for hyping up this competition. Who is it that won again? I don't remember his name.
We're so grateful you hyped up the competition, Big J.
How am I supposed to remember a name like CSX GP40-3?
Because
That's
you've
like a
known him
pass-
for like
That's
years.
like a password, not a flipping name. And then we've got Enema over
Isn't he
there
your
and
friend?
flipping, a KGB. So, But anyway. So, yeah, there you go. We decided on at least one thing, and Warden was saying that we're 2 hours into the recording. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're an hour and 15 minutes into it, you silly sausage. Okay.
Yeah,
Who's ready
yeah,
for
and a lot
some
of
art?
introduction.
Who's ready to look at
I
some
am.
art?
Okay,
I
let's
am
look at art.
Flipping not. Let's look at some art. So I'm going to share my screen so that you can
Good.
watch and you can look as I
Why do you have a cat
Let's
on
come
your
to
screen,
Periscope
bro?
depth.
Oh, I have a cat on my screen because I just do. Right, where is
Okay.
the bloody submissions panel?
Oh
yeah, here we go. Submissions.
It's like something that weeps do, bro.
Your screen is echoing.
Oh, is it? Oh, shit.
How can a screen echo?
Well,
Oh,
if it's
Or
not
my
echoing for
mic, I
anyone
have no
else-
idea.
not
yeah,
happening
Big
to
J, if you
anyone
could
else,
mute your
then-
audio or something.
Oh, hang
Or
on,
not your
hang on,
mic
I've
audio,
got
but your desktop audio.
That should do the trick.
Yay. Yep.
Are we ready?
Okay, 3, 2, 1, Distenma.
See all of the servers.
I mean,
I'm not in.
discuss Tanama's submission.
Discuss Tanama's submission. Okay, well, let's have a look at it then. Wow. Crazy.
Who's
Getting
Lilia?
roasted in the chat.
I think
Who is what are we roasting? I don't know what's being roasted because I can't see it.
they're roasting Orange for saying your
please.
screen is echoing.
Oh right. Oh okay. I thought they were saying it to me. I was going to say what? The only like questionable thing on here is how many flipping servers I'm in. I'm in like 5. One of which is where I store things. Yeah. So that we've already kind of like, and the votes reflect this, we've already kind of talked a lot about Tanama and the problem she has, but it's time for me to sum it up again, so here we go. It's really lazy. That's the short version. It's really lazy. She just took a scene from the film. Her last submission was Blue and Jewel look lovingly at each other, and this is one where Blue and Jewel look lovingly at each other. I mean, I think the main issue with this image is that, does anyone see the problem? I'm still talking, but does anyone see the problem with this image? It's quite glaring when you realise what it is.
Bad cropping.
No, it's
Jules'
not
head
that.
is touching the top of... Oh.
Okay, well that is like the most obvious problem. Herony, what? Yeah, you're on the right track there, Herony. What is wrong with the chain? What's wrong with it?
Perspective is off.
It's inverted.
There you go. It's on the wrong foot. Do you know why? Because in the film, she took a screenshot from the film, more or less traced it, inverted it took a screenshot from the film, inverted it the other way, more or less traced it. What happens when you invert an image? It flips around totally. And therefore, if you look at Jewel from this perspective, you look at her, she's looking towards Blue. The chain is on her left foot. In the film,
Tanama didn't take enough care.
yeah, in the film, the chain is on her right foot. And if you invert this image, yeah.
Becomes
chain's
like
on her
British
right foot.
roads.
What?
It's like British roads, dude. It's on the wrong side.
What is this that's being said? I don't know. I can't view comments.
Yoda says it's just like British roads because it's on the wrong... British drive on the wrong side of the road.
I always find it exceedingly entertaining when he brings up those wrong side of the road jokes. First of all, because they kind of...
he's
are
going to
really
mention that
old.
that one Swedish event.
First of all, they're really old, and secondly, yeah, Sweden once upon a time used to drive on this side of the road and then changed. So that just proves that they give into peer
Because it was
pressure
bad.
really easily. So there we go. Right. No yapping
Yeah.
or anything. Why am I coming out of it? No yapping from me about no flipping Swedish
But changed
roads or
because it was
whatever.
wrong. Because driving on the left side of the road is wrong. Okay, so Tanama, she has very
I
good
love how
technique.
she's got the watermark on it as well. No one is stealing this shit, bro. If I wanted to see this, I'd watch the movie. I'm not stealing this. That's effort.
Yeah.
But, you know, anyway, I wasn't done.
There's a reason
talking.
I don't put watermarks on my stuff. It's because people who steal it will just like repost it on DeviantArt and get like 2 views. It doesn't really matter. But
yeah, I wasn't done. So the main problem, yes, is it's really lazy. She just took a mirror image of the actual scene in the film and then put, you know, whatever.
creatively,
I mean,
it's lazy.
Now, yes, that is the distinction. Okay, creatively speaking, it's lazy. I wish she'd do more. Like, she's really good, right? Like, there's the running joke that Big J hates Tanama, and it's like, no, I don't know the girl. The only impression I have on her is on her art, and her art is lazy. Okay, I would love to see her do something entertaining, and she has done something entertaining. That thing that she did with Nico on a page or whatever, that was I like that. That was really cute. He's so cute. What do I say to her? That made me chuckle. I like that. So she can do it. Why wouldn't she post something like that? Like, that was actually funny, and I'd really compliment it. Like, Tanama, please, you know, because when I'm looking at this, like, yeah, it is visually appealing to look at, you know. I like it. It looks nice, but I like it because it reminds me of the film. And then it makes me go, okay, I want to watch the film now. I want to stop looking at this and watch the film. So, yeah, it's pretty, but that's about it. So
as you've pointed out, there's also no crowd.
yeah,
She
well, that
used a
would take
screenshot for the background. You can see a little bit of stuff on the right.
you can, yes.
But yeah, that's also a point of criticism. You shouldn't use screenshots for your backgrounds, especially if you're entering an art competition. Some people would consider
don't
that
mind.
grounds for disqualification, honestly.
I
in
don't
cer-
mind
in
if
certain
it's,
places.
like, transformative in some ways. So for instance, for this, I can live with it in this context.
As for
Because it's very
merits,
mild.
I'd say I really like how it's lit. I really like how the directional lighting and stuff. I think that's very well done. Don't really know how to do that in Krita. I'm not very skilled at that. There's
I think
also
it's supposed to
lens
mimic
reflections.
I think it's supposed to mimic the scene in the first film.
Hmm.
And I like
But
how Blue's
it's-
out of focus, so she has an excuse to not give him detail.
And there's also lens reflections. I also like how Jules, the feathers on her left wing are like how they're like overlapping, but like also letting light through clearly. I think that's a really cool detail. And then the rest is just like basic Tanma detail. Like, you know, she's got much detail on the feathers. She looks like she has a fuzzy, you know, body. It has detail that she typically has in her art.
And then Blue looks like
Also,
he's from
there's a
bank
little bit of
security camera.
there's a little bit of rim lighting on the feathers as well. I do enjoy that detail as well. I like the rim lighting. There's a lot of things that make it feel more real. But as for originality, there's not really anything here. It's creatively bankrupt.
I look at it and I just go, yeah, okay, nice.
It's all technique and nothing else really.
Yeah, I think.
And
as
when it's like
far
a
as-
contest submission where you're supposed to impress people with, like, you know,
Like,
your
I'm not impressed.
original art, you should really make your art actually originally.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should make it actually original.
I mean,
I
at least
mean,
she's got her
Tanma is
proportions
capable
right
of
in
doing
this
original
one.
stuff.
She is.
She's capable
yes.
of, yeah, she's done better, but she decided not to put in much effort.
Her crest
mean,
is a bit lazy, actually. I'm not gonna.
To be
lie.
fair, neither did I. I didn't put in that much effort, but
We can.
yeah,
we'll
it's
worry
still
about that
it's
when
still a
we get
point of
there.
it's still a
Her
point of
beak
criticism.
Her lower beak looks 2D. It doesn't look 3D. Kind of looks like there's just a wall on her lower beak. The shadow looks a bit naff, but you know, there is weird lighting, so I can kind of forgive it. Her crest has been butchered a little. You know, there should be a bit more of it. There should be like something down here. You know, it's just like, she's got a crest. Put 4 things there and call it a day. You know, she's got her eyeshadow. She has kind of more luscious eyelashes than that, but whatever. That's just details. And again, Blue is just taken on a bank security camera, so there's nothing to comment on about him, really.
Yeah, focus settings are pretty consistent with the rest of her work, as I've said in the review. And I mean, the only thing I really have to add to what you guys have said, this work would have actually been much better had it lived up to its title as a kind of. Well, it does, but because it is kind of almost a trace job of a screenshot. But had this kind of simulated a phone screenshot of the overall scene taking place, I think that would be a much more visually interesting work, because then she'd have to paint the phone features and just sorry, I can barely speak sometimes. Just relevant details like that. Other than that, yeah, I have nothing really to say about this.
If you're gonna like take a moment from the film, I would say at least put a creative spin on it rather than just, you know.
Yeah, I entirely agree.
It's not. You can't even call it a fake screenshot because it's a real screenshot.
It's
which
a
is
real
just
screenshot, and we know it's a
replicated.
real screenshot
And
because you've inverted it and put the chain on her wrong foot, you silly ass.
And she poorly cropped it.
Oh yeah, that's also that.
Did it look
Yeah,
I can't
poor
say
editing.
that. I can't say what I was about to just say then.
you don't. Yeah. Okay. Jules' head is like touching the top of the frame, and her wings are also touching the top. Why? Why is that a theme? Seriously, that should not be a theme.
There's
It
kind
is
of like
just
a border around it. I
admittedly
wonder
just-
if this was the wrong image she sent, because look,
Maybe.
see, there's like a black border, so maybe she did finish it. I don't know. Oh yeah, and to top it all off, when she posted it on her Instagram, she uses really cringy current popular music, and it's like,
Oh. Yeah. I'm not a fan of
Bro.
that.
don't.
I won't like consider that when like in terms of like objective quality, but I do like not like the like posting real art and like attaching pop music to it. Like no, that's not the point of what
That's
Rio
not the-
is.
What is
It shouldn't
that?
be-
Oh,
It
get
should
that
be
out of
top
my
40s
sight.
music, dude.
Get that out of my sight.
It's like
What a
it's
load-
basically
what a load of
taking
shit.
in my opinion, it's basically taking Rio as a concept and just de-Brazilian-ifying it. De-Brazilifying it just by attaching American pop music to everything. I prefer that she didn't. I looked at her Instagram now, and yes, it has the same bad cropping.
Okay. I don't follow her. I got fed up with.
Okay.
What have people been saying? My roads are whack. Okay. Okay.
They're talking about Sweden
Do
versus
you remember?
Denmark.
Do you remember what we were talking about earlier to do with like power and all that? Watch this.
Suppression.
Yeah, because I can. I have the power and you don't. When I say you, as in the audience doesn't.
I do. I just
Well, you
don't
do,
abuse that
yeah.
power. Unlike you, nerd.
Yeah, well. Right. Shall we move on to the next one then?
Yes.
Okay. It's not that serious. Okay. So I should preface this. We're looking at art at the moment because if we go to stories, we'll be here like all night. We need to be prepared for stories. So I guess I shall explain how this is going to go. And that is... what do you want? I'm sorry, my brain is discombobulated. It's called Alibi, and I'm not going to hum it, but it's like popular at the moment, and
It's just like a top 40 song or something.
it's like just there's no imagination in it. It's just, oh, what's trending at the moment. I mean, yeah, to a limited extent, she does have her
It's-
own page, and she does need to like grow whatever, and
It's not even what's
using
trending at the moment.
audio.
It's whatever Tanema is currently obsessed with. Like I've seen
Yeah,
her say,
whatever.
"Oh, I'm so obsessed with this song, so I'm just gonna put it with my post."
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the
Look at
type
this
of
crap.
person that listens to songs alone in her car.
Mm.
I used to.
Well, I
the
do
same,
too.
To be fair.
I
Look at this
imagine her.
crap. Yeah, go on.
I imagine her music. Yeah. Okay.
So basically for this one, it was mainly me putting all the effort into the posts, and like I'm not going very light on the detail. So as a concept, it's basically Blue and Jewel in their new home. Basically, it's supposed to be their new birdhouse in Tijuca, and like Jewel is like, "Hey, look at us, we're hubby and wifey now." It's like I'm gonna
She's
now I can
squeezing
actually
his
like
tummy
treat
he's
you
some
like
kind of action.
I can treat you like a proper wifey. So that's the basic idea.
I do like how she's like squeezing his tummy like he's some kind of like plush
Yes.
doll with a voice
It's,
box.
it's a
inside him.
sort of it's a very distinct "Hey honey, how is work?" sort of vibe to it.
He doesn't go to work though. He's a bird.
That's why I said
Oh,
vibe
in this-
and not concept.
Actually,
In this
Says
context, he will be working as a kind of folk hero. Well, no, because this is not our canon, so doesn't count.
No.
Anyway,
I
continue.
do not share you guys' canon because it's bad. No, I'm kidding.
well, we haven't really done much on it yet. Really.
I don't know. Maybe he
Well,
helps around the
okay.
aviary. Maybe that's his job.
Yeah, the
But-
idea we had in mind was pretty much that he do aviary
Mm-hmm.
stuff alongside Jewel. I'm not going to get into it. We'll be here all night.
Yes. Basically, mine is pretty much the opposite of Tenma's. It's all concepts and like not much detail.
Well, he has his own
Um,
art style, so you know.
Yeah,
get
but
a pass,
I
but-
also I did not want to divert much effort away from my animation at the time. So I really couldn't justify repeating what I did last contest entry, which was the city center of Rio, sort of like romantic night sort of thing. So basically here I was just like, I have a nice idea that I want to show. I'm not going to spend too much effort in the finer details and just show off a basic concept.
Yeah. So you didn't put much effort in, really, then, did you?
Well, I put in the effort that I thought was necessary to express the idea, but overall, no, it's less effort than Tanimus.
Well, in which case,
And-
I will reciprocate the effort you put into this artwork in my review. Yeah, looks good. Next one.
Okay, fair enough.
It looks it's the artistic equivalent of crackers, in that sense, I guess you could say.
Well, no, the equivalent of crackers would be if I had shared a painting or part of the triptych or something. Which I'm not going to do, by
Yeah.
the way, and no amount of guilt tripping will get me to do it. Nobody will be
Okay.
seeing that thing.
Okay. Yeah, I did write a review on Spixie's art submission, but I frankly don't know where it is. Yeah, let's move on.
Why do I keep talking about that thing if I don't want anyone to see it? So that you can be jealous, knowing that I have made a great artwork and nobody will ever be able to see it.
Next up is the submission by Geritrix. Or just Jerry.
No, this one was disqualified.
Disqualified.
Oh, it was.
And that
Yeah,
one was
okay.
disqualified. Now we're on Wardens. Makoa Mars, the artist, refused to elaborate. I mean, I like how the Earth is being orbited by a giant bowling ball.
He's Russian.
And the Earth is... what?
Flat.
There's a Russian flag.
Oh, right.
This
Yeah,
is
so
highly
the Earth-
political.
The Earth is being orbited by a giant bowling ball, and actually, the world map kind of looks accurate, not gonna lie.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And I think that's about
Footprints.
as much credit as we can give it.
Yeah.
It's I'm pretty sure Warden has a very specific troll type of art style. His art intends to troll others, and is very effective at doing that.
As
Yeah.
far as Warden's work is concerned, I think that the Medieval Jewel is much better than this, from what I
Medieval
remember.
I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, well, that wasn't submitted in a contest.
Mm.
But yes, he did beat that.
I mean, I like it because it's kind of funny. That's about it. Like, blues on Mars.
It's
Yeah, okay. That's about all I'm going to say about that.
Next one.
Oh. Yeah, now we're on Geartrix's. Is he here, by the way?
Is he here?
yes, he is.
Epic.
is. Is
So cool. Yes,
Ah.
he's in the audience.
Cool. Well, I mean, right. I shall talk about this because I'm the resident jewel specialist, I suppose. You know what he really knows what she looks like. Yeah,
Yeah.
you got her quite
He-
right. Nailed
He's
it.
very good at portraying Jewel.
Yeah.
Like she has the very Geotrix is very good
Eyelashes,
at
the
displaying
eyeshadow,
that
the
distinct
crest.
feminine nature that she has,
Oh yeah,
which is honestly
she's
hard to
very-
do,
She's very curvy.
especially
you-
hard
you've
for a
got
man
that.
to do. But yes,
Sexist.
she's
Feathers
curvy.
are
She
good.
is.
You've got the feathers in. You got the feather detail in. I like the shadow. The shadow here.
Mhm.
It's not one of those photorealistic type drawings, but it's getting there.
Mhm.
And yeah, her head and her face are spot on. She really looks like she does in the film.
Hard to do
I like
photorealistic drawing when it's animation.
Yes. I like the
It's a-
distinct the very distinct Stark line in her either. That's correct. Very good. It looks like she's wearing makeup. She's got her eyeshadow. Like, I could almost see the color in it. Right?
Yeah, just like in the movie.
She's got a really dilated pupil, which, you know, if you want to criticize that about the film, that's about the film. He's done it correctly here. And look at that slivery little shadow that you put in there to make her eyeball look 3D. You jammy old scrote. Well done. Her crest is correct. You didn't just put 4 on there and call it a day. You actually realized that it's a hairstyle, right? It's like an ornate hairstyle. It's messy. It looks different every single day. So, you know, it's not going to distinctly look the same across all of the drawings or whatever. And I like
Now
that.
I'm picturing a bad Jewel hair day.
That would be kind of funny.
You should do that as a concept, Big J.
Maybe.
This looks good enough to be an animation cell, in my honest opinion. It is definitely one of the best artistic portrayals of Jewel I've ever seen from anyone outside of Blue Sky.
That was the most unenthusiastic. This is the best picture
That,
of Jewel I've ever
don't make
seen.
fun of the way he talks. Come on, man.
I will. I
okay.
just did. You'll have to deal with it.
Damn it.
All right. I will be a little bit more enthusiastic. I would put this in the Prado.
I've never
is a
heard of that
compliment.
before in my entire life.
What is a Prado?
The Prado, the most important art museum in Spain. Anyway.
Okay. He expects us to know what that is.
Well, the people in my college know.
Okay. Nerd.
Yeah.
What I
really
really think that Jira succeeds the most is in his texturing. You see the beak, like you can see the distinct scratchiness, the scratchy texture that the beak has. You can see like it's very directional. More towards her eye, it's like running along the length. It's like along the like entire beak. It has a very distinct look of like the scratchiness is like running along the length of her beak, which is very good because it means he was paying attention to like the actual 3D models because that's the way they're designed, and I think it's also actually very realistic as well. And then with the chest, you can see the feathers like flowing in different directions. Her chest looks a bit fuzzy. As well as the wings as well. You can see it's the direction is very deliberately done, and it's very professionally done. It's impressive. You can see near her cheek there's like a lack of direction because the feathers on her cheeks are more they're very short. They're like almost it almost looks like skin because of like how short her like cheek feathers are and like all the feathers on the top of her head. So he does a very good job with showing off texture and making it feel 3D, as you guys mentioned before. And this isn't anything new. He's always been good at this, but it is worth mentioning here.
Indeed.
Yeah, this is something that I would be willing to hang on my wall. So
there you go, Gearatrix. And you had the like. Was that the one that they tied for first, didn't they?
it was, yes.
Oh,
for a
so
time.
we'll need to do a tiebreaker because that's what I said, is I would have to decide between them. So this will come soon.
Huh.
All right, next one. I'm just going to come out and say it. How do you quite accurately recreate the sign and cock up the text? I would never really have realised what the actual flipping, that there was a little bird here, or that there was a border here, or that there was a big bird here. But I knew
Wait, it
what
doesn't say
said.
it doesn't say home tweet home. It
says
it's just tweet home.
Tweet home. How do
I don't know
you
if
get
Frost
the
is
rest
here
of
today,
this
actually.
accurate and then muck up the bloody text?
No, he is not here. Okay, so the artist cannot hear you. But
You faithfully recreated this thing, and the one thing that I can remember about it is that it said "Home Tweet Home."
it's like, oh my goodness, there's got to be a great analogy for that. It's like having a perfect recreation of like a scene from World War II, but giving them the guns from the Ron Nation. They're carrying the Ron weaponry or something. Like it's all perfect except for the one very obvious detail that everyone notices.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like this is pretty well done too. I can tell it's digital.
Yeah. The shading is interesting.
Like only with digital would you be able to be that accurate with the like I seriously have no idea like how you did it. The sign to like that much accuracy. It almost looks like you just took a screenshot of it and just like threw it in with Photoshop, except for the fact that the first word is missing.
It's not quite a screenshot. I did check with the second film because I had to say, am I going mad? Or
yeah, I know it's not, but like...
And I checked, yeah, it's not quite a screenshot, so he didn't trace it, which is good.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So I'm happy with that, I'm not gonna lie. It's not really remarkable. It's a lesser known and more endearing part of the second film. Tiago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a cute part. I don't know why his right wing has disappeared though. I would say that is a point of criticism. His right wing.
It was suppressed by the German Secret Service. Anyway.
Okay.
What?
You continue to be the master comedian, but anyways, his right wing is completely missing.
Oh, that was supposed to be a joke.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, I don't get it. What was the joke?
Never mind.
He likes making random jokes that are like German related. You know him.
Yeah, Deutschland über alles.
You can see there's a bit of like I like the texturing on his beak. It's a bit more like light colored toward the edges.
There's some airbrushing
like,
on there.
Where like his upper and lower mandibles meet. I think that's like a detail that's accurate to the film. I think they used a digital brush of some sort.
I think so. There's like some airbrushing there. Look. I like that.
Yeah, me too. I also like the small reflection, as well as like
I would have liked wing detail, and his talons are missing as well. Is the thing.
It's simple. Oh yeah, there's no texture on his foot.
I actually have access to the BTS material here. I will post it in the chat.
Oh, interesting. Huh.
I shall view it.
I figured they did something like that. They did it originally with line art, and then they just took out the lines to make it line-less.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like how Tiago's chest is lighter colored. That shows attention to detail. But at the same time, the foot is completely his feet are devoid of texture, at all. So it's a little bit
up to date with chat right now.
It's a little bit inconsistent because his feet are just a flat color. Like there's texture on his beak, but there's none on his foot, even though there's supposed to be. So there's credit and then there's decredit to it.
That is so me.
He's doing another one of his scrolling sessions.
I love Jay's autistic attention to. How did you know I was retarded? Is it that obvious?
Bro, we're all autistic. Who else would be interested in Rio for this long?
Okay. He is extremely, and I am. Yeah, right. Chat up.
Like you can tell Splat isn't autistic, but he's not like absolutely obsessed and on the Discord all the time.
What is that? Okay.
That's
yes, look.
That should not be there.
Look, he's got it correct, but he's cocked up the text. How?
Yeah.
How do you do that? Oh dear me. Well, next one. Make a good time. Hour and 46. I reckoned it would take 3 hours to do all of them, so let's see how close we get to that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Okay. The next one is from Green Wing.
I like this one.
I am honestly not a fan.
This one has a very good concept. Let's see here.
Yes. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
it is-
correction. I like the idea. The idea is good. People don't really
Mm-hmm.
think about this idea a lot. I know what Greenwing Spino is a she, isn't she? I don't remember.
That's a he or something. I actually,
It.
yeah.
It's an it.
It is a
flippin'
she.
It. You're an
Wait.
it, as far as I'm concerned. Right. It
They,
did.
they, them. Z's.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Don't and give a smack. Right. Got the it here, who has. I know why. I know why Green Wing Spino came up with this idea because I was talking about it a long time ago and I gave like this flashbang or whatever when I was doing a long time ago in Rio Lore. I wrote like a Bible, an orange-sized Bible on. Sorry, I just thought of Coco. An orange-sized Bible on the Jewel lore. And
Real
yeah,
Silver
Greenwing
lore.
Springer was really, really interested. So I'm not going to say I was the reason he, she, it drew this picture, but she was there. Whatever. I don't like Jules' design. It's completely wrong.
Yeah,
I mean, I know
no,
she's supposed to be
she has a
young. It's completely
bobblehead.
wrong. Yeah, exactly. This
Yeah,
is what I
no.
put on the dashboard of my semi truck. But I like the subject matter. I'm wondering how it came to be, though. It kind of looks block shaded from a real image. Like, why is this in focus and why is this not?
Yeah, that's one of my other criticisms. The texturing of the jungle and just it looks inconsistent. The
It's like
the
there's
smoke
steam
trails.
on my lens.
Yeah, the smoke trails are kind of lazily done. There's almost no shrubbery on the ground. I
Well,
do
it's
like
because it's been
perspective.
scorched, isn't it?
Yeah, but
Actually,
you
there's
still have
no
more
shrubbery
shrubbery
on
than
the
just.
ground.
There is a single bush that's kind of burned, I guess.
I actually like how the smoke is done. So like when the smoke passes over the background, it's like has a sort of smudged texture. It kind of like smudges the background that it's like obscuring.
I
That's
like that
it's very
there's smoke,
deliberately
I don't
done.
like
It's a
how
cool
it's done.
technique. I don't know if it would be the best technique, but it is a technique. It is as for
I
like
like that there is smoke. I don't like that it's been how it's been done.
Yeah, it looks like a cover of a children's book from.
it doesn't really seem consistent though. Like there's
looks like a
parts of the
photograph.
background where it doesn't look like there's smoke, but it's still like smudged. And then there's other parts that have like agonizing detail that are just like sticking out like a sore thumb. It doesn't seem very consistent. I wish it was more like it was more like
superimposed on this, by the way.
deliberate.
I have
I-
no idea.
I do like how
Because
there's a shadow
Shadow
around
looks
Jewel.
weird. Yeah, it
I-
looks weird.
I did
like she's
ask-
been pasted in there. Like she wasn't
did
originally
ask-
drawn on this and then was put in later. Yeah, look at it.
I sort of
did
see that as
ask-
more of like that's like
you
the
did ask
subject
what,
being
Orange?
outlined.
You did. What did you ask?
I asked Greenwing if the perspective on the ground next to Jules' stump was intentional, and she said yes. So
Why?
so either she was lying or she is not very good at lighting.
The
With
perspective?
just the shadows.
Doesn't look that way.
I don't know what's going on to
I-
the right of the stump.
Yeah, I
Like-
feel like
It's
I
an
feel like
elevation
Jewel
of the
was
ground.
superimposed in. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but it looks kind of
And what's
unnatural.
happening
It's like
here, it doesn't fit. What it looks like is it looks like there was some things that were like photoshopped in or superimposed in. Like this tree looks really quite realistic. It looks like a photograph, and then you look at Jewel and you're like, oh.
it doesn't look okay. Here's my 2 cents on like the background situation. It looks random, but not in a good way. It looks random in an AI generated way. Like there's a lot of things in the background that don't seem to make sense.
Weirdly accurate
That,
way
like-
of putting it.
Yeah, it
I
doesn't
agree.
look naturally random. It looks there's just some parts that just like remind me of old AI photos that like what am I looking at? I'm not sure what I'm looking at. It's kind of odd. Like the elevation right just to the right of Jules' tree stump. It doesn't look natural. It's like the tree is like on the same elevation as it, like this the flat of the stump itself. And then there's like do you see how there's like a fallen log in the center? That doesn't look very natural at all because I don't see any roots and I don't see any like burnt leaves or anything. It's just a stick. It's just a very long stick that is just like how does this exist? It doesn't look like it fell over naturally or anything.
The top is also white when it should be black. Why is there green as well? Why is there green too? If the place was just burnt, then why is that green?
I guess not all of it was burnt.
I guess.
Yes.
There's a lot of green though.
It also
it looks like everything has been like felled naturally. Like, was it a fire or were they felled? Like, is this a point where
like, it was burnt and then they were chopped down?
That branch or that tree or whatever, it also looks like it's slipping into the floor or into the dirt. Really.
Yeah.
What's this?
It looks like it was both burnt and chopped up when really it should be one or the other, because if you burn a bunch of trees you're not going to chop them down because they're already burnt down, but like if you chop down all the trees then you can't really burn it down afterwards unless you just burn a bunch of wood that's on the ground. It just doesn't make sense. Like, what is the sequence of events that happens here? Like, it can't be both burned logs and chopped down stumps at the same time. That's not like consistent. There's a very distinct lack of, I don't know, object permanence or whichever you want to call it.
Yeah, it does look like AI hallucinations, but genuinely, I think Joel was superimposed at a later date. I would like to see the project file of this. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really care enough to ask for it, but I would be Okay, I wouldn't be interested to see it. I don't care. I can't be asked actually.
I actually don't know if green.
If I cared. I would say no. I don't think so. If I cared, I would say, "Can you give me the project file? I want to look and see what you did and how you did it." Because some of it looks like photos. I don't get how this is in focus and the rest of it isn't. This
it seems distinctly like AI confusing.
It's hallucinations from an artificial intelligence is what it quite looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the principle of Joel going back and looking at it and that sort of thing. I got no problem.
It has a good concept, but like the execution is very odd.
Yeah, for a while I was kind of
by the cat in your screen.
I was undecided about how I'd rate the sorry. I was undecided about how I'd rate this, and if I was to give it a like or a dislike, but eventually I decided no, that this is going to have to get a dislike for me because of Jules' proportions.
I do want to bring up something else. Mingo PJ just said, it says wildfire in the description of the art. Doesn't wildfire imply... wild? Like,
why are the trees cut down if it's a wildfire?
Yeah, precisely. And also, like, doesn't wildfire means it was not caused by man? I'm not completely sure about this.
When it was absolutely caused by man. The film
implies it. Yeah, it's they are the ones who burned down the. So it can't be a wildfire, right? Unless I don't know what wildfire means, but I'm pretty sure that's.
It means exactly what you.
It is heavily implied, but it is not stated outright what caused the fire.
If you just use,
when the loggers came, there was fire and so much smoke. So you know.
Yeah, if you use Occam's razor, it doesn't make sense for like the loggers to arrive and just a fire to start without their influence. They caused the fire. It's very clearly what happened. So. Not only should the trees not be like chopped down like this, but it also shouldn't be a wildfire. So it is inaccurate.
I don't know. What do you guys want to rate this work?
Oh, we're rating
it.
I would give it.
We weren't rating the other ones.
Now? I don't know. Yeah, exactly. We didn't rate the other ones.
We're rating it thumbs up or thumbs down. I would rate it.
Thumbs down.
I'd rate it thumbs down because it's
like
not a very good execution of a concept. It's a good concept, but
I like the idea. Don't like the execution.
It's just inconsistent.
All right, let's move on.
will do once I'm like caught up with chat.
Okay, how many do we have left? We have 1, 2, 3.
You could never AI generate orange. That's just not something that you could do.
Nope.
The things he comes
AI
up
can't
with
understand
is just-
orange.
Yeah.
His work.
Yeah.
The thing is that my intelligence, or
Yes,
It,
it's called artificial
switches to-
intelligence, not artificial idiocy. Or artificial autism, I should say.
it switches settings between me speaking and between me writing, very very dramatically.
Sumis, we're on to now. And I like this one.
I do like
Very,
this
very
one.
good. Very, very good.
I think the expressions are very endearing. Hang on, I'm gonna open it.
I
in-
recognize this
Did you?
expression, and I think it might be either traced or
From
heavily
the-
referenced.
I think it's from the party scene,
It
the
might
club
well
scene
be.
in the first film.
So, yeah, it's not without criticism. I like it overall. I like what has been...
From-
Okay,
I don't
let
recognize
me
this person.
put my mark in the sand, okay? I've not inherently got a problem with someone tracing something, okay? It's a fact of art. You kind of have to do it sometimes to get things right. The problem is when you literally just, take something and then slap it on and say, I did this. Like, no, you didn't. Stop pretending you did, okay? Like, you've just put lines up and then you put lines over those lines and you called that your own artwork. No. Like that one guy the other day who tried to do that blue on the skateboard thing. It's like, yeah, bro, you traced this from the coloring book. You're not slick, okay?
The poses seem original though.
Yes,
It's like-
they seem.
I'd say it's
I can kind of
referenced.
tell they're original. It's reference, yes. I can tell they're original. One of the ways I can tell is because how fat is her metacarpus here? Like if you look at Jewel, they have quite a bony arm, right? And the feathers, the primaries, which are like the fingery feathers. First of all, she's T-posing. Okay, look over here. She's T-posing. Judging where this curve is going, he's got the primaries right, but the secondaries and tertiaries sort of blur into one, right? So if you look at a bird wing, the three different kinds of feathers are separated. You have the primaries, which are like the hand feathers in the film context, the secondaries, and the tertiaries. The tertiaries are like right in here, and in on the armpit.
Jewel definitely
and he's
has
done
too many
this-
feathers on her left
Yes,
wing. There's
I-
definitely more than 14.
Yeah, I can agree with that. The main problem is just the size of the metacarpus here. It's too big.
The little bony section, that is actually
Yes.
accurate. That is a detail on the characters in the movie. I wouldn't say it's too fat. Rather, I'd say it's
No, I mean
it
look
looks
at this
off.
space here. It does not look correct.
I'd say the way her wing is bending looks a bit unnatural. Like it's just
Yeah,
a
her
very
body is not
smooth sort of
moved to-
downward bend.
If you get rid of her wing, she's standing like a bowling pin, and then she's
That's
just got
exactly
wings.
what I was gonna say.
She is a bowling
She's
pin.
a bowling pin with. Some,
I was
like,
To be
gonna
fair,
say
her-
something
that's kind of what her
original.
body looks like.
Yeah, her wings are
She-
sort of
she's
an
detached from her
afterthought.
wings.
Yes.
Yeah, she. That
Blue
that
is
was
not.
my biggest critic.
Blue's wing pose looks
Yeah,
a bit
I-
more natural.
Yes.
I was gonna
see
say.
how the tertiary rubs up against his side. That's correct. That looks good. See how the wing doesn't look too big? It does here. It kind of looks like he's got a big spoon over it. But this looks better. And then there's Jewel, and it's like, yeah, she's got really. It looks wrong. It doesn't look right.
I
It's
actually
like
like
shading or something.
how on Blue's left wing the feathers closer to his
left.
body are like shorter, because that is actually a detail that's shown in the movies. Like
Yes,
occasionally,
those-
it changes, of course.
Like I keep
because you have
saying,
to-
those are the tertiaries.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It basically it changes to suit like the animator's needs, but it shows that they were being attentive to not only the movie but also like the reference material that they're using. The number of feathers on that wing is off again. It's 10 instead of 14, but I will only call that a minor criticism.
Hello.
Basically, if someone gets the number of feathers right, I'd just say, "Oh wow, you really did pay attention." But if someone gets it wrong, I don't really fault them too much
What's
because,
he
to be
doing
fair,
up
you
here?
can interpret the characters like
Go away.
your own way. Who's talking? What?
I don't know. Someone was.
Someone snuck up on stage like that Indian guy
It was me.
Yeah, Yodio.
in during the Game Awards.
I was just gonna say I'm sending a reference image in the chat so you can
Oh,
compare.
okay.
Oh, wrong one. If it loads.
I would say the detachment between Jules' body and her
manner of
wings is
things.
my main
Okay.
criticism.
I love.
Yeah, look. Do you
Oh,
see
you know
what
what? That's
I'm
true.
saying here? Do you see how she has the bony arm, the metacarpus, where she actually has a bone? She has the primaries here, and then they sort of split off. Okay, so the film doesn't quite model her wing correctly, as into an actual bird. Because if you see an actual bird,
Well,
there's three
no, was-
distinct lengths.
Yeah, they modeled it in a way that's animation friendly, which often involves
Yeah.
not having it be like biologically accurate. So you can't really fault them for that.
Yeah.
I will
for
say
both
that-
reality and for reality and for the sake of whatever, it's not correct.
I do appreciate the amount of detail that went into the feathers on the wings.
Yes.
Like you can like there are a lot of like smaller feathers on like those wings, which is like it's accurate to the movie. And I can imagine that took a very long time to do.
Image for blue. For blue in a similar position. I'd do it myself, but you know.
Well, I mean, I can
Because
like...
see if you can find one. Because I'm actually
saying just find a shot of him in a similar position to this is a bit of a tall order. I mean, I can grab maybe an image of his
not
wing.
really. I can think of one already when they jump out of the plane for starters. There doesn't actually look to be a massive difference between the back of their wing and the front of their wing.
Well, I mean, no, because the same feathers are visible from both the back and the front. It's not like layered. It's just a single layer.
I just need to make sure that that's because I don't quite remember it off the top of my head.
It mostly looks the same from. There are some differences, like the bony metacarpus.
Yeah, there you go. It's different in the film. Yeah, look at the little chicken.
I like.
Yeah,
I don't like the ugly contrast here because you can see there's so much detail on like the wings, but as for Jules' body, it's kind of just like, blah, just there's like
Bowling pin.
no detail. Bowling pin, yeah, it's too empty. You can see like some like smudging or like some odd pencil technique that's like used universally in this image, but like it's they did not put a whole lot of effort into like Jules' body here, and the fact that her wings don't look attached to her body, also kind of like it certainly doesn't help, at least.
My other criticism.
Is that the waterfall from Up, by the way? Paradise Falls
Maybe.
from Up. It's what it kind of.
I think it's the waterfall from the Rio 2 poster.
Is it? No. I like the background. The background looks very well drawn.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the background looks really good.
My other criticism was Jules' lower beak. It looks
It's not
misaligned. Yeah, it looks misaligned with her upper. It's
To be
kind of-
fair, the movie does do that sometimes. You can with like the rig controls, because I have access to this kind of stuff. You can like change where the exact corner of the beak is. You can push it around a little bit, but the like corner of like it's kind of hard to describe this. I need to like take a screenshot and like outline it with like red marker or something. So like there's a very awkward like rough edge here. I'm gonna send it in the chat. There's like this edge here. It's a very awkward like sharp edge that like it does indeed look kind of misaligned. I understand what Orange is saying. It should be a little bit like, I don't know, smoother, or it should be like a better right angle. But that's just a minor criticism.
So compare that to what's his name's. Get a good look. Looks like
her
Geatrix.
crest feathers, her hairstyle, so to speak, it looks a little bit off. Like all of the feathers seem to be converging on the same spot, which is not really how her hairstyle works.
Now contrast that with Geatrix's, which is perfect. Like
It
he's
look-
done it
it
with
looks-
a protractor.
Yeah, Jira has done it perfectly.
It's Jewel, he's nailed
it,
it. I
it provides
love
a good contrast to this one, where it is not done perfectly.
Yeah, bro has literally become a yardstick.
Mm-hmm. It's it
He's
looks a
in the
little bit
chat.
too
I
much
didn't
like,
realize
I
he
don't
was in
know,
the chat.
flower pot.
Bro is actually cracked with lead.
Yep, he is. So true. I do like Blue's Crest though. Blue's Crest,
Yeah.
it does look accurate to the film. Like it has a little it's shaped accurately. It has a little bump at the end. It could have been done a little bit better, a little bit less awkwardly, but I won't complain too much about it. I also like the detail of his like neck fuzz. You can see a little bit. I don't know. It looks like there's a part of his neck that was almost like erased. I don't know if that's like intentional. I will assume that is just like intentional detail. I kind of wish the rest of his body had that same level of detail, as well as Jewel, because I think it certainly could have used it. But beggars can't be choosers, I guess.
GP40-3 is going to put some groceries away.
I do like the sort of smudge technique that this artist used throughout like the entirety of the drawing. Like the most notable example is like the clouds. I like the way those look. Because it's hard to do clouds with just like with just a lead pencil. And like backgrounds in general are pretty hard, but they managed. It's kind of impressive. You can see these tree trunk roots like on the side of the waterfall, the flowing water itself, and like the fern textures. I think that's very impressive. I am very impressed by that.
Oh, so many people have left. Sad. Who have we lost?
We lost like
Warden's not
3 or
here
4
anymore.
people. That's typical.
CSX GP40-3 has left. Oh well. We're going to do enemas next. So
Okay.
Enma.
yeah, that's what I said. Enema.
It's not enema, it's Enma. Whatever.
Oh,
Let him have his extra vowel if he wants it.
he doesn't get the joke. Yeah, I like the background. Respect for it being a pencil drawing. Looks good. You know,
Mm-hmm.
bowling pin. jewel,
Also, respect for
waterfall, sky,
drawing them
like
without
the
any
clouds.
references.
Yeah, looks like a unique pose. I mean, you can kind of tell
Yes.
because her. I don't know how to put it. Like even in the image Yoda sent, you can see that she's kind of got muscles around here, like shoulders that you can visibly see. So you should be able to see shouldery bits. You know.
Oh, I thought we had already moved on to the next one for a second. My bad.
We had technically, you know. Yeah, look at her. She's so cute. I want to smush her cheeks. She got the cheeks right as well. Jewel has like kind of squishy cheeks.
I
Right,
love
what-
this thing so much.
I love this fucking thing so fucking much. Get one.
I'm
it's
gonna have to
Daredevil.
join.
Yeah, the ball.
I'm gonna have to agree with Nikita. I want a copy of this. Duel.
You want to buy the original?
Yeah, we'll discuss it.
Come on then, Anima. You wanted to come up and speak, so you can go ahead and do that if you want. Hello. How do you do? Just give them some space, gang. Give them some space. Hello.
You speak.
Anybody home? Hello.
His mic
We-
not being.
Hello. Come on, you can do it. Come on.
Enma, you are allowed to speak.
Yes, we're giving you permission. Express permission, in fact. Come on.
Speak or bad, sister.
What? Yeah, what
No.
Geatrix said.
I mean,
Speak.
at least say something in the chat.
Speak. This is the equivalent of
hovering over
holding
the
a gun
bed.
to your head. Or you think I'm
Okay.
just hovering?
Yeah,
I'm
Emma,
just
your
hovering?
mic is not
You
working.
think I'm just
You do not
hovering?
have.
Speak!
You do not have a
Talk to
functional
us.
mic, Emma. You should probably
Yeah.
go into Discord settings and make sure your mic is working before you speak.
Okay. You could type it if you want. I don't mind. What does that
Yeah.
do? Oh, it does
This dude says, "Let me speak instead for inspiration."
that. Okay, go on then.
No,
Go on.
wait.
Put your money where your mouth is, mate. Okay,
Hey, can
go
you
on
hear
then.
me?
No, I can't hear you.
Oh,
Can't-
wait.
No,
I-
you're
yeah, I
muted.
can
We can't hear you.
I fell
Nope.
for that. My bad.
Yes,
No,
you
no, I
obviously
can hear
fell
you.
for it. Of course you fell for it. There was no way you wouldn't. Go on then.
We believe in you, Enma. We believe that you can come up here and chat. And when you get up in the morning
Okay, that was bad enough.
It's only funny when I do that. That was just mean. He was in the middle of, like, bigging up Enma.
No, I
Why-
got the message.
Like,
See, look, he's happy. He says yay.
No, he didn't. He's sad. He's sad, Spixie. He's sad. You cut him off in the middle of his sentence. Look at him. Look at his little face. He is so upset. You cut him off when he was trying to, like, support his friend. I can't be asked with that anymore.
He says
Yeah, we'll go easy on
Lauk sad, but I'm chill. Lauk sad. He's very
That
Lauk
means
sad.
low key. You.
Oh, no
inept
way.
Twat.
You're saying I know what it means. Yes, I know what it means.
Okay.
Okay, next submission.
We have to be nice to it. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's bad.
It
the
is-
feet.
I don't like it.
The feet are massive.
this-
They have clown feet.
Yes,
It looks
this
like
art
Parker
style.
Cynical called. He wants his inflation fetish back.
Yeah, this
the-
this is why you use references when you draw birds, because every time someone is drawing them without a reference, I notice they have a tendency to make the legs very thick and the feet very large. So I
They look
would
like mini Michelin
recommend
men.
that you start using references, because
Wait.
your mind cannot by itself conjure up the correct proportions of a bird. It's not really going to happen. It would just
Mine
be
could.
helpful. And well, no, it couldn't. That's why you need my help for references.
Ooh, that one there was a
This-
violation.
Violation.
This
The
art style.
tails are just like, I don't know, the puff. They're cotton balls. The tails are cotton balls instead of actual tails.
They look like mini Michelin men.
Yes, those crest feathers are also very large. I guess you could consider that creative choice.
the-
The best thing I can say about it is that
Do you
Blue's
know
face
what
is very
this art
cute.
style reminds me of? It looks like East Asian screen painting, except it doesn't have the elegance or the kind of subtlety. It's just, I wouldn't call it garish, but it's very amateurish for similar reasons that you've already talked about. Yeah, feet are.
The feet are massive. What was it done with? Were they done with like Crayolas, like coloring pens that you get?
It looks like
Christmas?
pencils
Or-
and coloring pencils. That is
They're-
distinctly a coloring pencil pattern. or
Their
texture.
feathers look like armor plates.
hmm
Or I mean, Blue.
I think Blue's
Blue-
expression
Blue's-
is cute.
I'm gonna do something
Yeah,
right
his
now. That's...
expression's fine. His head feathers are way out of proportion.
Yeah, I don't know why he's
Jules
not looking at
Preston's
Jewel.
wrong.
I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be like presenting that flower to Jewel, but he's like sort of looking off into
He's
space
looking-
for some reason.
He's got a lazy eye and he's looking at the camera like, why God was I made this?
He's
way?
got a lazy eye.
Yeah, hang on. a
Yeah,
minute. There's,
Jewel-
I
Oh,
have another
there's
thing
actually a
I've mentioned.
description for this one, by the way. So there's like context. Okay. So Blue is talking to Raphael on the phone. Okay, so Blue is talking on his iPhone,
iPhone.
and he stops by with a gift. I would just assume that Blue uses an iPhone.
He probably
He's
would.
a nerd. He probably would, indeed. Yeah, he came by with a gift. He found a flower that reminded him of her. Okay, so he is offering her a gift, but he's like not like actually offering it to her. He's kind of just like
I'm
holding it in his beak and spacing out.
I'm going to drop like just exactly what I think of this artwork. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna drop it. Boom.
Oh,
drop a
Enma
bomb.
says, context, I dreamed this. That's why there was a random phone. Well, I will give you a little bit of advice, Enma. Your head, your brain, while it sleeps, is not very good at writing fan fiction. So
Says the guy
Or-
who has listened to my drop thoughts and thought some of them were very, very good.
those are deliberate. Those aren't dreams, they're drop thoughts. There's a difference. You are conscious.
Damn it, foiled again. I'm going to drop
Foiled
precisely
again.
what I think of this artwork. Just precise in just one image what I think of it. Are we all ready? Are you braced? Are you prepared?
Mm-hmm. Oh. Blue one. Nice. Don't be that mean. Come on. I mean, Trishan already said they look like armor plates.
Yeah, Jewel. As I said already, her crest is totally wrong, and her face, her expression, her eyes look like.
Jules'
I've
expression
already-
is very ambiguous, which is honestly, I
yeah,
think that's a negative thing. You want to have a clear expression, and I'm not sure what she's supposed to be doing.
I just shush a second. Enma, it's all in good fun. Okay, we're doing this on purpose. All right, it was like your first attempt. It is an endearing pencil drawing. Okay, it is endearing. It's just all a bit of fun. Okay.
And you're saying something?
I've already commented that it kind of looks like Asian screen art. Jules' expression in particular, it definitely reminds me of something that I'd see from Japanese poster art.
I think he's supposed.
It's
to
not
be
that we're trying to
presenting
be
as something,
mean,
but it
Enma.
looks-
It's that
It looks more like she's just threatened him with divorce, and he's just.
Oh,
Look at those cold,
I love you,
vacant
Jewel.
eyes. Look at those.
we're
cold,
not making an
vacant
active
eyes.
attempt to be mean. We're just grading all of the arts with like a similar level of like, you know, we're grading them with a similar system, which means we can't like give props to like. It basically means we can't treat one unfairly because it.
Oh yes,
looks
I hate everyone equally.
pretty
All-
much.
Basically, just fuck all of you. Pretty much.
We're just giving them all the same standard.
Yeah.
But and also
And you,
criticism has the potential to be constructive, which is why it is valuable, and is why people should do it. And
Indeed.
if you have an environment without any criticism, that is called a toxic positive work environment.
Yeah.
It's an
You
echo
end
chamber.
up like
TEI?
that. You end up like that
Or an
one
echo chamber?
episode of Red Dwarf where they're on when the main crew of Starbug or Red Dwarf, whatever you want to call them, the main cast of characters end up on this ship that's about to crash into the heart of a star, and they go there, and on board the ship, criticism is illegal, and you could get punished for it. And so they're like trying to tell these people. Hey, look, your ship is going to crash, and then they go on to the elevator, but the elevator doesn't work because the cooks are maintaining it, and the captain wears like this ridiculous outfit, and he draws artwork that's like even worse, way worse
DEI.
than this is the thing. And yeah, it literally is supposed to be like a cautionary tale, like DEI character. It's quite a funny episode of Red Dwarf, I'm not going to lie. And Lister and the gang end up criticizing a waitress for like pouring scalding hot tea onto Lister's testicles, and they criticize her for it, so they get thrown in jail. and then they bust out.
One
and they
other
get put
thing.
into a chamber, and then they have their inner critic sucked out of them. But Rimmers is too much, and it breaks the machine.
One other thing. So what is that at the base of Jules' neck? It's sticking out of her wing like a thumb, and I
It's like a
I have
thumb.
no idea what
You
She's
just
like
have to
grasping it or something. She's just grasping her other ween. I don't know. It's confusing and very ambiguous. There are these expressions, the intentions of like the characters' body language and their facial expressions. It's not very clear. And when you're doing an art piece, you want to make it clear as possible what they are like, supposed to be conveying.
Just look into those cold, dead eyes. Look at it. Look at those cold, dead eyes. That is the expression of a bird whose entire life has just fallen apart. Blue, I want a divorce. War. War never changes.
Poor Blue.
Yeah, I can't in good conscience say, that's good. It's endearing, but yeah. No, I don't like it. I'm sorry. I can't say, I like this despite... No, I don't. I'd be lying to you. It's not good to lie to people.
Okay.
But, you know.
Yeah, no, it's a thumbs down.
We have
endearing.
one more art submission to do. Oh hey, it's
that,
a
isn't it?
snowman.
Yeah, it's a big
Snowbird.
pile of snow.
Wait, this was tied for first place?
Yeah, it's just a big pile of
Wow.
snow.
It was.
I mean, I guess it is impressive. It is a valid contest entry because it has to be art in some form, visual art in some form.
Yes.
It's kind of hard to criticize though because it is a very basic snowman shaped bird thing. It is impressive how you were able to like accomplish that. I mean, I won't lie. Like, there's a notable amount of precision, and there even is some texture in some cases. And you even made an attempt to do the crest feathers, which I imagine is extremely hard to do with snow. But I mean, you can't really grade it with the same system that we graded the other ones. Yes, it is quite a basic shape. The neck is not very fat.
I think the most impressive element probably the lower beak.
Yeah, probably.
The upper beak is a bit too fat. I'd say.
I am genuinely curious how. I don't know if Nikita.
Oh no, this jewel is not hot at all. Is that just the merit of how we reach it? Yeah, she looks hot. No, she doesn't. She does. She doesn't. Yeah.
I'm genuinely
great.
impressed by how you were able to get the snow to stay like that. Like the beak curves downward.
We
and it
haven't
just, like,
moved on to the
hangs
next one yet. I'm
precariously.
not looking at it.
Oh, what?
I'm still getting up to date with chat.
Me and
Come
Orange
on.
have.
Well, you never told me. I'm
You-
looking at chat.
You're just slow. Why are you looking at chat? That's not what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed
Because
to be.
I'm trying to get. I'm trying to.
You're not a
engage
Twitch
with the
streamer,
audience.
bro. Thank you.
Shush. I'm trying to engage with the audience. Okay.
For the $20.
KDG, yeah. What's the matter? You want to go?
All we need is the super chat sound and a pixelized GIF
What's
of
the
Blue
matter?
flossing.
Well, you better be here for another 5 hours then. Speed dial, don't flex in front of me because I have a lot more money than that in like a tin right next to me.
Yeah, you can't outflex Big J when it comes to money.
I'll get
He is
the
Big
Audi
M.
keys out as well.
Big M, which stands for big money.
Right.
He
Yeah,
is Fancy
Jules,
Pants Rich McGee.
Ooh, fancy
Over
pants,
here.
Rich McGee over here. Yeah, sorry, KDG, you're gonna have to like. We're gonna be here for a long time. We're nearly done with the art submissions, but as for the writing, ones, we'll have to see how we do. We might need, guys. We might have to split this event into two. I hope you don't mind. If you do mind, I don't care. We're doing that anyway, if that comes to it.
yeah, Jules' beak. Overall, I think it looks too eagle-like or aquiline.
She's made
is
out
the
of
proper term.
snow, Trajan. Come on.
I know,
I would-
but that's
okay,
an
what is-
objective
what is the
criticism to
merit?
work as a
What is the-
sculpture.
Shush.
This is a sculpture. I'm judging it as a sculpture.
I mean, to be fair,
Shush,
he does have a point.
Shut up. If you looked at this sculpture in a vacuum, like you just saw it out and about, you were strolling around gaily along the icy pavement, and you looked upon somebody's back garden or front garden or whatever garden, and you saw that in it, would you say, oh, that's a fucked up looking snowman? Or would you say, OMG, it's Jewel from the Blue Sky Studios franchise Rio?
Well, we're not judging it as if it's just something he just saw in his backyard or something, or someone else's backyard. Judging it as a contest entry.
Oh yeah,
I would admire
like,
it.
Be a bit lenient. Like her beak is eagle. Like
Obviously, you should grade it differently because it is a vastly different medium.
It kind of is.
Which allows for much less precision than, I don't know, Geotrix's art.
But it's still a sculpture, and I've seen sculptures made out of sand with much more precision. So,
see, that is a fair point.
Yeah, the beak is outlined, the neck is fat, the crest feathers are, well, I mean, it's made out of snow, so there's only so much you can do there.
I think he could have done with like thinning out the neck a little bit. I don't think it would have made the entire head collapse. Obviously, not like film accurate thin, because Jewel's neck is actually pretty thin.
But she's got like a pregnant lady neck.
Yeah,
but that was probably necessary to like have it actually support like the head.
I'm just impressed that they were able to do like the tail feathers and crest feathers to the yeah.
What
there's
I like the most is she has a little facial disc. I mean,
you can see
eyes, but you know,
you can see like marks of her plumage. Balls?
Yeah, this photo is blurry as balls. Look at that. Look at the compression. I can smell the pixels.
Yeah, it's not a very high quality photo. That is true.
I mean, we're having to... This is actually kind of difficult to judge, so anyway, we'll do our best. I like the wing. The wing looks like a wing. She's got a tail. The tail doesn't look accurate to Jewel, but, you know... It's a tail. It's got one, you can see. I don't know how the hell you would do a crest feather, so the fact that he tried is impressive. Well done. The shape of her head is vaguely correct. She's got a massive, fat, pregnant lady neck. Yeah, her beak is eagle-like, but you got the facial. I think just for a sculpture, like you can't really go far wrong. In all truthfulness and honesty, I'm impressed with that. We will have to sort of how do I put it? We'll have to decide between Geotrix's and who made this?
Nikita.
Right, we will have to decide. So, here we go. So, you're both in here. Yes, you are, because I'm looking at you. So, this is the decider. Who will win between Geotrix and Nikita? And I will decide, because I already said that I would. You got to trust the process.
Sure.
Okay, trust the process. The answer of who wins, I have made a decision. And so Orange, can you enlighten me? What would the person who wins this, competition between Gear or Nikita, what would they have won? It was like 10
well, if they win all 3 prizes, then they would get a special roll. They would get a Steam gift card.
Whatever, just this one. Just this one. Like, what is the standard prize?
Yeah. The grand prize would be a blue plush toy and my autograph.
Okay. To Geotrix and Nikita, I am going to give you an offer that you can't refuse. It is the opportunity to go double or nothing, 1v1, yeah? You will do it again. And the person out of the two of you who wins, 1v1, okay? person out of the two of you who wins,
Well,
doubled. I will see to it that it's doubled.
well, in order to qualify for the blue plush, you have to win both.
I don't
Server's
care
Choice
about the
and
blue
Judge's
plush. I'm
Choice.
just saying that they would have got one of them would have gotten a 10 quid gift card or something, right?
Yeah.
Would you
Yeah,
like
if
to double
they-
it? Double it. That's what I'm offering. Shush. That's what I'm offering you now. All right. I'm offering you like 2 months of Nitro or 20 quid Steam gift card for whoever wins a 1v1 between you. But will you accept? Because you don't know who I'm going to pick to win, do you? It could be either one of you, or you could double it and try and prove once and for all who is better. So you're going to have to like bicker amongst yourselves. What are you going to do? Are you going to take the offer, or are you going to let me pick the winner right now? Time's ticking. Have we got like any intense countdown music? Hang on, where's the flipping, what's it called? Soundboard. No, I don't know where it is. So what is the choice between you? Do you want to go double, or do you want me to pick the winner now? What do you want to do? The silence is just palpable right now. Go on. Come to a decision. It's not sue me. Stop saying sue me. That's just not in the question. You don't get to choose sue me. I'm offering you like 2 months of Nitro or 20 quid's worth of Steam gift cards, and you're saying that you want sue me. You really want us to give it to Sumi? The popular server vote. We can't do that because it would break Orange's brain that we've had to go against his wishes.
Yeah,
Everyone
no,
wants to
I
say
would
Sumi.
I would not accept Sumi as the winner.
There you go. We're not giving it to Sumi. Like, you can stop saying it, right? I'm offering between Geartrix and Nikita an offer that's going to expire in when the clock hits 2 hours and 35 minutes is when the offer expires. Geartrix, Nikita, I'm offering to double your prize. Otherwise, I'm picking the winner out of you two. Time's ticking. You got 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I just saved myself 10 quid. Geartrix, you won. That's it. You won. I'm sorry. That picture of Jewel is just way too good. I really respect the sculpture, but that's just way too good. There's actually is a correct drawing. So, everyone, well done. Geartrix won.
Congratulations,
give it up for him.
I vote I vote my judge's vote. That's a redundant sentence, but anyway, I cast my judge's vote for Geartrix.
I cast mine for
I
Geartrix.
agree with this decision.
Yeah, you win. Come up and like gloat.
I don't know, does he have a mic? He's asking to come up.
Yeah, let him up.
Hello.
Hi.
You won. Well done.
You
Yeah,
are
thank
victorious. You have
My
conquered
English
your
is so
opponents.
bad, but I can only congratulations to Nikita because that jewel is I know it's hard to do it because my art is just a pencil art. Everyone can do it, but
Oh, don't be
Nikita art
humble.
is
But you do it
Nikita
with
art is
flair.
so difficult, so difficult for make it. You know.
Bro is just eating his humble pie right there. That's so. Just,
He's a good.
everyone
He's
just-
got good
he's
sportsmanship.
He's a good sport, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Who was that was flexing earlier, by the way?
Thank you, thank you.
I think it was speed dial.
Yes, you are definitely very like talented at what you do specifically, to almost to a professional level, I'd say. It's just
Well, I'm just a random because my art level is I'm not a professional, but I'm not
but you're
bad
a
artist,
passionate
you know?
hobbyist. I can certainly
I'm
relate.
not a bad artist, but I'm not a professional because it's just a hobby.
Mhm.
I'm not dedicated to. I not dedicate my life to drawing. You know, I dedicate my life to another things.
I call it professional hobbyism.
And sometimes I
Indeed.
make
Of course, you would have
that.
a name for it.
I have to somehow explain to people what I do, after all.
It's just difficult for me explain that. I can explain.
Alright. Well,
So
I can.
enjoy your prize.
he managed.
Iambic J has graced us with their presence.
Oh, cock. I made a mistake.
And it's only I can do. I can say
Mhm.
because in my all in my drawings I put the best of myself, a lot of effort and love, and I make mistakes, but sometimes I can make beautiful arts, and it's just that I can say.
Well, there we go. Well done to
Alright. Well, thank you for sharing, Jay.
Beatrix for his
Big J,
My
any
English
love?
is so bad. Sorry.
yeah. Well done, that man. You will win.
Is
You
he
will
alright?
get your reward.
We don't mind.
I must admit. Why
Well,
did you
that's all.
refuse to? Why did you
Congratulations
refuse to
to
double nothing?
Nikita.
Why
And
did you
to
Except
refuse
people
some.
from
double
all
nothing?
cultures and regions here.
Like I'm curious.
Usually I rely on Big J to be the extrovert.
I'm like your weaponized sort of.
This is why he's vital.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I have the charisma of a pair.
Well, thank you for coming up, Jerry. Since
Now I know I
since
need to
he
ask
is
the
AWOL,
question.
I'm going to send you back to the audience now.
I need to
Okay,
ask.
thank you to
Am
you.
I speaking and no
Alright,
bastards
bye-bye.
hearing me?
Iambic J has buggered off.
He's gone now. Big J.
I was speaking
There you
and
are.
no one was hearing me, I suppose.
Y-
I
your
asked
your mic was
Geartrix-
gone.
It must. I accidentally reconnected on my phone. The question I had for Geartrix was, why did you give up the ability to double or nothing? I would have paid you double. Why'd you give it up? And entertain the boys and girls of the world with your, your great visions of, how do I put it? Humbleness. We shall wait for him to finish typing, and then I want to go for a break for a little bit. But we will come back and.
It's because he didn't
I-
want to absolutely destroy his opponent. He wanted
Do you
to show
think-
some mercy.
I reckon we can
He's
do the stories.
no, he wanted to hang on to his gains. He
Oh.
he wanted to keep what success he had already achieved. He apparently in chat he says double or nothing. No.
Nikita asked why. Since I missed the most important point, why did he win? Because I said so, basically.
Mhm.
I did
Yep.
warn you this, like, quite direly. I said, I will decide the winner. Why did he win? I'm curious, because I said so. This is why you have me around, like I say. I'm like I'm your weaponized person who just doesn't give a smeg. You just sick me on anyone who you want me to deal with. Oh no!
Nikita
I
asking
peed my
why did he
pants
win?
in public? Okay, I will now go and proceed to execute anyone who sort of criticizes you. There we go. So I actually must admit I want to go on to I want to go on a break for a bit because I need a waz. So, what say we have like a 5-minute intermission or something, because it is now 11 o'clock at night, and I did say to Trajan earlier, I said, well, if we can get it done before 11, which we did, when we'll go and do some reading submissions. I think we can do that. I'm happy to keep going. It's nice that it's all in one recording and that sort of thing. So if everyone here is happy, we'll do some reading submissions in about 5 minutes time after I've been for a waz. Sounds good.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll be
yeah,
on
fine.
station in the meantime.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Go for a break, everyone, and come back in a minute.
Muted.
Big J is going to be back in just a minute, and then we will begin the reading.
Okay. So I was kind of conflicted about this because Golden Swords is probably not going to be joining us this evening. And also because we now only have an audience of 6 people. So this is now the standard fanfiction reading audience, but I don't really mind, because we don't have huge audiences for the reading sections anyway.
The readings require a lot stronger of an attention span and a lot more time investment than, like, you know, looking at art and listening to music and stuff.
Oh.
Big J is returning.
Okay, yeah, my headphones weren't plugged in. Yeah. We enjoy your company, Speed Dial. You've brought some of the funniest moments to our readings. We should do those again sometime. Okay, Big J is re-entering the space. Now, hopefully, I am not going to come across as a bubbling buffoon when we do these readings, because, well, I'm a writer. I review written works, so I have a better idea of what I'm talking about. Not that I'm an expert or
unmuted,
a master in English academically.
I'd say you're pretty good. Yeah, right. Hang on a minute. I am back. I'm just sort of getting settled down. Like, I'm sorry. What I was I just went to the loo. Right. So yeah, based on what Orange said, you're going to be doing some fan fiction readings, and like you said, this is pretty much how big the audience was anyway. So, the hope with continuing on and doing some readings is. The hope is that more people will join, because time zones are a wacky thing. So more people might join, and this is the standard size of an audience anyway. It's that sort of thing, really. So what can you do? So we'll get going momentarily. Just give me 1 second to settle down. I'm gonna crack open a can of Coke as well, because I've drank all of my beer, so I shall just do that. If you don't have a mini fridge, you should buy one. You just should.
I recommend them.
Well, have you got one?
I recommend them. They're my parents do. They're not that expensive.
There's a mini
What
fridge
they
down
are.
the hall, but honestly, I don't really drink that much soda or like Monster Energy because caffeine
If-
doesn't work on me.
If you don't have a mini fridge, buy one, basically. Just buy a mini fridge. Hang on a moment then.
Unless you don't have money, in which case, invest it in something else. Invest it in stocks. Because
What stock should we invest
Or save
in,
it.
Trajan?
Or be smart with it.
What stock
I'm
should you invest it in?
personally, I'm thinking of investing in Rheinmetall.
Oh,
I mean, you can't
German
go far wrong
armor.
you can't go far wrong with gold. Actually, is the thing.
Yeah, gold's a good investment. Definitely.
Yoda says invest in Swedish defense companies instead. Hog emoji.
Bofors, or Saab, or
Saab, yes. Or Volvo.
They were better when they made cars. I just
Saab
realised
cars
that-
were cool.
Yeah, we had loads of them, and I want one, and I would buy one. Right, I'm gonna turn my fan on. Like, apparently, really very.
I've
sticky
been in a
fan for some
Saab.
reason. You've been in one. What have you
I've
been
been
in?
in Oh, I can't remember the model. It just belonged to my Danish friend, and he would play, like, I don't know.
Danish. Sorry.
He would play what's the band ABBA music on every drive for lunch.
Fair enough.
Danish behavior.
Yes, speed dial. I have a watermark on my. Yes, I know Saab was made for aeroplanes. I am aware of this acutely.
That's why the car design was airplane inspired. Or at least the
Yes.
interior controls.
I am aware of it. Flippin' Henry, what does it stand for again? It's like the A is
Probably
like
something in Swedish.
aeroplane or something. So one of the A's is like aeroplane. So let's have a look. Svenska Aeroplan, whatever that says. Swedish Aeroplane Corporation. So yeah, Sierra Alpha Bravo. I am very well aware.
Svenska.
The original. Oh, fancy dance. Yeah. The original one was made by a guy who designed bomb doors. So, and they were originally painted in green because that was the only paint they had left from military. So, right. Are we ready to get reading then?
Mhm.
I should probably make sure
I'm
I
just
actually
gonna-
remembered to hit record. Yeah, I did. 2 hours and 54 minutes. I was almost bang on the... Well, actually, no, I wasn't. We finished quicker than expected, which is what I love to see. I actually did like an analysis study of how long this would take us to do, and I reckoned it would take 3 hours just to get through the music and the art, and it indeed took less than that, so that's great. That's great. That's what we like to hear. I just really hope that... now... Freddy's is really long is the thing. I didn't realise that. That was my fault. So what I will do is I will do exactly like I did for Wardens. I'll produce like an audio review of it, and I'll post that for people to see it. And in return for cocking it up, I'll do like an everyone ping. So everyone gets to see that audio review for Freddy, bless their hearts. And speaking of audio reviews, this is what I must preface for people here and for people who are listening to this at a later date. I made a bit of a mistake, and I will own up for this one. 99%, no, 95% I'll own up for this one. Darling Orange, I did tell him earlier, I did say, go and skim through the entries and see what they're like and get an idea for them. And he didn't realise it was long until, like Warden said. Excuse me. But, again... I should have realised a lot sooner, and even the idea of Freddy writing a story just totally evaded my mind. I have no idea why. I apologise to him for that. So I will do for Freddy at a later date, because I obviously haven't recorded them yet. what I will already have done for Warden. So I will address first Warden's story, Lost Purpose. It's quite long. It's long enough that I don't really want to read it on stream. It will take ages. What I have done is I have produced an audio review of that story. And it's about 3 hours long, I think, something like that. So, yeah, go figure why we couldn't frickin' read it on stage, you know. That was 3 hours just with my input, let alone everyone else's. So, you know, these things take time. So we're apprehensive about how long this is going to take, but, you know, we will persevere and we'll manage. So, for Warden's story, I'm not going to read it here, but, again, I have produced an audio review of it, and I will make this available. So for everyone now, you'll get access to it at some point in the future. To everyone watching this in hindsight, hopefully by the time you are watching this, because I got to, you know, speak from the past to the future. By the time you are watching this, with any luck, there will be a link to that audio review, and you should be able to go and listen to it and read it. And maybe even as well as that, you might well be able to go and listen to the one I've done for Freddy if I do that tomorrow, which I feel bad. I kind of might. Maybe we'll get on call and do it together. I don't know. Freddy's will be reviewed, but I apologise to him in advance for it not being done on a stage. So everyone will get a fair shake of the old lamb's tail. But with that out of the way, I'll summarise Warden's story. Just in a sentence, I really did not like it. I respect it for its subject matter. He's tried to write a story about a scenario so bad that even the producers of Rio 2 abandoned it, right? But he took that idea and he did do something with it that I would say is interesting. Like, he has told a story with it, but ultimately I hate every single character. I don't know who I'm supposed to be rooting for. This new Coco character that everyone's banging on about, I hate her. She seems to be just the antithesis of, this is what I think the kind of person Blue should be into, and then it's just ignorance of why Blue and Jules' relationship actually works. So, genuinely, and I don't care what anyone says, if you ship Blue and Coco, you just need to admit that you don't understand how their relationship works, because why do you even like the first film? If you ship Blue and Coco, why do you like the first film? Why do you like Rio in the first place? It's built off of Blue and Jules' relationship. Why don't you just write your own story about birds that fall in love? Just do that at that point. Why have you got to, So anyway, this is the hill I will die on. I hate the story. I think it does some things right. I think he gets Joel right in some places. But ultimately, I respect it. I do respect the story. Genuinely, it's a hill I will die on. I respect it. He took a horrible scenario and he did make something with it. So for that, it's hats off, man. You did do a solid job. It is solid, is how I would describe it. And I can't recommend that anyone reads it, to be honest with you. It's just, in my honest opinion, if someone said, Big J, what's a decent story, or a recent story that you would advise me to read, I wouldn't recommend it, because it's just not something that I could, right? If I were in charge of selling phones and a guy walked in and he was like, oh, I want my phone to do everything, it would be like me trying to sell him an iPhone. That would just be immoral, right? Just, why would you do that to him? Or it'll be let's be more subjective or whatever, or more objective, and say it'd be like a guy walking into a Lamborghini dealership and saying, I just want a small fuel efficient car, and then saying, have you seen the new Temerario? It's a hybrid. You couldn't in good conscience try and sell someone like that. So just the same, I couldn't really recommend that anyone reads it, is the thing. But again, I do respect it.
So since Coco is the subject matter, how is her character actually in the story? Does she actually have a fleshed out character? Is she interesting? Is she, is she appealing?
I will say, in my honest opinion, and if you want to come to your own conclusion, read the story, got to be unbiased, I would say that Coco is just an example of what someone who doesn't understand why Blue and Jules' relationship works would think on paper Blue would be intrigued with, right? So they looked at Blue's character and was like, who would be perfect for Jewel? Sorry, who would be perfect for Blue that isn't Jewel? Let's just invent a character. So, like, Coco is a bookworm. She somehow has books in the middle of the Amazon. She can read English somehow. She's nerdy and she's shy and that sort of thing. So basically, Blue is perfect for this girl because they're very similar, and it's in like, it is in very.
So she's just
blatant
Blue
and
too,
vulgar.
Electric Boogaloo.
She's Blue too. It is like a vulgar ignorance of how their relationship works. It's like, let's again. The question I ask for anyone who likes Coco as an idea, and just generally as people seem to think Coco is as a character, the way I understand her, why do you like the first film if you like Coco as a character? Because if you do, and she's this failed idea of what Blue's perfect lover is supposed to be. It's not, it's Jewel. Like, the ways in the flaws she has and the ways in which she compliments Blue is amazing. And I don't want to get into that right now because I swore blind I wouldn't dwell on this for very long. So I'd say listen to my audio review if you want my full thoughts of it. But it's a story I respect, even if I really hate it and can't in good conscience recommend anyone read it. I don't like Coco. I don't like her father. I don't like Blue. I don't like Jewel. I don't like any of the characters. They all act like douchebags except for that one guy whose name I can't remember. Like, the only decent guy in there is one of the Scarlets. And I can't remember his name or really anything of significance he did. I just, whatever. Yoda says,
Yoda
where's
wants
the
to know
audio
where the
review?
audio review is.
I will make it available. It will be made available for the people in the future by the time you're watching this, and for the people now at some point. Just you will see it before this video goes up, okay?
Okay.
So that's Warden's. I respect it. I hate it.
Well,
mad props to the guy.
as for my own perspective, so I only read the first chapter, which technically isn't relevant to this contest directly because it was entered as Warden's submission in the last writing contest. But I wanted to read this because, quite frankly, I zoned out when this was read back in the summer of 2024, and I was not interested in the premise. But even if I had been, it was good for me to refresh on the work anyway, so that's what I did.
Iambic J has graced us with their presence.
Judging chapter 1,
Can you hear me?
I would give it no more than a 5 out of 10.
Iambic J has buggered off.
On one hand, on one hand, Warden, he does demonstrate that he has talent. He has some very. He does know his way around the English language when he's seemingly motivated to. He can use metaphors very effectively. He is very good with psychology as a character tool. The problem is that he very inconsistently applies these things. So, for example, he doesn't really dwell on the psychology of Blue in the immediate aftermath of him leaving the Pit of Doom. He just vaguely summarizes him leaving the Pit of Doom and him ascending into a kind of madness, but it's not well written in any literary way. It just feels like a notes document, which is not a compliment. His anglerfish metaphor with Jewel,
I didn't mind that.
It's very good in isolation. If this was a Lovecraftian horror story, where it was just Jewel, or sorry, if it was Blue just being encompassed in this unconscious horror, then it would work excellently. But in context, it's the best way I can describe it is it feels like edgelord overkill. That is the exact quote that I used in my comments on the story, which I will eventually make public, perhaps.
Yeah, there's a weird insistence for them to separate, basically. There's this strange... It's flawed, because if they just had a civil conversation, which the story just says, no, they don't have a civil conversation, because fuck you, that's why. Like,
it's contrived from the start.
Yes.
There's only so much that the story can do in the first place, because the source material is fundamentally broken, and I've explained why in an in-depth post on Reddit. But
I've even asked my own mum and dad and other people, sort of like,
Warden just joined, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that. I even asked my own mum and dad, what do you think of this scenario? And they said, no, we just go to marriage counselling, so, But there we have it. So we can now go on to another story. And actually, I'll bring back the democracy.
I'm kind of tempted to go over Warden's story and give it a fair review, but at the same time, I don't know if it would be worth diverting my time away from my other projects and stuff at the moment.
Yeah.
How much return would I get for that? I mean,
I mean, it kind of depends. I'd say It's not a work that I regretted reading necessarily, because, again, Warden has talent. It's not like reading something by, I don't know, Alex Real over 95.
Oh, God, no. Absolutely not.
Yeah. No. But again, he inconsistently applies his talent in what I read. In the first chapter specifically. And besides what I said earlier, already, there's only so much you can do with a contrived premise, and with just little details in the narrative that don't make sense because of that source material. You also have other problems. You have, the flaws in the writing that I've already mentioned, and then you have just the kids and Jewel not being described in a way that's I don't know how to describe it. Okay, for one thing, the tribe is described as being hostile to Blue, and in the film there's 3 characters from the tribe that are hostile to him, and that's including the older.
Indifferent in the film. Just
pretty much
indifferent. They don't have any opinion on him.
Yes. And if Blue, if he didn't bother to speak with anybody else in the tribe for their opinions, that's frankly not Jewel's problem. And the story treats it like it is. It isn't. That's kind of on Blue. Not to have social initiative. And there's other problems with the story, but again, I'd have to read through the entire thing. I've only read chapter 1, which technically is not relevant to the competition anyway. Yeah, let's move on to the next one.
Let's get on with it. Yeah, well, the deadline was extended again, and it's happened now, so what can we do? So, I'm going to bring back the democracy. And I got to share my screen.
I'm genuinely curious if, Warden really wants more criticism on the story, or if he's just, satisfied with what Big J has told him.
Yeah, that's up to him, and he can tell me that personally, because I do want to move on. We're making good time at the moment, so yeah. Talk to me later, mate. We're making good time. I want to move on. What we are going to vote on is, well, which story we read. Which
Yes,
story
we
do
start
want to
with
read?
the
So
first one.
what I will do is, I will share my screen.
Your
Mhm.
screen.
We have all of these stories to read. And my question is, which one do we want to read first?
No, I mean with the music and art submissions, we just read it from the top down.
Just want to do whatever? Yeah.
Hmm.
Hey,
Okay.
San Fierro. Yes. Hang on.
Yeah, I mean, well, let me make sure he isn't. Nope, don't look like it. Yeah, that's more like a him problem, and I'm not going to get bogged down with it. Right. I guess we're going in for the big one, and I'm going to read these because I can read properly. I'm going in for the big one. We are going to do Faces of Joy.
Wait.
Oh.
I want to give you.
Oh.
Big
Go
Jake,
on.
shut up.
Go on.
I want to give you the annotated version.
Okay, hang on a moment then. I have to take this down while I do it because, you know, privacy and all that. Right, let me see here. I can't actually view that because I have to open my DMs and I'm recording my entire Discord page. Can you paste it in the stage channel thing, please?
Yeah, sure.
Hello, San Fierro. Okay. And everyone else can read along, can't they?
Oh, Mingo, you're back.
See, I knew more people were joined. Okay. Right. I'm not going to worry about the comments just yet, but I will touch on them later. So, is this all finished, is it? Or where do you want me to read up to? Can you, like, put a highlight?
Oh. Hang on a moment. Actually, just...
Aren't we reading the section with that comprises his contest
Just up
submission?
to here, basically.
Wait.
Up to
Wait, I am... There's kind of a problem. There's like a space in the annotated version that I'm trying to figure out if it's just a...
Can you figure
Okay,
it out
I will
quickly?
just... Yes, I am trying to figure it out right now.
Okay. Should we come back to it?
Oh, hang on.
I've got a can of Coke. It's good for my throat.
I will just mark where you should stop.
Oh, I'm gonna share my
So-
screen as well so that people can see it, because you kind of can't see it on screen on the recording. So now, at least through the
Okay.
recording, you can kind of see my stream, and hopefully it doesn't
is
immediately
now-
pause as soon as. Yeah, it pauses when I tab out. That's a shame, and I don't know how to just add that window to the on the fly. No, I might be able to. Hold on, we're gonna have to do something really funky here. No, that's a display capture. Just hang on a moment. I want a window capture.
Yeah, the
Yeah, go on.
contest version is slightly different, but I don't really care.
Whoa, that's big. And that's probably gonna... Hang on, guys, on the recording. I gotta, like, do stuff here. This is gonna take me some time to do. Wow, really high-tech this is. Look at that seamless editing. Oh, dearie me. I probably should have thought to do this earlier, but whatever. And also my oh no, desktop audio is muted, so it should be fine. I hope it's fine. Otherwise, the reading section of this recording is going to look ugly. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to stop it and then start it again. So this is the jump cut. This is the second video where we do the fanfiction readings and such. There you go. Seamless. Nobody knew anything was wrong. Ta-da. So is this the version you're happy with?
I mean the differences are minimal if there are any at this point. I've just made some minor edits. Yeah.
Okay. Right, so what have I got to do? Oh, right, so yeah, I got this application sharing because I don't need to see Discord anymore. Wee, look, you can see my application. Whoa.
So before the actual reading, there is a theme that I've included.
The Life of Birds soundtrack.
I'm not playing it.
Remind me of the guy saying, you should play... Alright, I need you to play I Need a Hero as you read this fan fiction, because it goes with it.
I need a hero. I
need a hero.
I'm holding up for a hero till the morning light.
Can you please stop reading and start playing this song? Thank you. Anyways, back to the reading.
Indeed. Okay. Well, if
well,
you're
at
ready...
least
Wow.
this is
Lawrence knows how to use timestamps. I'm surprised.
Yeah, that kind of shocked me too. Is the thing? Well, no, he just pasted the thing in and then he put the time in that you should wind on to.
No, I was very careful about the timestamps.
If you click on the link, it actually sends you to the proper timestamp. Yes.
Oh, it does.
Isn't it surprising?
Wow, that's crazy.
Character
Yes,
development.
I learned how to do that. I actually went out of my way to
Congratulations,
Not
you
be honest.
successfully figured out how to paste a link. Well done. Amazing. Are you ready then?
I'm just gonna listen to it in the background.
Yeah, if it's all the same with you, because this is really quite... Wait, where am I reading? All right, okay, until that line. Okay. I'm going to read the thing in one go, maybe with some innocuous comments in between, and then we'll cover the comments. That's probably going to be the easiest way. Okay, here we go. What sort of a voice should I use? I'll just use any old one. Chapter 1, A Diamond's Discontent. Okay, no, I won't do
Just
that.
use the voice you
won't do
usually
that.
use for reading Orange's stuff.
I will use the proper...
Use slightly pretentious as your
I will use
voice
the...
prompt.
Yes, exactly. I was going to go with slightly pretentious, darling. I was going to go with slightly pretentious. Because this story is... Oh, wait, well, I should be overly pretentious because this story is so overly pretentious that it is just
Make
in another
make
universe.
the reading experience bearable, please.
Okay. Reading experience. Okay, Chapter 1, A Diamond's Discontent. The end. I think that was bearable.
Okay. I actually...
Trajan, I'm sorry about this. You are really good at prose, it's just... I don't look forward... Well, I do and I don't. Whatever. Are we ready? Yes, you are. Let's go. Chapter 1, A Diamond's Discontents. Near her bosom's folds, darkened now as the ash in its sheet metal urn, the twilight could merely quiver from the tips of her fingers' caress. All by the chill in her waning coo, their tenderness had been marred to pink, blunted into the strokes of drums, and slain under the lattice crescendo to the coming dawn. Excuse me. That was involuntary. A clement breeze then subdued from summer's merriment to a sigh over the asphalt vale, joined melodies with a throbbing, more dissonant sound outside the hangar. By much protest from the cemeteries just east of the vale, followed with unequal ease with equal unease, beg your pardon. Excuse me, I was just violently ill. Followed with equal unease by the Guanabara governments, its studded crown amongst the overgrowth recalled not amethysts from cherished kings, but rust from a chapter of decay yet unending in the Brazilian memory. See, that's one of the tolerable bits. Before the gable, the chords of the condemned had long been struck by devil's keys and coarsened fingers to the twisted, if oft drunken chimes in the ongoing chatter. Following such moments toasted with the cheapest Chardonnay to the most lecherous women amidst their clientele, the smugglers' colourful commodities had been reduced to such across 5 vertical rows of cages along either side of the hold in an SC-7 Skyvan, dented still at the nose by Royal Artillery over the Falklands. In the cages, now upheld in each row by bungee cords in various patterned hues, the voiceless pleas among the parakeets and the fruitless musings among the mannequins had withered their souls as much as their innocence. Sweetness itself enjoyed long under the golden ways in which their nurseries were bathed, then by Cajuina, or whatever that says, and berry sorbets in their spouses' company, and that of the bell towers in Candelaria had sunk to nothing more than the miasmic stench of their own feces, oft blackened in the absence of sanitation. With multitude ever gravening, many's desolation had thus resigned to Roshinia in the dust in its crumbled bends, left only as tokens for even a mendicant's pity. Merely light, tiding steadily in a pallid meekness, had not yet dissuaded the isles of a silent acclaim, at the former's heightened intervals along the glass of a window, still plain as it was a rectangular along the door to the cockpit entrance. Barbettes proclaimed their respite in tapered song, lured soon by nothing's deliverance into wearied rhyme. As the pendulum of hope's communion swung then by a web amongst 140 birds on the manifest, only 2 were deduced to survive their destination. Without a murmur's beckoning, one glance after another, and from every surrounding pillar of hardwood and stainless steel in the hold at the upper midsection of its rightward side returned with an unassuming nod from its male silhouette. With his eyesight's final adjustment to the window enfolding, number 73 could only join it with a groan to the rearward window, so patently a specular reflection from the cockpit dashboard and its navigational equipment. But as the ache of his regret could only hasten over the reaches of his ears, the male obliged the window with a cautious glance, as such had followed from a series of muffled invitations from the runway. The absence of the smugglers and their malevolent cockatoo in the cockpit yet persisted. Slowly, amidst a pause in his apprehension, did Blue traverse on his feet, parting ways with the grime which had accumulated beneath their soles and their talons. The male dared not cower before the skeletonized wall to which his back had once faced, dutifully following upon the remainder of his turn. Just as he had accepted in the highest reluctance, the brown in his irises then received the shaken limbs and the tearful gasps of the female, from honours yielded by her talons in those 5 centuries since Jacinto the Great, a mere number 74 confined in a padlocked rabbit cage to sordid pleasure she had never known, now an angel for whom the male could only mourn. Yet such tragedy did not seem clear to the male. Though now compelled into a gape towards the disgrace, Blue could hardly attest to any recent fault for which Jill required forgiveness, that a abduction had unfolded at such ease through the male's own effeminate designs for his self-gratification had besieged his mind across every conscious hour since the break of Carnival. On his own accord, he had lapsed into the cobblestone avenues and the street lamps indicative of his adolescent routines, and under the sparsely clouded evening had forsaken his fount of meaning. Even having recanted his treachery upon receiving a word of those transpirations over the skies of Tijuca, he least of all entrusted himself to the female in her heightening knees. With the first step of his toes before the length of his aquiline beak, Blue swallowed the remainder of his hesitance, and in time withdrew the teardrops which had long impressed his eyelids' lower folds. From the fruit of his moral failings, the object of his attention soon ventured and then resided in that of a jewel whose clarity and beauty had yielded to neither the yoke of man nor that of his servant. See, that I like. There are bits in this that I do very much like, because they are the bits that he hasn't really changed from the original. I remember that vague description. Amidst the exhalations which had thinned the silken texture in her voice, again, I like that, Hardly did it fail in respiring the male's heart with the warmth of the feminine innocence, and again I like that. Despite the trembling which had roughened her beak's curvaceous form, never did it dissuade the eyes of a male who recalled only the muses amongst their scenes of myth who hung along the gallery walls of Paris, and, beneath the deprivation to which the present hour and its preceding westward drive had abided, Blue's memory hearkened only before the ethereal fulfilment with which her presence had so effortlessly honoured his delight. Whether such had shaped itself through her exuberant laughter under the Vista Chinese's roof beams, or the turquoise majesty in her gaze over the spiral basin of Mara de Gloria, none contrasted Blue's recognition that the fallen survivor represented merely a refuge for an occupant far beyond the duress of a cargo hold. She remained not as a corporal vestige who stared vacantly from a coffin of tempered glass and Cuban mahogany, but the girl who had been both humbled by... but the girl who had both humbled his wildest fantasies and relieved him of his present contempt for the marvellous city, one duly named the Jewel of Rio de Janeiro. For her acutely instructed senses... Scroll down. For her acutely instructed senses had by no account become afflicted, she soon detected the proximity of the male in his final footsteps at the perimeter of his cage. From the moment beyond, she acknowledged the ever-burdening futility in avoiding Blue's concerns, and in doing so willed a sullen traverse to her rightward side. Through the cold exchange of silence that followed, the quavers of her agony drew into speech from her tightening larynx, and from its dissonance released a most harrowing aberration that the male, in all of his curious readings near the windows of Moose Lake, had neither conceived nor imagined. I'll do my best here. Was I really worth saving, Blue? To its answer, the male's beak descended, hung now before a shiver that no wind on earth could ever command. It carried forth in its approach to the gates of bereavement, a hell to which he had willingly damned himself and the whole of his kindred. Gradually their imposing shadows swung outward at the feet of their hinges, for the walls in his eyes began to wetten. But, as tempting as the gate's crossings oft became to the hopeless and the feeble, the avian soul before them did not enter. It was there that the male gasped for the heaven of prudence. I should say haven. Of course you are, George.
Yeah, haven.
Yeah, I know, I corrected myself. At his ascent to the banks of its heavenly shores, Blue then recognized that the inquiry had merely attested to a death he had already witnessed. Still and ever fragile as she seemed, his precious jewel yet stirred his devotion. Before the grille to which he presently bound his confession, his mouthings of melancholy ceased to linger, all while the female's head emerged from its contracted bend amongst the flanks of her wings. So, since you are ineligible for a prize, and you can't possibly win because you don't have enough votes, I will let you cover the comments because, frankly, you're best to do it.
Yeah,
okay,
so I will talk about the annotations. Most of what you see here is was not worked on for the contest. It was either just carried on straight from previous drafts, or I had condensed information from previous drafts. But I do have extensive annotations in the first few paragraphs, as you can see clearly.
You can cover the annotations, and then I will talk about what I thought about it.
Yeah. So, the most abstract component of the story...
Wait, before you do, was my reading adequate for you? Was it good enough?
Yes, it was
good.
Decent.
Okay, carry on. Oh, decent. Oh, okay, says the guy who flips and flops. Says the guy who I would be shocked if he was actually able to read the first paragraph. Don't try it. Go on.
Ere her bosom's folds darken now as the ash in its sheet metal urn.
We're making
twilight
good time,
could nearly
Trajan. Just get on with the annotations.
Okay. Okay. So, alright. So, the criticism of the first paragraph that I've gotten so far, I think, is it has been pretty helpful because it is very, very abstract, and you do have to engage your full comprehension of semantics to piece together what's even happening. So near her bosom's folds. Okay, so
Would you like to explain
have a
the
woman's
test
chest.
we usually undergo when writing these things, which is the Trajan test? It's essentially the test is pretty much if I read something using me as a yardstick because I'm not stupid. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
Using me as the yardstick for I'm not stupid. If I read it and I can't understand it within a reasonable time, then it's just a bit too it's a bit too far in a certain way. Because I'm quite good at figuring these sorts of things out, right? Like, it's hard. It's possible, but it's hard to find something that really gets by me, right? I have an eye for detail like that, you know. I struggle. I wish I could apply that to my own prose, but, you know, unfortunately I can't. I still need to learn. I'm still very much learning. But yes, when I read these things, I'm generally quite good at ascertaining, you know, intention and the meaning behind it. So the idea is using me as a yardstick. If I can't understand something, chances are other people probably can't either. And yeah, I remember that this first paragraph was very sort of, whoa, okay. I mean, yeah, in hindsight, near her bosom's folds darker now is the ash in its sheet metal urn. Yeah, that's obviously the plain twilight. That's a time of day her fingers caress, chill in the wind. It's obviously female, you know, allegory and imagery, right? Like, I get it, but strokes of drums slain under you kind of lose me. So that is the test that we usually hold his writings to. And in times gone by, Faces of Joy has passed, but, well, we will talk about this. So that is the Trajan test. Continue.
I also don't think that near her bosom's folds is a good way to start off a chapter, much less your entire fanfiction, because it takes you so long to explain who her is. Like, why? It's just near her. Who are you talking about? I don't think it should start off by confusing the reader or kind of treating them as.
It brings me to
like
my
this.
most pertinent criticism of the whole of Faces of Joy, and that is because I know what you're capable of with Chapter Y, and I'm happy to talk about this now because it means I don't have to repeat myself. You're thinking too hard. I think that's the main. You're trying too hard. Continue with your annotations.
Yeah, so on Spixie's comment, so I tried in probably dozens of different ways to write this opening paragraph, and I probably did experiment with beginning with the twilight. I don't know. I ended up going with near her bosom's folds because you do have to think about if I'm going to open the sentence with the subject, then you have to think about how it's going to be structured. And that has massive implications on the rest of the sentence and the rest of the paragraph and so on.
And you're thinking about how it should be structured. You didn't think to explain what the subject matter is in this case? It feels like it's intentionally trying to frustrate me.
Okay, so I do try to give female pronouns to the twilight so that it's clear. It becomes clear to the reader.
So it's the twilight. Okay.
Mother
Earth. I never figured that out. I never figured out that her bosom's folds was referring to the twilight personified.
Yes. It is a female allegory. So near her bosom's folds, so it's her chest, and the folds are supposed to be in reference to. Okay, so folds darkened. So darkened now. So as in right now, they have been darkened as the ash. So her folds are black. Which is to say she's wearing a funeral jacket. Okay. Or just she's wearing black. in its sheet metal urn. So, in a sense, she is cradling kind of any hope. She's cradling kind of the ash of the remains of the birds in this metal urn, the plane. And it's sheet metal because I asked Vincol, is the Sky Van made out of sheet metal? The twilight could merely quiver from the tips of her fingers' caress, all by the chill in her waning coo. Their tenderness had been marred to pink. So she's losing warmth, and as such, you have her fingers turning cold, and they become blunted because they're becoming dry, and they're devolving from a caress on the urn into a drum beat. The intention thematically is to make it kind of like a drum roll preceding an execution, because this is supposed to be preceding the majority of these birds potentially dying aboard this plane and slain under the ladder's crescendo. So that again is part of the drum roll to the coming dawn. Just a moment. I'm just looking at chat here. So a clement breeze then subdued from summer's merriment to a sigh over the asphalt veil. So there was I received complaints about this paragraph, but because it supposedly wasn't clear about the setting. It does say an asphalt veil joined melodies with a throbbing, more dissonant sound outside the hangar. Now, I do agree in hindsight that that the throbbing, more dissonant sound should be connected more clearly to the birds that are introduced more explicitly later on, because it then devolves into this kind of tangent about about the hangar and the runway. So you have the cemeteries just east of the Vale. So in canon, in the context of the lore, the cemeteries are in reference to two. So you have the mausoleum of the Brazilian Academy of Letters, and then there is São João Batista Cemetery, which is the most important cemetery in Brazil, probably. It's where a good chunk of the presidents are buried. It's where Carmen Miranda's buried. It's where Tom Jobim, the guy who wrote Girl from Ipanema, is buried, I think. I mean, a ton of Brazil's national heroes are buried in this cemetery just east of the Vale. Followed with equal unease, but by the Guanabara governments. So there's, again, protests from the cemeteries and the Guanabara governments. And Guanabara at this time, well...
Just took a little bit of the off your audio. It was kind of loud. Keep going.
Okay. By setting... by specifying the Guanabara government, this gives a time frame for when this runway is built, or when it was in operation. Because the state of Guanabara, it only lasted for 15 years during... Actually, wait, no. Yeah, it was 1960 to 75, so... Frame... It's studded crown amongst the overgrowth, so that is in reference to kind of the rust that's visible through the foliage around the top of the runway, although I could have communicated that more clearly. We're called not amethysts from Church Kings, so the use of amethysts is deliberate. because amethysts are associated with the great Byzantine emperors, and they've been a symbol of royalty, so it's contrasting with the rust in the studded crown. But rust from a chapter of decay yet unending in the Brazilian memory, that's in reference to the dictatorship. So the chords of the Condemned had long been struck by devil's keys, so that's kind of a piano analogy. Let's see. Following such moments, toasted with the cheapest Chardonnay to the most lecherous women amidst their clientele. So that's they're toasting to prostitutes, basically. That's what they're doing.
La la.
Wait, who's toasting the prostitutes?
Smugglers.
Oh,
They're criminals.
Oh, hang.
I guess so.
Putters.
Hang on, I gotta get my buddy.
That moment.
Come here. Where are you? Come here.
The naked woman.
Okay, Alright. Bean Joe, don't. Alright, getting back to the story, So the SC-7 Skyvan, I included a bit of, Falkland War history at the end of this sentence to kind of explain the origin of the Skyvan in a way that was really succinct. Because at the time, the Argentine equivalent of the Coast Guard used Skyvans in a very similar color scheme to what's shown in the movie. And I decided, well, okay, in earlier drafts of this story, I went on a huge tangent about its use in the Falkland Wars and all this other stuff. Here, I condensed it into something more plausible and something that gives the plane more character. Although I will probably move this detail to somewhere where the history of the plane is more relevant. Yeah, so there isn't really much to say about the pleas among the parakeets, the fruitless musings among the mannequins. It's just alliteration. So had withered their souls as much as their innocence. So that is explicitly telling you that their innocence has been withered. And what does it mean by that? Okay, their souls have been withered as much. So it kind of explains a component to it, a very important one. Sweetness itself enjoyed along under the golden waves in which their nurseries were bathed. So it is talking about the sweetness of their childhood, the sweetness of their mothers and fathers, and I use were bathed, not had been bathed, deliberately, because their nurseries, presumably at this point, since this is in Tijuca, where these trees are located, they haven't been chopped down, so they still exist, and these nurseries, they continue to remain separated from, well, wait, no, that's not a good way to put it. The birds, the captives, they remain separated from something that still exists. Then by Cajuina and Barry Sorbets and their spouses' company, that of the bell towers in Candelaria. So Cajuina, it's a non-alcoholic Brazilian drink. So they're enjoying the sweetness, the literal sweetness of the beverage and the sorbets, and then being with their families, and you have the bell towers of the church, which is what that's in reference to. Candelaria had sunk to nothing more than the miasmic stench of their own feces. So that's kind of, again, that it's saying their perception of sweetness has been corrupted from this beautiful thing associated with their childhoods and their families into this sign of their own misery, and their own torment. Off blackened in the absence of sanitation, diarrhea is what that is referring to, because some avian feces turns black when they have diarrhea.
That is excruciating detail.
Yep.
A lot of them does.
With multitude ever ravening, many's desolation and thus resigned to Hosenia. So it's saying increasingly these birds are dying. Even before they were loaded onto the plane, many had died already in Hosenia, and the dust in its crumbled bends. So what that is telling you is that these birds, the fact that they had resigned to Hosenia's crumbled bends, they were just cast out, or their dead bodies were cast out into the stairways like trash. Left only as tokens, even a mendicant's pity. So these are receiving pity even from beggars. So this gives you a perspective of how disgusting this situation is. That's all for the annotations, really. I mean, if there are any other questions that people have about the story,
Anyone wants to make them, they certainly can.
Yeah. Okay. So number 73, number 74. So I actually made a list. Of the birds according to color categories, arranged numerically, and I wanted it arranged so that Blue and Jewel would be number 73 and number 74 because I like the number 73. This is pretty self-explanatory. So was I really worth saving Blue? Okay. So I want to explain the context behind this. At this point, Jewel sees herself as being at fault for not having done more to persist with Blue. And thus she kind of sees herself as being unworthy of saving. Now you can argue that that's out of character, and I
will,
change it
yes.
accordingly. Yeah.
You're
It makes sense.
on that.
It makes sense in a vacuum. What you've just said, it makes sense. Like that, someone would have those kind of motivations in such a situation. Like they would have wanted to do more, and they would be, yeah, I don't know, kind of hanging their head over their own actions, even if it's not exactly justified in this case. I would say that it isn't really Jewel.
Yeah. Now, granted, the story makes this clear that this is out of character, and that's why Blue is shot. But at the same time, well, would Jewel actually do this in any kind of plausible scenario?
I don't think so. I'd have to really think about it.
Yeah. It's.
I'm not a big fan of like the creative direction either. Like, was I really worth saving? Is a bit too. it's just not good dialogue. It just in a vacuum, I would even say it's just not good dialogue. I would just suggest re-roll it, honestly, and just what I would want to hear right now is something that feels like Jewel. If it's a very important moment for both Blue and Jewel, then if she's saying something highly important, like, I mean, this is towards the climax of the film, and if this is a highly important moment that will live on in their memories for a while, I would want it to sound like something Jewel would say. But like the problem with Was I Really Worth Saving is that it's not very unique dialogue. It sounds like something anyone could be saying, in addition to it not sounding like something Jewel would say. So I would say it needs a stronger creative vision.
Yeah,
It is a little bit like what I'm saying is a little bit I'm 14 and this is deep. Generally, it's not. It doesn't sound like something real people would say. And then at the same time, it's kind of washed out.
I think now that I think about it, I could easily condense this segment of the story and just have Jewel lose hope over trying to think. Yeah, she could just say I've given up or whatever. I don't know how to escape. Her devolving into this "was I really worth saving" isn't really necessary to what I'm trying to do.
Precisely, and I think you could Jewel giving up in such a hopeless situation, it does actually make sense. It provides it does actually have like a solid creative purpose, and it is a heavy contrast to like it's a heavy but fitting contrast to her character like previously in the film, where like she's been shown to like not want to give up and like been persistent about escaping. But in this case, it would make sense for her to see her situation as hopeless because the situation is clearly hopeless. Like no matter how you look at it, it is because especially after all they went through just now, and especially with how Nigel has absolutely just like I think it's like completely embarrassed her, and just like completely shown dominance over her in this situation. I think it makes sense for her to see everything as hopeless, and again, it provides that nice contrast. I think you can do that in a way that is not cliche, very much sounds like Jewel, and very much like has a lot of character to it. Just basically don't do the whole
I agree.
Don't do the whole why thing, because
Why?
that's two things. It does two things very wrong. Not only does it sound like something any character could be saying, but at the same time, it doesn't sound like something a real person would say. So you need to make it sound like actual dialogue, because that's basically how the film's dialogue works on a basic level. It sounds like actual people speaking. And secondly, it needs to sound like Jewel. It needs to sound like something like, oh, I can tell Jewel's saying that. If you could accomplish those two things, I think you could have some brilliant dialogue here.
Yeah, I agree. This can easily be condensed, as I've said.
Mm-hmm.
And I can also try to review the themes that I've laid out as kind of a guide.
To be fair, you don't really need to lay out your themes in order to figure out what a character should say in any given moment. You just need to be literate with dialogue. But yeah, do what you feel is best. I mean, given my suggestions.
Just having reread kind of my basic notes on what this chapter should be trying to do, yeah,
This is why I
dual
concept
dialogue
things.
is not necessary.
Uh-huh. And
Now-
she's very wishy-washy.
Now, because of the hopelessness in this situation, I do think that the spiritual terror that Blue and Jewel mutually share in this moment should be kept. If there's any scene that I write where they feel this way, it should be this, in my opinion.
I mean, I have no problem with the idea of spiritual terror as a concept. I mean, a terror like so strong that you can feel it within like every ounce of your body.
Yeah, it's very
Matter
difficult
of
to
speaking.
describe in a way that's transmissible to someone.
You can make them very terrified, but you should ideally aim to do it in a way that sounds like that makes sense for them to say.
Yeah, so hung now before a shiver that no wind on earth could ever command. So it makes them that they are paralyzed. Pretty much. It carried forth in its approach to the gates of bereavement of hell, to which he'd willingly damned himself and the whole of his kindred. So it's talking about Blue having willingly separated from Jewel, and its implications on the survival of species. So, yeah, you have the gates of hell, basically, for the wells in his eyes began to wetten, and Blue refuses to give in to despair, and the haven of prudence, he finds the virtue of prudence and makes it to its shores.
I mean,
A fairly
I do like the
simple
idea.
reviewing this story. I like reviewing this story. I don't have to say anything. He just roasts himself.
I do like the idea of Blue not giving in to like the shores of or the gates of despair or whatever, however you described it, because yeah, that is very in character for him. He is absolutely not a quitter. He's not shown to be a quitter.
Yeah, so
In certain cases.
let's see what else. Yeah, that's pretty much it. As far as my notes are concerned, unless anyone else has anything to say. Do you have any
No.
questions or comments?
Not especially
Or-
from me, Chief.
All right. I'm gonna stay for one more fan fiction because I honestly do not have enough social battery to stay in a Discord call from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. I gotta call it quits at some point. But I'll stay for this next fan fiction.
I'm gonna do KDGs. 'cause
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
fine.
like- I'm gonna do the KDGs because it's just the next one, basically. Hang on a minute, though. I just want to do something. I'm doing a little bit. You can see my mouse moving around. I'm doing a little bit of video editing in the background. Just trying to lighten the workload on myself while I can. It's okay. I can pause that. So it's time for me to do some prefacing. This story was written by KDG, who was in the call earlier, and she dipped at some point, I suppose, because she's not here. Makes sense, because you know. And she doesn't mind me saying this because we have had this conversation. She doesn't mind me saying this. She is she's doing GCSE English. GCSE being a General Certificate of Secondary Education, which is a kind of education from England, and specifically she's doing it for her English GCSE. So one of the ways in which I've been helping her is I've been helping her with that sort of thing. But before I started doing that, well, you know what I mean. Before I started doing that, I talked to her about, you know, writing a story, that sort of thing. You know, writing a Rio fanfiction, and we had a discussion about it. And, you know, we talked about it. We talked about ideas and how to come up with it and that sort of thing. So we were essentially pretty much, yeah, I just wrote a story, not together. She did it, but we discussed the idea behind it, and I will say the idea behind it mostly came from me. So we talked about how it would go and what sort of things she wanted to talk about, etc., etc. The short version is, let's call it what it is. She's a sort of student of mine of sorts, but I didn't really teach her any techniques or anything like that. She basically just wanted to get on with it, and I'm like, okay, you know, yeah, show me what you can do based on your GCSE English. And genuinely, I don't expect anyone here at all, besides Orange, who I've already told this, to really realise just how GCSE English this is. You'll note how she uses suddenly a couple of times. Yeah, they teach you that. They teach you to do that in GCSE English, and they treat it like this holy grail and this amazing sentence feature, when actually it really isn't. So
Suddenly isn't a very good transition.
not really, no. It has
Suddenly.
its purposes.
It's a middle school.
Yeah, yes, exactly. It's
narrative.
middle school. This is precisely what I mean
It's
by
middle school
GCSE
level.
English. Yeah, it's precisely what this level of English she has is. So she just wanted to
Okay.
get on with it, and she did it in basically one go, which is impressive, I suppose. And that's sort of the context for it, since she's not really here to do it. It was her first real sort of thing she's ever written. She wrote it based on her knowledge of GCSE English, and she'd be interested to hear what you think, if she did well and if you like it. And as well as that, some very constructive feedback would be lovely, because I would take this recording and I will show it to her, and we'll talk about it and that sort of thing. So it'll help her with the writing. So you're actually helping someone to get somewhere in life by reading this, because I'm actually helping her with her GCSE English. So there you go. So you can all make a difference now, can't you? So I shall read
Epic.
it. It's not ludicrously long, right? It's not, you know, ludicrously long. But I will give you the blurb. Basically, it's a case of Jules Wing is healed, and before she goes out, you know, Tuli wants to make sure that she's competent with flight and that sort of thing. Make sure she's all happy and healthy, and get her out the door, and transition to the scene at the end of the film. And we talked about, you know, the different things that could happen in a scene like this. You know, how's Jill going to feel about flying again? Is she going to be excited? How's Blue going to feel? Are they in love yet? You know, that sort of thing. And we spoke about it, and she's done as she sees fit. And I let her get on with it, honestly. So there you go. That's where we are now, and that's what we're about to read. So, I shall get on with it. Make sure we're still recording. Yes, we are. Pre-flight checks. I helped her come up with the title as well, by the way. Because that was what it is. It's pre-flight checks. Before you know, go and fly. Yeah, whatever. Lubricate throat. Let's try not to stop on every single word, but that might happen. Just like that, the female awoke. Instantly, we're GCSE English.
just like
straight
that
like
is
that.
not a good
Yeah.
transition. It's not a very professional prose transition, I will say, at least.
Not especially. For the sake of passing
Just like
the
that,
exam,
it's usually
it is
something
doing.
you have when you usually accompany it with some body language, just like
Yes.
just like that, snap of your fingers. It looks weird to read. Just like-
Yep. Let's try not to do that with every single line, eh?
Yeah.
Her partner was beside her inside the hollow of a fake tree and awakened her from sleep with his own awakening. Oh my, that's...
Repetition
Okay.
of awakening. of awake.
Awoke, awakened, awakening. So that's power of 3 in a bad way.
Try to avoid repetitive vocabulary.
She's probably confused the power of 3 there. Awoke, awakened, awakening. She turned over and smiled at him. Good morning, Blue. There should be a comma there, and she's done the cardinal sin of putting a full stop in the dialogue. Good morning, Blue, whispered Jewel. Oh god, it's like an average interaction in the chat room. Good morning, Jewel, he whispered back. They share a nice hug together and think about the future that is laid ahead of them. What, right away?
Okay, wow. So I would say you don't need to have whispered Jewel here because she turned over and smiled at him.
Yes.
And wait, you should actually have it start with Jewel looked over and smiled at him because in the first paragraph, Jewel isn't described, so she isn't. So if you had like Jewel turned over and smiled at him, you can have him say "Good morning, Blue," and then you don't have to put whispered Jewel because you already described her action. This is actually what I do, so that I avoid she said or he said or he whispered. I have them like described action with like body language first, and then I follow it up with dialogue. And also think about the future that is laid ahead of them is kind of abrupt. I think I would build up to that a little bit more.
Yeah, you kind of like they share a nice hug together and have an existential crisis.
Yes, pretty much. It's it kind of clashes with what they just said.
It's very quick. It's quite it lends itself to the idea that she wrote this in like 1 or 2 goes. So, yeah. I can't wait to be free again, Blue, said Jewel. Okay. Blue replied, me neither. Once you're healed, we can spend real time with each other. Okay. She smiled at him and replied, inside and outside. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Speaking of outside, I guess that's where we'll be headed today, Blue gulped. Yay. Not bad.
That is very Blue. I like that.
Not bad. I did kind of teach her not to make him an idiot, is the thing. I said, I gave her some ground rules. I'd love to pull up like what I exactly told her, but I don't really want to. I'd have to faff around with the recording, so I'm not going to do that. But I did give her rules of the characters. Blue and Jewel are very much in love, and Blue's not an idiot, and Jewel is not. No, you get the idea. So she followed that.
Jewel's not an NPC.
Jewel's not an NPC. Blue's not an idiot. So yeah, she's listened. She looked at him with concern. Yay! I like that. Yeah. Blue, she said in a way that matched her face. He had a tiredness and concern on his own face. A repetition of the word face that's is redundant. His own, that made him look like he couldn't be bothered to move. Couldn't be bothered is very English. That's not a criticism. That's just very English. Blue, what's wrong?
I won't criticize someone for sounding English in their prose unless they're actively trying not to.
Yeah. Well, it's not a problem that she said like he couldn't be bothered to move. It just very much dates this as an English date. I mean, it very much marks this as an English written fan fiction.
I also say don't do in a way that matched her face. Rather, describe the actual tone instead of just saying in a way that it kind of just expects the reader to know what her face looks like, which is with concern, which is also very vague. It's so why not just say she said in a concerned way, or I mean, I guess you'd have to re-roll the vocabulary to avoid repeating it, but you could just describe. You could just describe the tone as like. Well, I mean, it's very useful. It's a very useful way to describe what to do.
Good tone.
Just describe her tone in a way that like that matches. Describe it in a way that communicates that is equally concerned as her, expression. Not just saying in a way that matches her face, because it is a little bit lazy.
A little bit.
And also just not. It's unprofessional prose.
We're 10 minutes in or so.
Yeah, I agree.
4th paragraph. I love how Trajan's being quiet because he wants to rip into this. I agree. He wants to rip into this poor little girl. Whatever.
Nah, you guys so far are pretty spot on.
Yeah. Well, what have we missed?
Nothing.
There you go. Blue, what's wrong? She asked. Okay. She said that in the film at some point. I forget when. But, you know. Climax of the film, yeah. Nothing. Nothing is wrong. It's just that I'm so overwhelmed about being in Rio, it's all new to me. Very on the nose, that is. I'm so overwhelmed, but there you go.
Yeah, I
we're going
wouldn't
to
be
free in
that
the
direct.
jungle. Now we're going to be free in the jungle, but I don't want to be there all the time, he answered worriedly.
Okay, here's my opinion on this dialogue.
Oh.
You were going in the right direction with nothing. Nothing is wrong, and then you kind of just like went back on that by saying, "Oh, it's just that I'm so overwhelmed." You could
He's
probably
flip-flopping
have
there a little
Blue.
bit.
I mean, you could. I think it would be better to have Blue, try to hide it a little bit more instead of
Yeah.
just being he's a little bit whiny.
I told her to have him flip-flop a bit. I suppose that's what she's attempted to do here.
Huh. I mean,
But
I
he
guess
said
but
nothing is
there's a-
wrong,
there's a-
and then he's proceeding to explain what's wrong. So is he being
Yeah,
sarcastic?
it is a little bit like it isn't executed that well here, in my opinion. It misses a better execution, which would be like Blue should at least make an attempt to hide it if she doesn't want her to like be concerned about him. Maybe she could press a little bit, and then maybe he could
Maybe.
admit what he's feeling instead of just
Yeah.
going straight into it and like, oh, let me just dump
I
all my feelings onto you right away without you
I
even
think
saying
she's done
anything.
quickly. Yeah, I think she's sort of misinterpreted what I meant about flip-flopping. She's got the spirit, I think, is fair to say. But, not quite a great
And
execution on that.
I'm so
He answered
overwhelmed about
worriedly.
being in Rio. I would have him maybe say it a different way.
He is.
It's
but,
very on the nose.
Yeah, he is overwhelmed about
He is,
being
but
in
how
Rio,
would
but
Blue describe this in a way that
Not-
doesn't sound like
Yeah.
prose? Or
I don't know. Not off the top of my head. He answered worriedly. That's... it'll do. For a few moments there was silence, except for the sound of the fake bird noises through the aviary speakers and the sound of chemical-filled water flowing in a nearby fake stream. Random-ass details of the scenery, because that's what GCSE expects of you.
provide detail
that's
for
a
the scenery
yeah.
if it's relevant. If it's not relevant, you do not need to describe how the sound of how the nearby stream is fake and how it's filled with chemicals.
I don't mind her talking about the silence. I like that, actually, because that was one of the examples I provided about, what do you hear in there? There's fake noises and there's water and that sort of... I did tell her to use her senses, so she has done that, which is good.
How I would do detail is do it from the perspective of the characters. Like, for example,
Yes.
if Blue is particularly focused on something, then go ahead and describe it in, like, detail like that. Or if, like, for example, if Jewel is, like, standing next to the stream, and she doesn't, like, really feel like drinking out of it because, I don't know, it tastes like chemicals or something,
The
then
stinky,
that would be a
poopy
good
stream.
time to describe it. Like, it should be... it should be relevant to what's going on in, in the narrative, instead of just, like, irrelevant detail.
It starts coming across as like a whole... For a few moments there was silence, except for the sound of the fake bird noises through the aviary speakers, and every 60 seconds in Africa a minute passes.
I mean, I
It's
like
like-
the whole
it's-
there was
it's like
silence
something.
except for the sound of.
Oh yeah, I
then-
like that.
Yeah, because that's
conditional
relevance.
Silence. Yeah, because he gives this answer and he's waiting for her to reply, and yeah, I like that there's silence. She's put it in the right place. There's pacing. That is pacing, is what it is. They're not just talking back and forth. There is some pacing there. Good,
Yeah, I like.
good
There
to
should
see.
be description of body language and some description of the environment in between
Yes.
the dialogue.
No body language yet is the thing, so we'll see. Jewel looked like she was thinking about something, and then she replied, "Don't worry, Blue. I'll be there to look after you. I'll show you everything you need to know about learning to survive in the jungle, and how to find food, and how to avoid predators." I mean, that's
It
nice.
makes
She
sense
cares
for her
about
to
him,
say
but
this, but it reads
Yeah.
like it was generated by ChatGPT.
It's nice of her to say, and I'm glad that she's had Jewel say that, but it's not really how Jewel
It needs
would
more
say
creative flair. It does come across as very
How would
robotic.
how would I do it? I'd have her don't worry though, Blue, I will be there to look after you. That means you're gonna be swimming in mud and punching snakes, and that's the sort of thing that I kind of exaggerate it and glamorize it a bit. That's kind of how I would verge on that sort of thing. That's just off the top of my head. "Ah, thank you, Jewel," whispered Blue. "You are most welcome, Blue," replied Jewel. "Okay." After this, Blue leaned over and gave her a quick kiss. "What was that for?" she asked, giggling. Blue said, "Because you're awesome." Okay. Okay, that's cute.
I don't know if I would. It's very. I think you unintentionally made it kind of sound like Blue. It's kind of goofy. I don't know if he would call her awesome though.
I don't know either, but it is cute. In a vacuum, that's quite cute.
I would if he said because you're amazing, I would honestly say, man, that was perfect.
Well,
that was perfect.
Don't Americans say awesome?
Well, we do, but like, you also have to consider context. With Blue, he would say the word awesome, but would he say it here, like describing his beautiful new girlfriend? You're awesome.
Yeah. Did she say that?
Oh,
right. She continued.
It kind of sounds like a 5-year-old speaking.
Well, he does at times have the mental age of a 5-year-old. To be fair,
he's very young, but like,
not 5.
You can go. Yeah, you can go a bit too far with it. And also, you've noticed in the film, he wants to present himself with some masculine appeal and some maturity to Jewel.
Yes. She continued giggling, just enjoying the company of her new boyfriend. "Oh, I love you," she purred. And Blue purred back, "I love you too." That's robotic, but I can just about buy it if there was some more substance before it.
I would make an attempt to drop the formulaic responses.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jewel. You're most welcome, Blue.
Yeah,
I love you. I love you too.
I could buy that if it were after a better structured bit of dialogue. Like, they'd actually had a deep conversation. She's like, "Oh, I love you." That, yeah. And there'd need to be sort of like some tone, that sort of thing.
They are going into it a bit strong, like for just waking up. They're just all over each other at this point.
Yeah. I mean, this long after I've woken up, I'm sort of like,
it is a problem with fan fiction authors. Sometimes they don't understand what waking up should read
at this
like.
point. Yeah, at this point, after I've woken up, I'm in my to pee or not to pee stage. So, whether I want to answer to the beck and call of Piss Industries.
Yes. The best way I would describe it is make them less conscious than this.
Yeah. That sort of thing. Maybe he's like bought an alarm clock in there or something and didn't tell Jewel and it starts going on. Like, that's the sort of thing that I would be doing in this scene. And she'd be like, "What the heck?"
I would
this alarm clock starts going off, and then and Blue doesn't really bat an eyelid. He just sort of wakes up, and Jewel is getting her Vietnam flashbacks or whatever. That would be entertaining. She's like, "What is that? Why is it making horrible noises?"
I also like the idea of Blue being up and alert in the morning, and Jewel just being But then again, that is.
I think it should be the other way around, actually.
To be fair, yeah.
Blue sleeps like the second film. As much as we don't like it, it does paint.
I know about that. I know about the second film saying that Blue sleeps in, but honestly, I'm not sure I really like that detail.
Yeah, in the first film, he seems to be up like bright and early. To be fair.
Yeah, I was about to mention that.
It's
like
6 o'clock in the morning in the first film, isn't it?
It's 6 o'clock. He's up and about.
7 o'clock.
And he's waking Linda up, and he's like, yeah, it's the second film directly contradicts the first.
Yeah, Linda's the slugger bed. I mean, maybe if he was jet lagged, I'd understand it, but
he would be jet lagged after living in Brazil for 4 years.
Yeah, not after 4 years.
I would say I would just ignore what the second movie does because they're just not paying attention to what the first established.
Granted. Okay. After they had said this, Blue asked Jewel a question. "Oh, thank you for telling me that. How does your wing feel?" She replied, "It feels so much better." I like the enunciation on the so. That's kind of a Jill thing to do, but it's still robotic. Can we just make an agreement? Because thus far, and I don't think she's going to deviate from this. The dialogue is robotic. Let's stop talking about that because we'll be here all night. Right. He smiled and asked her another question. Thank you for telling me that. Are you ready to have the fixture taken off? Because today, Tulio is going to be doing that. So, for context of the word fixture, I told her to use it because Trajan said to use it. So, just, yeah, we'll just call it a fixture.
Also, you could just leave it at he smiled and then immediately go into the dialogue.
Yeah.
Yeah, and asked her another question is unnecessary fact that can just cut.
It's redundant, yeah.
I think this is incorrectly formatted. I'm pretty sure each piece of dialogue is supposed to be in its own paragraph. If you're changing the character who's speaking.
Yep.
There you go. He hath spoken.
He has spoken.
He is listening. Good.
If the character who's speaking changes, I'm pretty sure you have to have an indent and then new paragraph, new line.
Yep. Well, generally yes, but in the context of fan fiction, it's a bit weird because of FFN's formatting, and so you don't follow that rule normally.
Very well.
In fan fiction, I guess, but since this isn't FFN, you could argue that you should use standard formatting.
I think it's a good habit to have.
Yeah, it does.
It's a lot more pleasant to read if you do it.
Not just that. It does simplify things for how dialogue is laid out, especially like long paragraphs of dialogue. But anyway.
Oh yeah, and because today Tulio is going to be doing that. I think Jill would know this already. Whatever.
Yeah, it's unnecessary exposition.
Yeah. Jill looked at the pieces of metal that bound her wing to her body and smiled. Okay. Nice description. Pieces of metal that... Whatever. Yeah, I've been waiting 8 weeks to get it off. Okay.
Again with the exposition.
To get it off. Okay. It's so itchy. I like that detail. Good. Blue laughed in response. Haha, yeah, I'm glad I don't have to wear it. Jill replied, well, soon I won't have to either. Okay.
I think it would have been so killer if Jewel had given him a cutting response here. Because Blue is kind of laughing at her. I'm glad I don't have to wear it. Well, soon you're not going to have to wear, or something like that.
Well, how about after I have it taken off, you put it on and see what it's like?
Yeah.
That sort of thing. See how you like it. Anyway. Suddenly, Jill's stomach rumbled with a noise loud enough to break the silence. Borborigmai to denote hunger, that's a cliche.
Loud enough to break the silence implies that there is some sort of red line somewhere where Lewis cannot break the silence.
The universe has a set level of gain.
Why not just do the silence was broken by a Jules' loud rumbling stomach or something like that. Just reformat it.
This made both of them laugh. Thank you for telling that. I guess I'm really hungry, huh? She chuckled. It sounds like it. I'm a little peckish too, Blue agreed. Is that British exclusive?
I think it is, because we here in America, we do not say peckish.
It's a very British thing to say, so yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
You will need to de-Britishify your dialogue a little bit if you want it to be sounding character.
Yeah. So, what's for breakfast? Asked Jewel. More birdseed, probably, replied Blue. Jewel groaned. What? They're full of vitamins and minerals, he complained. They taste like barf, she complains.
This reads like it was directly inspired by Big J, not gonna lie.
I did show her tasteless palates.
This is a simple... Oh, okay. that explains it then.
Yeah.
That explains it.
That I told her not,
I don't know.
not to do.
I don't know why Blue is complaining. What? They're full of vitamins and minerals is not a complaint.
Yeah, that's more like he protested or something. He's protesting her groaning.
Yeah.
I do like her saying they taste like barf. Is barf kind of American enough for her to say?
Barf is pretty American,
yeah.
yeah, but it's also I don't know if Jewel would
I don't
say
know
it
if
because
she would say
she
it,
is
but it's
well
quite
spoken.
funny.
Jewel is American,
Yeah.
but she's also well spoken. That barf is not. I don't know.
It's funny.
It's funny, maybe.
It's funny.
I don't know.
Yeah, I would maybe be willing to give it a pass. It depends.
I'd say
Maybe.
yeah, she could. Okay, I decided she could say that.
Maybe.
Maybe.
But we need to eat something, groaned Blue. She's used groaned again. Jewel rolled her eyes and Blue said, "Come on, it's only one more day." She scoffed and said, "Fine, I'll eat the stupid bird seed." Yeah, okay.
I like that last line.
Yeah, good.
Stupid bird seed sounds like something she would say, honestly.
Yeah. The two birds got up from their previous sleeping position inside the fake tree's hollow and walked out into the aviary towards the center of the room. Just realized I can close that now. Save some of my 48 gigabytes of RAM. They waited expectantly for Tulio or some aviary staff member to post birdseed through the hatch Blue had originally once used to enter the aviary. I mean, that's not really a necessary detail that's, you're kind of relying on us to have seen the film, but whatever. I mean, it's not the font of all evil. Suddenly, again, while they were waiting, the door flew open and an excited-looking skinny man with mousy hair and a vet's coat on entered the aviary. Again, that's very GCSE English. Right, what this is... Okay. The door flew open and excited-looking skinny man... So that's like the physical... Because I already told this to Trajan. This is what they do in GCSE English. You use like 4 descriptions. Excited-looking, skinny man, right? That's what he overall looks like. And then mousy hair and a vet's coat. So those are like more specific things. Because his hair could look different depending on what hairstyle he has. So that's like the physical. He looks excited and he's skinny. And then
I am just genuinely glad that Tulio is included in the narrative at all. Because oftentimes the humans are just completely skipped.
Oh, yeah. Well, I told her I told her what we were going to do. We made a plan, so of course he was going to be in it. Basically, right. I haven't let her write total garbage, and thus far, this is not total garbage. Yeah, so she's done the 4 descriptions as GCSE English teachers. Vet's coat and mousy hair entered the aviary. She's also mistakenly called this the aviary. It's the artificial jungle. Jewel squawked in surprise while Blue looked perfectly calm and in fact happy to see... Yes, good. I like that. Well done. Because she would be quite surprised for him to spawn in like that, but he's a human, so it's not going to bother Blue. Yeah, like after what happened with Fernando, she's going to be a bit wary of that door, and he bursts in, so yeah, good. "Hi, Blue. Hey, Jewel," bellowed the man whose name was Tulio. Okay. "Time to get you two out of here." Okay, well, Blue isn't stuck there, but... okay, I see why he's saying it. That's... okay. That's being, Both birds looked relieved, and Blue had no hesitation in flying up to Tulio's shoulder. When he did, Tulio met him with a tickle under his chin. "Come on, Jewel," he called out. Hey, what?
That's Linda's theme. Why is Tulio doing it?
Why not? I kind of just really glossed over that, but yeah, why not?
I mean, you have to. I would honestly provide the detail that Tulio and Blue have bonded to a degree where this is a thing that happens now. Because I mean, Blue definitely wasn't comfortable enough with Tulio to let him do that any point in the movie.
I mean,
so clearly some development has happened.
How long did you? 8 weeks. 8 weeks has gone by because I told her it was that long, so that's why she's used it. So, I guess you could say this is her establishing that they have bonded, because she's written this in a vacuum. She's got no canon plan, so
it's kind of, but the detail is kind of glossed over, though.
Yeah, I literally just didn't.
It seems a little bit. It seems a little too important to like gloss over that.
Yeah,
with that much.
I think you could use that line to establish that Blue and Tulio have bonded, but I don't think she had that in mind when she wrote it. I think it's a good way of saying it. Come on, Jewel, he called out, but then remembered she couldn't fly as a result of...
Tulio forgot that Jewel couldn't fly?
No, it's Blue because he's... I think that's...
Well, it doesn't make sense either way. It makes no sense either way. Both of them should be... then remember...
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
if
not
Blue
ideal.
forgot, he's stupid, and if Tulio forgot, he's incompetent.
Yeah. Whoops. As if she had heard him, Tulio then crouched down on the floor and... Yeah, okay, so it was Blue that said that. And then held out his arm for Jewel to step onto. She looked afraid at first, but with Blue's encouragement, got over her fears and cautiously stepped onto Tulio's outstretched arm. Yeah, she got over that really quickly because Blue said it would be okay, so...
It's just... It's not executed that well.
Okay. Then she took the two... Go on.
Yeah, so he's like, she got over her fears, but it doesn't play out like that. It plays out like, oh, she just hops on.
Yeah. There's no real thought in her mind about how she feels about it. It's just, nah, flush it all down and get on.
Yeah, there should be more perspective from Jewel, or at least some more hesitance, or make the scene a little bit longer, I would.
Yeah. It's moving very quickly, yes. As if she had...
In typical fan fiction fashion.
Yes. She really cracked on with this. She'd done most of it in, like, one night, so... Anyway. Then, he took the two birds on a wild and bumpy ride through the vet clinic. Yeah, the vet clinic.
Why is it a bumpy ride? Jewel's wing is broken. Shouldn't she be treated, carefully?
Well, they're, like...
Wild and bumpy ride. I don't know. I wouldn't describe it like that, then.
True. Into and out of all sorts of rooms. She hasn't researched what a veterinary clinic looks like, but to be fair, I didn't tell her to
describe the rooms.
Yeah. As this went on, Jewel's stomach kept on rumbling, so she pointed a toe at her open beak, which Tulio understood as her saying she was hungry. Remarkable, she's communicating, she exclaimed.
I wouldn't do that, honestly.
No, don't do that. No, please don't. She could, but I just... It is not impossible for her to mime that as an action, alright? Because I'd be a hypocrite if I said that she wouldn't mime that as an action. But I don't think she would do that to Tulio.
It makes perfect sense for Blue to do it, but I'm not sure why Jewel is doing it here.
Here, no, I don't think so. But in general, I think she could do it, but, Anyway. Remarkable, she's communicating. He then made various strange clucking, squawking, and whistling sounds. There's no Oxford comma there. Which Jewel didn't get at all. Okay, you're calling back to the first film there, love. But he meant as a reply to her, saying, "Don't worry, I will get food for you."
But he meant as a reply
So
okay, so who's interpreting like that? Why is it in the prose?
I don't know.
If neither Blue or Jewel understands him, then why is it being explained? Maybe
so I suppose that's
at least
what he
have him just
intended to
finish
say.
up with that. I guess so.
It
But
would
like
be more-
there's like a translator built in to the prose style apparently.
It would be more
It's kinda
funny
weird.
if like Joel looked at him funny and said like, he wants to do what to an octopus? Just some bollocks like that. That's like an entertaining a movie way of handling like a language barrier.
That's
He then made
Don't look up
very...
too much history.
That was just the first thing that came to my mind. He then made various strange clucking, squawking, and whistling sounds, to which Joel responded, "You did what with the octopus?" That sort of thing, you get.
Politely shook its
you
hand.
get the idea. You get the idea.
Okay.
Like he's tried to say something, but it doesn't make sense. How have you made 9 grammatical mistakes in one,
I think you should be
paintbrush
describing,
aids or something.
should be explaining that Jewel did not pick up on it, even slightly, in a way that's not like completely ripping off the film.
They made their way into a break room and Tulio set the 2 birds down on the table. "Where's he going now?" asked Jewel. I don't know, replied Blue. Moments later, she got her answer when Tulio returned with a dragon fruit.
It's not
I
a
told
mango.
her not to
Let's
use a mango.
go.
I told her
Oh, okay.
explicitly
Definitely
not to
would
use
have used
mango.
mango otherwise. I
Yeah.
really want to give him credit for that thing.
Yep. Dragon fruit. My favourite, declared Jewel. I'd rather it were dragon fruit than mango. I can live with that. Not wanting to... I mean, her just declaring it's her favourite, it's like, well, you know, there could have been some other scene to leverage that dragon fruit...
To be
is her
fair,
favourite fruit.
dragon fruit is Jewel's favorite in my canon as well, but I don't have her, like, say,
Yeah,
my favorite.
Just, my favourite, just like that. Like, oh, you know, Blue doesn't figure it out or anything cute like that. You know. Like in Partial Arts where he doesn't know what her favourite thing is, but he brings her a guava and she's like, oh, I like those, so that will do. You know, it's that sort of thing. My favourite, declared Jewel, not wanting to wait to dig into it. That's clunky. Save some for me, retorted Blue. Okay. Tulio watched on
I don't know why it's a
happily as-
retort. It's only
I don't
retort
know
if he's
either.
retorting to something.
I don't know either. Tulio watched on happily as the two birds then sat about devouring the tasty fruit. Sweet
Better.
juices ran over their tongues and filled them up nicely, and both Blue and Jewel soon felt like they had all the energy needed to face the day. Thank you for
I
telling
don't think
me
it's
that,
bad.
but yeah,
It's a
it
good
was-
concept, but it's just like with a little bit of awkward execution.
Yeah, you know. Full? Asked Tulio, and both birds nodded politely.
Jewel
I
should
like
be
how...
nodding.
No, she shouldn't. I like how Tulio is interacting with them like they're people, because he kind of does that. Like that is like his thing. He's a crazy bird man.
Well,
So I
sort
don't
of.
mind... Yeah, okay, well, sort of. I don't mind...
He treats them as sentient beings.
Yes, he appreciates that they have greater sentience. He feeds them out of his own mouth. Like, he's a little bit mad, so I don't mind
Yeah,
that
and
he
he
talks to
waves his wings and squawks to them,
Yes.
of course.
them. Yes.
But he treats them as sentient beings, not like
Yes.
not as
So I don't mind that he's talking to them like that. It's just, yeah, how much Jewel would do is very questionable.
Even Blue nodding. I would say I'm not completely sure about that.
Yeah, he'd just squawk or something, you know.
Yeah, I
He
just
doesn't-
prefer that.
He doesn't
Squawk?
have to be a human, right? Like, if he could
Yeah,
just
the-
squawk in
it-
reply, then have him just squawk.
If
in
Blue
reply,
nods,
sort
and it's basically just Blue and everyone around. Blue is just acting like a human. Everyone else around him accepts that he is just now a human.
of. Yeah. I think I read further on than this, but I don't recall. Because I was looking at it as she was writing it, and I tried not to, so I don't really remember what happened. Great, full? Yes, great, he declared, whisking away the remnants that were left behind and then wiping the table with a cloth. Okay. While he did this, Blue and Jewel talked. That's
Okay.
That's literally what I write in my concepts.
The
While he did, they
the-
talk while they're walking.
The,
While he did
the
this,
last
Blue
line
and
can
Jewel
be vastly improved by just small changes. Like, instead of this, you could have it, while he did this, Jewel turned to Blue and spoke. That's already way better. I mean, it's
It'll
still
do.
pretty elementary, but it at least makes sense.
She doesn't
Good
want
prose.
to be a bloody master prose fiction. She wants to get for her GCSEs, bless her.
Oh, true.
I think we've given her good information thus far. She should be paying you. So, did you ever get dragon fruit in tiny soda? Asked Jewel. I'm
Don't
gonna-
have her
I
say
don't-
tiny soda again.
I actually kind of don't really mind her saying that. I'm not gonna lie. That's probably a failing of mine. Maybe I'm biased. Did you ever get dragon fruit? in
Agree to
tiny
disagree.
soda? Yeah.
I would at least
I
have her
would
say
do
like
something else.
like
Yeah,
small
well,
soda.
okay, yeah, we can agree on that. We just did. I would have her do something else. We said simultaneously. Blue laughed and replied, "I had never seen one before until now." Yeah, probably. Jewel
Yep,
laughed
that
as
makes
well
sense.
and asked him, "Well, what did you think?" Blue thought for a moment and answered, "It was like the best thing I've ever tasted. Even nicer than hot chocolate and marshmallows and cookies."
Wait, Blue says that?
Yeah, he does.
Okay, first of all, Blue as an American who eats a ton of sugar, I would probably not like something that is like completely devoid of sugar. Because like I mean,
Well, it's not
if
devoid
you
of
if you
sugar, it
eat a
just
lot
has
of
different
sugar
kind of it.
and caffeine, you're kind of spoiled. So then if you eat something that's devoid of flavor and sugar, it's not going to taste very good. Especially
be
dragon
nice in
fruit,
a
since
different
it is
way.
completely devoid of flavor and sugar. It tastes like nothing. It tastes like a pear without any flavor. So I've heard. I don't think Blue would say this about dragon fruit. Maybe about mango. Even then, I debated. Or like something more tasty, like passion fruit.
Yeah.
But dragon fruit, it's tasteless. Although the author probably didn't know that.
Probably. Even she smiled. Good. All that junk food is. She knows what junk food is. It's so bad for you. If you eat your fruit, you'll be fit and strong, like me. Okay, I like the
Good.
latter half. I don't like the former half. She shouldn't know what junk food is as a category, but okay.
I like the
American
concept of you'll
words-
be fit and strong like me.
Yeah, I like that because she is, and she'd lord that over him a bit.
Well, to be fair, Blue canonically has stronger lower body strength.
This
But,
is the yeah.
goes a bit faster.
I've just read this next bit. This is the martial arts influence sneaking in.
Oh.
He laughed again. I bet I'm stronger than you right now. You have a broken wing. She retorted. Bet you aren't. Blue huffed. Oh, bring it on. Oh dear me.
What I really like that the author is doing, that you are doing, is that because you're listening to this, I like that you're giving Blue some ego. Blue is not just a pushover. He's not a submissive pushover to Jewel. Really like how you're doing that. I mean, sometimes I think in some places I think it's going a bit far, to the point where I say Blue is just unnecessarily rude. But I like that he's being a proud bird here, proud of himself.
Indeed. Suddenly,
And
Jill
competitive.
tackled him like she did when they first met. Okay, and got him.
I
onto
would
the
just
surface of the
completely
table.
drop that. Don't
Yeah,
say
she
like they
tackled
did when and then first film event. Just completely don't do that.
I mean, you're relying on us having seen the first film, which was yes, we have, but it means you're relying on that.
Pretend that the reader hasn't seen the first film and that they're reading this like in a vacuum.
Yes. When they got him onto the surface of the table, but she did it gently so he wasn't hurt. When he was down there, she started attacking him with kisses, which caused him to laugh and tell her that it tickled. Tulia
Just
heard
have him
what
say
was-
it tickles.
Yeah, I mean... that
I'm not
was
sure why you're
blue,
communicating
I
dialogue
suppose.
with prose.
Yeah, that's weird. I think that's another GCSE thing, but I don't know for sure. I don't remember it anyway.
I don't really know if this is very plausible, since Jules Ween is in a cast. I guess she is kind of like dominating him right now. She's totally dominating him.
Well, she
He's
tackled
totally
him
stuck.
gently, and he probably sort of like rolled onto his back or something, like you know.
Yeah.
They're not
But
being
with the whole
serious.
attacking him with kisses thing is a bit forward.
Yeah.
It's a bit like, again, the continuation of my criticism saying they're all over each other a bit early on.
Yeah. I mean,
A
one of the
developing
things I will
relationship
be
is a good thing to have.
one of the things I will be doing in martial arts is obviously the choreography has to be good, doesn't it? I can't. Jill has a broken wing. She's not going to put herself in danger, and Blue won't let her put herself in danger. You know, he would even be hesitant to allow her to do it. So, part of figuring out the choreography of how a bird might fight, I also have to make sure she doesn't hurt her own wing or hurt herself in the process of trying to, attack him. So, it would be nice here, just obviously already on my experience with choreographing, I should say, there's a flipping word for it. In my present experience with choreographing martial arts, I would say it would be a good idea to, focus on the detail that I want to... She tackles him. Okay, how? What happens? How does she do it in a way that doesn't hurt herself? How does he go down? I mean, you don't need to be too overwhelming with it, but it would be nice to know what move she pulls off, and is she capable of doing that with a broken wing, right?
Mhm.
Like, so if she chucks him over her back, that's going to hurt her, so she's not going to do that. That's a good example, right?
You showed this person martial arts, right?
Yeah,
Or something?
bits of
Okay,
it.
that probably explains why they're doing the whole tackling thing. maybe.
Well, I haven't gotten to that bit even yet, let alone.
Oh. Okay.
So
okay.
yeah, I like I said, I programmed her with various ideas and such of my own mind and said go for it. So anyway, it's like a mini me writing it. It's cute. I told her what to do and she's just done it. It's cute.
It does read like a mini you, honestly. Not gonna lie, it's like a you that like has the same amount of passion for the characters, but isn't nearly as good at the
I did
dialogue.
genuinely sit her down like a stern kind of school teacher and say, no mangoes. Blue and Jewel love each other. Jewel is not an NPC. I don't remember exactly how I told her this. Jewel is not an NPC. Blue is not an idiot. Etc. etc. You get what I mean. Like there were certain things that I explicitly told her not to do.
I like
and
how
things to
just by
do.
you saying no mangoes, they went and like looked up a fruit that
She.
wasn't a mango because they or she.
She
sorry.
did.
But, yeah, I can tell the whole dragon
I
fruit
told
thing
her-
was as a result of a Google search.
I told her Google is free, pretty much. And that's almost a direct quote. Google is free. Use it. Right? You don't have to. If there's something you're not sure about, then try and work your way around it. But genuinely, just use Google. Google is free. I said no mangoes. I told her explicitly, figure out something else. Do something original. So,
On to
it's
the
like
next
a little
bit.
mini me, which is cute. Tulio heard what was going on and thought they were fighting. Oh, Jewel, get off him! He shouted. Jewel was afraid of humans, and so did. Oh dear. And did as he said. Okay.
She kind of bends the knee to Tulio here.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
don't do that. She respects him, but
Jewel is not shown to be afraid of humans. She is very comfortable
Yeah.
around their presence for like most of the movie.
In actuality,
She says you can't trust them. She's not like she doesn't hate them. She's not afraid of them, but she says you can't trust them.
In reality, I think what she would do is she would do as he says because she respects his sort of medical abilities and by the appreciates that he has her best interests at heart and doesn't want her to get hurt and that's what she would treat it like a
being
scolding
professional.
parent. Yeah, well, he fixed my wing, so okay, I'll listen. But she'll do it kind of like that lower lip will part off and like a pouty child, like, oh, spoil sport, That's
I
pretty
think
much what she would
Tulio
say, is like,
isn't-
spoil sport.
I don't think Julia would react to them doing this in this way. Not with like, oh, get off him, like just like rushing over and like shouting at Jewel, because that's not very professional way to interact with a parrot. Parrots can be easily startled, and like they are very receptive to like stimulus and how you interact with them. So he wouldn't be saying it like this. I mean, I
probably
do
just
agree that
separate them.
he'd probably discourage Jewel, or he might mistakenly interpret Jewel as it being Jewel attacking him. I understand that, but I don't think he'd like react in such an unprofessional way.
No. Just then, Blue stood in front of her between them and started shouting back at Tulio. Hey, don't shout at my girlfriend, he roared. Okay.
Yeah, this is not great. So the way I would do this is it makes sense for Blue to stand in front of Jewel, like as if he's protecting her
Yes.
from Tulio. That it makes sense for him to do. That's like very in character. But him saying girlfriend, first of all, I don't like the whole girlfriend thing, and like snapping back at Tulio. I feel like he would say something that sounds more Blue, like, hey, like,
Yes.
for example, here's how I would ideally do this. So if Tulio were to like, if he were to like bark at Jewel like this, I think Blue would quickly stand in front of her and say something like, "Hey, come, quiet down. We're standing right here. We can hear you." Or he'd be like, "Hey, quiet." Something like, "Hey, quiet down. Like, keep it down a bit." Something like that. I don't think he'd be. Don't shout at my girlfriend.
Yeah. That's more like,
I was,
you know,
I would
school
have
bully
him
speak.
do the same like physical action, but say something that sounds more like Blue.
Yes. Right. Jewel looked at him with stars in her eyes and felt so lucky to have such an amazing boyfriend. I mean, yeah, she would find that
That's a bit-
attractive, but as
That's
it's
a bit
presented,
typical
on the
girl.
nose- yeah,
It sounds like how a girl would respond, like from a guy's perspective, what a guy's interpretation, which is weird because the author is female. But it really seems like a male's interpretation of how a female would react to, "Oh, don't worry, I'll protect you." It's like she's like swooning over him. Aww.
indeed. What am I looking at? She felt so lucky to have such an amazing boyfriend. Instead of either that or she's projecting herself onto Jewel.
I should probably also say this. You should break the habit of saying boyfriend and girlfriend, because like that's not doesn't quite feel right. I would much rather go with lover.
I
Lover,
used it in
partner,
something
or even
recently.
mate.
Yeah, I used it.
There's
in
a
something
lot of better
recently before I
alternatives.
had read this specifically, but I did it in such a way that the word was an exception and not the status quo. I presume you haven't read that yet.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say never use the word boyfriend or girlfriend, because technically that's what they are. But like them calling each other this and like the
It's not a
over
daily
reliance of it in the
occurrence.
prose, it feels both like kind of amateurish, sort of unprofessional, and also not really in character for their dialogue. You have
Sounds
ver-
like it
you
was
have a lot
written
of
by a
alternatives.
teen girl.
It does, yes. That's kind of what I'm trying to get across. You have a lot of alternatives: lover, partner, and mate, which makes sense for
Yeah.
birds, and
Oh, I
also
didn't
makes
tell her
sense
to
for
use
them to
mate.
use
I
in
didn't
dialogue.
think.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind them saying it at this point because, well,
Yeah.
she has established that they are all over each other this early on, so might as well.
Instead of scaring Tulio away, this had the opposite effect. Oh,
But yeah,
that's great. You're
boyfriend,
protecting
girlfriend is too much. It's ignoring the bird aspect a bit too much.
her. Yeah. We treat them very humanly, but not so humanly. Anyway. Oh, that's great. You're protecting her, exclaimed Tulio. He then went to pet Blue's head, but he bit his hand. Ouch! Cried the
Seriously?
vet.
That is.
Ooh.
Blue would not bite hands. No, there's no way. So Linda is a good pet owner. She is clearly very competent at, well, maybe except for feeding him hot chocolate and pizza and stuff.
Yeah,
But-
he may have teethed as a kid, but
If you watch the movie and look at the body language between Linda and Blue, they're very comfortable with each other, and she's very professional at handling Blue. So I think she would teach him not to bite people's fingers. Just a thought.
yes.
And also,
when you see
I
in-
really.
with real parrots, they explore the world through, their beak and their tongue and that sort of thing. That's like how they interact with things, right? Their beak and tongue is like my hand or your hand, they kind of use it for that purpose. So if you see like bird owners on Instagram and such, which I know for a fact you have, you notice how like the bigger exotic bird owners don't necessarily really hold their birds up to their faces or anything like that. Yeah, it's because they might explore your face with a sharp thing which might go in your eyes. So yeah.
Yeah. Also, Blue, I don't think I think Blue would maybe bite someone's finger in self-defense, as fight or
Maybe.
flight. But this isn't really that kind of situation.
That's attack.
He's saying,
yeah.
"Hey, don't shout." He's saying, I don't think it's a bite is really warranted here. Like maybe if Blue genuinely considered Tulio to be a threat to him or Jewel, then yeah, maybe. But that's not really the case.
Yeah. Ouch! Cried the vet. He waved his hand around and sucked the finger that. Okay, that's kind of funny. Sucked
That's
the finger
good.
that Blue bit.
I like that.
Easy there, little guy. You know I'm not here to hurt you or Jewel.
They would know
Little
this.
guy.
Little guy. I don't mind that actually. But I would probably go with something a little bit more creative, if I.
True.
But I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
After hearing this, the male bird gulped. "Oh, cheese and sprinkles, what have I done?" he groaned. I don't
What?
mind him saying cheese and sprinkles. He kind of does that. In
Well, I mean,
situations
yeah, it's not. Yeah, I certainly can't say. Oh, he's not allowed to say cheese and sprinkles because I mean, it is one of his habits.
Yeah.
I just have a tendency to. I just prefer not to do that. It's just my personal preference.
There are times
so
to do it.
There might be. I might find a time, yeah, or a certain situation where it would be really fitting. I don't know. I haven't found that yet. What have I done? It kind of makes Blue look a little bit like an idiot here. Like he can't make basic decisions or something. Like it's not explained why he bit Tulio's hand because he's just irritated at him and nothing else.
Yeah. He groaned. Joel was quick to comfort him. "Hey, Blue, it's okay. You're protecting me, which is good because when you're in the wild, I have to know you'll take care of me."
That's
I
exposition.
mean-
She's turned into a narrator.
I like the thought,
And also, I'm not-
just not the... Yeah.
Jewel here is like she's a bit the whole Blue. It's okay. You were protecting me. She's kind of I don't know. She's kind of just like treating herself as the one who needs to be protected. Ah, yes, I'm so glad I have. Which is not really who she
I think
is,
she's
and she
projecting
know that.
herself onto Jewel.
Yes, perhaps
I
because
am-
Jewel
I
would
will
be
admit, I
very
am
capable
privy
of defending
to-
herself.
Yes, I am privy to some information about her.
I think
And it's kind of...
I think-
It's starting... Now that I think about it, I actually... Yeah, it's kind of starting to look like... Yeah.
it makes sense if you
projection.
change it around a bit. I think it makes sense for Jewel to go, "Aw, look at him protecting me," but not, "Oh, it's okay, you were protecting me." I do think she'd find it endearing though that Blue would want to, protect him or protect her. It'd be an "aw, sweet boy"
Yeah.
moment. Next
I
one.
know you'll take care of me. Blue looked a bit shocked. "Of course I'll take care of you. Don't you know I love you?" he asked sincerely. "Of course I do," replied Joel. As Tulio watched on, the couple kissed on the table for a few seconds. But she used couple there at least. The man found this
This is-
remarkable.
This is very back and forth. I think they
Yeah,
took
I
flip flop
know.
very seriously. So now first they
Maybe.
were squawking, biting, and now they're kissing. They're making out.
True. Well, no, I told her flip-flop in the blue sense. But whatever. Wow, they really are in love, he thought to himself. Okay, that's kind of fun. Kind of funny.
Yeah.
He then said out loud, "Well, it's good to
She
know
would
that you can
notice.
take care of Jewel, Blue, and she can take care of herself." How did she demonstrate she could... Oh, well, with the thing earlier. "Now I think it's time to take Jewel's fixture off." The
I
two
mean,
birds-
Tuli would know that she can take care of herself because she defended herself against a man in the film and ended up
and
scratching his
then
face and stuff,
The two birds celebrated initially, but shortly after they both gulped when they realised where Tulio started to take them next. The operating theatre. Oh dear.
It's very fast.
Jill tried to escape from his arm, but Tulio, as gently as he could, stopped her. Well, at least he doesn't grab her or anything.
Yeah, at least this is how he should have reacted earlier, gently.
It's not... She doesn't describe how he has grabbed her gently. He at least she said he
Stopped
did it
her.
gently.
It is a bit vague.
Yeah, okay. At least she's thought to specify in this occasion. Yeah. He tried to reassure her as she screamed so desperately, hoping to avoid going in that terrible room again. Would she scream? I don't know. Well, I mean, as a bird she would, but as Jewel, I don't know. Jewel, what's wrong? Yeah.
I don't know. A womanly scream.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem very Jewel-like to me. I mean,
No.
she does yelp, but like scream in fear. I mean, I guess she has like a what they seem to be establishing here is that she has some sort of phobia of the operating theater. I guess I can't call that necessarily wrong. But at the same time, I don't really.
I'd want to see more about it.
Yeah, I would want to see more detail about it. I want the author to flesh out that idea more than just say, "Oh, Jewel has a phobia of this," and then just like sort of move
Makes
on with your day.
sense on paper, is the best way I can put that.
Mhm.
Yeah. Jewel, what's wrong? Asked Blue. Blue, I don't want to go back in there again, she cried. Whoa, hey, Jewel, it's okay. He's going to take the fixture off so we can be free, he assured her.
She knows this.
Jewel didn't seem... Yeah, she knows this. Jewel didn't seem convinced. He's going to make me sleep again with the smelly gas, she screamed. Okay.
Okay, that's kind of funny. You gotta admit, that's kind of good.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I'd have her say it in this sort of under duress or fear, but I would maybe have her use something like that, but just more like, oh, he's going to make me sleep again with a smelly gas.
Yeah. I could honestly picture her saying that like in a sort of exasperated sense. He's gonna make me sleep.
He's going to make me sleep again with a
smelly gas. That's
Why-
definitely
why
how
does
she
he not-
describe it. That is perfect.
Why does
Smelly
she
gas.
not? Why does he not have the honor to knock me out like a really worthy opponent or something? You know? Have the decency to cane me in the back of the head. You know?
Have the
Anyway.
decency to clock me over the beak.
Yeah. I don't know if he'd use gas though. That's more human. I think in reality it'd be an injection, but yeah, whatever. That's just details as far as I'm concerned. Just it's funny, so I can live.
Yeah.
With it. Trajan is the kind of guy who would say, "Oh, well, actually, it would be an injection." It's just that for the all intents and purposes, gas will do. It's funny. It's entertaining.
Mhm.
Blue's heart broke into a million pieces. Well, unless gas-based bird anesthetic didn't exist, in which case I go, okay, fine, but whatever. I won't let him do that to her. He thought determinedly. Well, how's he going to get that fixture off then?
Okay, there's multiple problems with this part. First of all, you need to get rid of the quotes and turn it into italics, because that's how you properly format thoughts. You should get rid of ly at the end of determined and just have he thought determined. That would be fine. And also, Blue shouldn't be thinking this because as a domesticated bird, he should know the purpose of sleeping gas or something. Or sleeping injection. He know that he's been to the vet before, certainly. So he should know that they put you to sleep in order to not bring you pain while they operate on you. So Blue shouldn't be treating this as like a foreign concept, as he seems to be treating it here.
Yes.
He should the most important thing, the most in character thing he could do here is explain to Jewel why that's necessary, or at the very least.
And they would have already had this conversation because she was put under to have her wing fixed in the first place anyway. So
yeah,
by this time she should be looking at it as like, I hate this, but just fuck it. I'm willing to do it to get the fixture off.
Get it over
Basically,
with.
just get it over with. Just solid. Just do it. Okay, fine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think maybe a good compromise would be to somehow, I don't know how, but in an ideal world, I think she would want to fall asleep and have him put her under while she's gone to sleep herself, so that she wakes up with the cast done. Oh damn! I wonder if that could actually be done. I'll think about that. I will think about that actually. The random ass stuff that comes up. I'll think about that.
When they got into the operating theater,
Tulio put Jewel, who was resisting him. Thank you for pointing that out in brackets. Down into a small.
Don't use parentheses in prose.
Don't do that. Down into a small bird-sized bed. Bird-sized furniture. So
I wouldn't use the term bird-sized. Just a small. I would rather say a small bed fitting of a bird, or something like that, or a small bed for birds. But bird-sized bed makes bird-sized bed makes me think it's just a bed that's been shrunk down, like I don't know, with a Gadget
I
from
mean,
Ant-Man, or
yeah,
I don't know,
what-
Go Gadget Shrink Ray.
What she has said versus what you've suggested is it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, because, you know, bird-sized bed, a bed befitting birds, they're quite synonymous, but it's just something about the rearranging of those words that makes it kind of sound a bit better.
Yeah, I would
'cause, I
just
mean,
avoid
if he is-
bird-sized, because
if he is
bird-sized
an
imply
avian
that's the
vet-
human bed shrunk down.
If he is an avian vet, he's going to have a specific... He's going to have some specific, like, telescoping, adjustable, let's just say, bed for him to put a bird that he's operating on. So he'll have something like that. I don't begrudge there being a bird-sized bed or something of that ilk, but yeah, make sure
It's just
that, like you
bird
say,
beds
imagery-
they're fundamentally look different from human beds. So if you say bird-sized bed, it kind of implies that it's a human bed shrunk down, rather than if you say a bed fitting of a bird, then it makes you think that it's a bed that's specifically tailored to fit a
Yes.
bird, like, you know, a dog bed or a cat bed. Like you wouldn't say cat-sized bed, but you would say a bed for a cat. It's like distinctly different.
Well, unless it literally was a cat-sized bed, but whatever. So that he could work on her and then gently secured her down with straps. Again, gently, good. Although Jewel hated what he was doing, he was only doing it for her own good. Thank
Makes
you for
sense.
telling me that. It makes sense, but thank you for telling me that. He then went and fetched the anesthesia... Again, British. Fetched. The anesthesia machine and brought it over. He was... he was about to... What?
This okay, it's clear that you haven't done any research on like medicine or stuff, or like anything, how you would treat a bird like in a procedure like this, because place a mask over her face. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they use injections for birds masks. I don't think they have bird masks for inserting
the
that
thing
in
about
gas.
the thing about a mask is it's like a Basco or whatever, that sort of thing. You need, for a mask to function properly, you need a positive pressure. You need the actual. You
And
need
the mask would
gas
have to fit around their
inside.
beak.
Yes, you need a perfect seal, right? So my dad used to teach nuclear biological chemical defense at sea. And the one thing he's always said, because he griped about masks during COVID times, and he is actually qualified to be talking about it because he taught nuclear defense, NBCD, like I say. When you wanted to get that equipment on, you couldn't have a beard because you need the seal. It needs to be sealed around your face. You need a positive pressure, right? So if you have a positive pressure of the gas inside, basically air can't get in because any air that might try to get in is actively being pushed out because the pressure is greater inside, right? So if you had a mask for a bird, it would need to be tailor-made to Jules' face, and just the same for a human. Masks
and at
for
that point,
humans
it's
are
just...
tailor-made for their face, yeah. And at that point, he's just going to open up this big supply closet with like 100,000 different masks for each bird.
At that point, just like, yeah, just have an injection. That's just the simple solution. Just have it be an injection.
I'd miss the smelly gas line though.
True.
Anyways,
Pointy needle. You can make it pointy needle instead.
pointy needle.
You don't have to completely sacrifice the idea. Although I do like I do like Jules describing something that's smelly.
Is that your new like favorite thing now? Is it?
New favorite thing? No, but I just like it.
As he was about to place the mask on her terrified face, Blue hit the mask out of Tulio's hand. Okay, I wasn't.
Blue wouldn't
expecting
do
that.
this, but I already explained why.
Okay, yeah, we already done that. The man was shocked, especially by Blue's triumphant face, but ultimately he realised the message. Jill didn't want to be forced to sleep, and Blue was responsible enough to stand up for her. Well, I mean, yeah, in this scenario, he'd realise, based on context, yeah, but...
If Blue was being responsible, he'd let Tulio do it.
Yeah. If Blue absolutely had to do this, I reckon Tulio would reason, well, it must be because she doesn't like it and he's standing up for her. So I can buy this if it were possible to happen. which is sort of like self-contradictory. This is impossible, but if it were possible, I would think that it was possible. So moving swiftly on.
Moving on.
Whatever. Okay, guys, I'm sorry, but you know I only have your best interests at heart, he said solemnly. This touched Jules' heart somewhat as she understood that ultimately the man did care for her. I should hope she already realizes. She
should have known that for a while, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I very wholeheartedly want them to have their own little moment together where she's just like, all right, get it over with.
But since Jewel and Tulio have been around for a long time, it doesn't make sense for her to just now have some sort of realization like, he cares for me.
Yeah. Oh, even when he captures her, you know that one scene that I want to do. Even when he captures her in that market, he's going to be like, wow, she is beautiful. You know, I'm going to take good care of you. Make him, promise. She doesn't hear it, but he's going to promise, I'm going to take good care of you, that sort of thing.
I want to see that scene.
I really want to write that scene.
I'm like anticipating that scene. That's the scene that I'm excited for. But especially with your improvements and stuff. But anyways, back to the subject.
I need to figure out. Unfortunately, it kind of stems off of Take Heed, Young Heathen, and then I got to make sure it works with what I have in mind for Detective Jewel or whatever. So it's like I'll get there in the end. I am making progress on my stories. Is the thing, like actually palpable progress. So
you can go back and change it later.
I know, and that's the beauty with concepts, is even with martial arts, I've already sort of changed. I just realised this is a public thing, but whatever, I don't care. Even with martial arts, I've kind of changed the philosophy of it, where I initially had them say they love each other, but now I've like decided, no, I came up with a better idea for their confession, so I don't want to do that here. So,
We are sidetracked.
So, well, it's relevant. So it is a case of, yeah, your artistic vision does change. And so, yes, I say that to KDG, who I will very specifically be showing this clip, and to anyone who is still in the audience. Let me have a look. 5 people. To the 5 people still in the audience. Yeah. Creative vision. Sometimes it changes. Don't be afraid. Trajan has gone to sleep.
I know this better than anyone. Yeah, my ideas have changed wildly.
He really has gone to sleep. He has not replied. Whatever.
Yeah, he is out cold.
Good night, out cold.
Trajan.
If I put him in the audience, what will happen? I think he's just letting us get on with it anyway. I'll ask him at the end if there was anything he wanted to focus on. We'll just do that. No, I just put him down in the audience. See, I can bring him up. I can put him down. Anyway. We've actually been reading this for a long, long time, but productive. You are doing good for the world, Mr. Spixie.
Thank you.
I will get her to thank you, don't worry. Blue put on... No, that's not what I was at. He put Blue onto his arm and the bird looked back at him defiantly but warmly. Okay.
That is kind of self-contradictory. If he's defiant, he shouldn't be like giving him a warm expression. I don't know. It feels like the two ideas
she's going for. I think I know what she's going for. What immediately comes to mind for me is kindly but serious, right? Like so, kind of like how your granddad would look at you after he caught you playing with his power tools or something. Like you're expressing your childish curiosity, but. You need
also
to know
breaking
that
the law.
We're not breaking the law. No, you're doing something dangerous.
The family law.
But I think that's what she's going for, like warm but defiant. Like I don't want to fight you, but I'm not going to let you do. Yeah, actually, I think that's what she's going for.
Okay.
I mean, I could be entirely wrong, and yeah, she intended it to be self-contradictory, but I'm trying to. I'm telling what I think is going on here. Maybe she's right, maybe she's wrong. Who knows? Whatever. Tulio said, "I promise that I won't make her go to sleep, Blue, but I need you to leave here while I do the removal procedure." I don't know.
I know what he's gonna do. he's gonna kick Blue out and then immediately put her to sleep. Haha, fooled him.
Ah,
Too easy.
the old role
The
reversal.
old-
Quite like what
the
we'll be
old
doing
bait and
tomorrow when
switch.
Trajan makes you head admin. Yeah, the old bait and switch. We joke about this consistently, but I can assure you it will not happen. For legal reasons, that's a joke. Yeah, he would have to make her go to sleep because the metal is kind of like in her skin, so
Yeah.
yeah.
She would be squawking in pain and like wiggling around as Tulio removes his fixture. So I don't know what his plan is. I'm excited to see
Yeah,
how's he gonna do this without putting her to sleep. I am
He's
very
not
excited to see what he
cynical.
comes up with.
Yeah, like Tulio is not cynical. He wouldn't just go like, okay, you don't want to go to sleep, huh? Well then let me see why you want to, and then start fiddling around that she's in desperate pain. Oh, you want to go to sleep now, don't you? No,
I'll
like,
let
he
you
wouldn't do
know
that.
pain, idiot bird.
I'm gonna give you something to cry about, bitch. That sort of thing, you know.
Yeah.
Whatever. So we'll see. I won't make her go to sleep, but I do need you to leave here while I do the removal procedure. Blue put on a seriously unamused... That's very British. Seriously unamused face and was about to start shouting once again for Jules' protection. She's very keen to point out that he's quick to defend her.
Yeah, I mean it's in the right direction. It definitely has the spirit, but
yeah, in general, KDG is not
it
stupid.
yeah,
I
it makes
would say.
sense for he does understand Blue's character like at a basic level,
She.
which I appreciate. Or she, yeah, my bad. She does understand his character at a basic level, at a respectable level even, which
Well,
definitely
I told her
definitely
sort
have
of
my
what to
respect
do,
for
so-
that. But yeah, true. Did you tell her Blue is very protective of Jewel?
I probably did. I can't give you an itemized receipt of everything I told her.
Well, I'm just asking.
It's
Like,
mostly
did you happen to bring
It's
that
mostly a
out?
case of if you say, "Did you tell her this?" I would be able to say yes or no. It's that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I absolutely told her was the number one golden rule between Blue and Jewel is that they are very much in love. That's like my golden rule in Rio fanfiction. Blue and Jewel are very much in love. Treat
So
them that
basically,
way.
Blue would be doing this kind of thing, but just not in this situation. It's contrived in this
so
specific
if
context.
Tulio was this big, horrible, nasty predator, then yeah, he'd be doing this. But he's not. He's Tulio, so
They can't really seem to decide whether they hate him or like him here. It's a bit confusing. Anyways,
we'll see. Blue put on a series and was about to start shouting once again for Jules' protection, but she piped up from her bed. Blue, I trust him, she said.
well, that was a 180.
Indeed. Blue came off the offensive as soon as she said this. Oh, okay, he whispered, backing down. I'm glad you understand, said as if he understood them.
Well,
I guess
I mean,
she
he is
going to
physically
sleep
backing
now.
down. I guess it's just body language.
Yeah, actually, that's fair, yeah. A few minutes later, Blue was alone with Linda in the break room. Okay, it's a break room. I was about to say, what do you mean a break room? But okay, I get it. He couldn't do anything but besides wait for Jules' wing fixture to be removed, and during this time, he felt really anxious about spending time with her outside of the aviary. He sat on Linda's lap with the human stroking his head, much to his pleasure. He looked up at her cutely, and she smiled back at him. That is endearing because of the word choice, not because I'm feeling that.
I really like imagining this. I'm not gonna lie.
In your head, yeah, it's nice, but I'm being explained. He's sitting in Linda's lap with... This is literally what I put in a concept. He's sitting in Linda's lap with the human stroking his head, and he likes... This is literally what I'd write in a concept. Oh my goodness me. He looked up at her cutely, and she smiled back at him. What am I going to do with you? Oh, that's so British. What am I
Why
going
is
to
she
do
saying
with you?
A? That's not
A?
very Minnesotan.
A?
A? That's
It's
not
British.
Minnesotan.
That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah. She asked him. Blue understood
Change it to
this
ha
and
and
jumped
you're
onto
golden.
the table where he picked... Oh, God. Well, I obviously didn't tell her not to do this.
Oh boy.
Picked up a
Yeah.
pen and
I
paper.
think this is one thing you forgot to mention. Blue
I
should
forgot
not
to
be writing
mention
stuff in
this.
English because it's. I'll explain it. It's very lazy and it's basically cheating. It's basically saying, oh, he might as well just be talking to her. He might as well just be opening his beak and saying stuff to her.
Yeah.
Like in concept, because it's just there's the thing with Blue and Linda is that they're supposed to have a mutual understanding of each other without being able to without Blue being
That's
able to
what-
directly communicate.
Yeah,
with
that's
her.
what deepens their understanding. That's what you.
Yeah,
would
that's
have-
what makes it valuable. If Blue can just communicate to her like at will whenever he wants, coherently, then if you're gonna have Blue write to her, it should at least be like it should at least look like a third grader or like a 5-year-old
Well, a
writing it.
4-year-old, yeah.
This is one thing that's I think that I think this is one thing that Simi Arfani did right is that
Yeah.
I mean the concept is but at least they executed it in a favorable way. Don't just like have him write things like super coherently. I mean I guess it is a pretty simple sentence in this scenario, but it's just you should be able to come up with a more creative way for Blue to communicate that he's in love with Jewel.
Yeah, I can buy.
There
him
are
being
ways for
able
him to
write-
communicate that.
I can buy him being able to write the words "I" and "love," because they have the fridge magnet. So maybe he could. Actually, the most I could do this is him arranging fridge magnets. Maybe.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, I mean,
Jewel
I wouldn't have a
is-
problem with that because that's
Yeah.
creative.
That's
This isn't
yeah,
creative.
this- I suppose.
He just
I just
he
came
just
up with
there's
that
a
as well.
pen and paper that just spawn in. He jumped onto the table. The pen and paper spawn in, and he's able to write stuff in English for Linda.
That
Basically,
was
you
just-
can do this in a more creative way. For example, Linda maybe picks up on this, on like the idea, and she's like the first one to pick up on it. And says, "Oh, you're really like in love with her, aren't you?" And then maybe
She's
Blue like
sensitive to her
rumbles
pet.
and like smiles and yeah.
She's sensitive to him and his needs. You know. They have,
Blue
like,
should
this-
be able to communicate that in a way that like feels bird-like,
The thing is,
even if Linda has to prompt it.
Yeah, the thing is, and I'm about to drop some Big J lore here for anyone who's not already aware. I work with wild ponies, right? They come off of the land and they're wild. Some of them have like barely seen humans before, right? And in times gone by, I've gone in the pen with them, and they literally are like, "Holy shit! What is that? That's a human! Oh my goodness me! I'm scared out of my mind." You can tell on that animal's face that it's scared, right? It's the body language. I'm talking about a real animal, like an actual pony, and I've been in with them, right? And I've done it before where I've worked with them, over the course of some time. Tulip was the number one, and I would love to send a photo of her, and if I remember, I will. Tulip was the most notable one. She came in off the most gorgeous little piebald foal, and she'd never really seen humans before, and I was in the pen with her, and she really, really didn't like me. She didn't want to know me. She was sort of like really miffed at my presence. And it was like session after session, often like hours at a time, hour or two at a time, that sort of thing. Where genuinely it was, especially in the beginning, I don't know how I can do it, don't ask me how, I just have the knack for it. I've kind of grown up around animals all my life. I went through times where I wouldn't move a muscle for about 15 minutes, which was not fun, especially with my back. And I remember it was with Tulip. There were other people who sorted her out as well, but I did stuff with her. And yeah, she went from this sort of like, "Oh, I'm really afraid of you," and that sort of thing, to, "Yeah, I can tolerate you." I remember the first time I was able to like sort of lay a hand on her, that was a momentous occasion, because it was like, wow, that's the first time that she's ever let anyone put a hand on her, right? And that's the first step to getting a head collar on and that sort of thing. But what I'm trying to say is, you are with an animal, right? A wild animal, and it is not, how do I put it? It's a wild animal. It's sensitive to the environment around it, and you can tell virtually what it's thinking. It doesn't think like you or me, but you can tell what it's trying to communicate to you. So Linda and Blue, when they have this connection, I've had a connection like this with a wild animal, right? And trust me, they do communicate. When you try and go near them, like, you're not doing that. I'm not having you do that. I don't like that. They may as well be saying that to you, right? So that's the Big J lore, and I digress slightly, but it is important to note that, don't just do the whole he picks up the pen and paper and writes in English, because you're really, really cheapening his relationship with Linda, because it's a beautiful thing. Like, he goes through the whole film really caring about her, so it's that sort of thing. So it's what would make a story like Barely Human, which is just fan service, basically. It's what would make a story like Barely Human so impactful, because suddenly he's able to say everything he wants to say to Linda, and she's able to say everything she's ever wanted to say to him. And, oh, Blue, do you remember that time do you remember that time? Why did you feel that, and they would be giddy, and they would be like best friends, and it would be amazing to see, right? That is the kind of story where I would love to explore that. That is the kind of story where he is essentially writing in plain English on a piece of paper, and that's why it works, because it's like a one-off occasion where this is going on, just so you can, without guilt, explore the sorts of things they would say to each other. But in your main stories, just don't do it. There's merit to the idea of them being able to say things to each other, but it's not. If it's just like any other day, it just cheapens it. Anyways, Linda looked at the paper and replied, "I know you do, and you'll be free with her soon." He wrote,
Okay.
"I'm worried about it, though." Yeah.
Yeah, they're just communicating back and forth
Yeah.
just fluently. I also feel like if he were to pick up a paper and just say "I love Jewel," it should at least be met with like a stronger response than that. I don't know.
Whoa.
She says, I know you do, and you'll be free with her soon." It's just it's very anticlimactic. Like you might as well just not have him do this in the first place if she's just not gonna.
Yeah.
If she's gonna go, "Oh, I know you do." In
I
fact, it would make
hunger,
more sense
mother.
for Jewel to sit, for there to be no pen, no paper, and for Linda to like pat him on the head and say, "Hey, I know you're in love with Jewel." Like, you could just do it like that. It basically do the same thing, but without the unnecessary bit.
Or she could maybe play off of the whole "she's a girl, Jewel's a girl." Ugh, girls, am I right?
Girls.
No, come on, that would be funny.
Mhm.
Anyway, alright, so we've established the writing thing. I'm going to rattle this out if I can. "I know you do, and you'll be free with her soon." He wrote, "I'm worried about it, though." "Worried? What are you worried about?" She replied confusedly.
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 Can you just get rid of the ly?
He wrote, "I can barely fly. How does she expect me to keep up with her and do everything she can? She's awesome, and I'm just nobody." Okay, self-deprecation.
This is a common error that people do with Blue's character. Blue, you had it. You were going the right direction at first. I remember I said, "I'm glad that you have Blue showing like ego and like confidence in himself," and now he is just completely broken down. And I would say it is very out of character for Blue to say, "Oh, she's awesome, but I'm just a nobody." Because that's not what he thinks. That's not what he shows. He's proud of himself. He's proud of his knowledge. He's proud of his strength, his abilities. It's consistently thrown throughout the movie. So he shouldn't be saying this.
I think people confuse his little tirade at the end of Rio 2 as saying, "Oh, everything I do is wrong," and that sort of thing. No, he's not saying it like that. He's saying it. He's frustrated that the world isn't working his way or whatever, rather than
It's frustrated that no one will cooperate with him. And
Yeah.
I wouldn't really use Rio 2 as reference anyways, but I know a lot of other people will. So
Yeah, you know what I mean.
it is good to address.
I like to pick up on the things it gets vaguely correct. There's a lot it gets wrong. So long as we're not touching on the bits that it gets wrong, I don't mind.
Yeah. So
because we like to
basically,
be objective.
Certainly, we don't want to be super biased in all of our advice.
Write Blue and Jewel like this because we hate the second movie.
No, we'd rather do Blue and Jewel like this because they show it here in this scene.
Yes.
Or throughout the
Do
film.
it, like, ignore this bit in Rio 2 because it's contradicted by the scene that happens in the first film. That sort of thing.
Precisely. So it is
And
good
not
to
the other
address.
way around. The first came before the second, not the other way around. So, you know.
So basically, if you want to take away anything from this, Blue thinks very highly of himself because he does that in the movie.
Yes. Like 2 o'clock in
Onward.
the morning. I think we'll leave it after this one. We'll come back for another event. I don't see why not. Anyway, there's basically no one left. Yeah, basically no one left.
Fine with me.
Yeah, Yoda's gone. I think that's Enma saying she needs to go. I'm actually not sure. Oh, you're still here. Okay.
Yeah,
Wow,
I'm
got some faithful-
here.
I wasn't talking to you, bro.
I'm
you're
just glad to hear his
clapped out.
voice.
Yeah, me
honestly.
too. What do you think? No, Speed Dial, you're not no one. I'm just not specifically having to call. Okay, hello, Speed Dial, Enma, Vinkal, and Sanfiero.
We've got no one left, as in we have very few people remaining.
Yeah,
well,
I
it's
get it. We're not
exaggeration.
VP.
We're not calling you nobodies.
There's still 7 people here, which is a decent amount of people, but whatever.
If the only person left was Barack Obama, we'd still say, man, there's basically no
Yeah,
one left.
Exactly. So, Trajan, what do you
Onward.
think of KDG's story so far? I actually am probably going to regret asking him that.
Well, you were correct that I was out for most of that.
Yeah.
Okay, your opinion is irrelevant.
So-
Moving on.
He got some beauty sleep. Moving on.
Yeah, he did. He's been up since like silly o'clock in the morning. Okay, with all due respect, I'm not going to hear you out because time. Well, we'll finish the story, but yeah, it's getting on a bit, and I don't want to be up till 3 in the morning. So we'll finish this, and we'll call it a night, and then get back to these 5. But we'll do it. I want to do it tomorrow, though. You don't have to be here, Spixie, if you don't want to.
I'll finish this up at least.
And actually, at that point, I guess if we do it in a whole new event, we could do Freddy's as well. So that works for me.
Hey, you're not nobody.
Where am I looking?
Hey, you're not nobody. Top screen.
Hey, you're
There
not
you go.
nobody, shouted Linda, and Blue looked up at her with tears in his eyes. Oh boy.
There's no reason
go
for her to
on.
be crying here.
Yes, he doesn't do crying. I obviously didn't tell her that.
Especially
You're
not this
Tyler-
easily.
Yes, you're Tyler Blue Gunderson. I didn't raise you from a chick to just chicken out at the last moment. You can do loads of things she can't do. She shouted again.
That kind of just that kind of contradicts itself. I didn't raise you from a chick to just chicken out at the moment. That doesn't make any sense because a chick grows into a chicken. So, I raised it kind of doesn't
I
communicate
can
what
see
you're
what
trying
she's
to
trying
communicate.
do.
Yeah, I can see that too.
I didn't
But
raise
you
from
should
a
probably
baby to just
rephrase
chicken out at
it.
the last moment.
Yeah, I didn't raise you your entire life to just chicken out at the last moment. That'd probably be a better way to say it.
She's probably gone for like a bird pun there or something, but whatever. You can do loads of things she can't do. Like what, he wrote? You can climb
should know
way
what.
better than... Yeah. You can climb way better than her. How does she know about his climbing ability in comparison to Jules?
Apparently, Linda is an expert on how good Jewel can climb.
She was there spectating the Vista
She was watching them
Chinese
at the
speak.
Vista Chinese.
She watched the film.
She watched
She
the
watched
film.
the film.
She's had, to be fair, she has had time to do that since it released.
Oh yeah. Anyway, I unironically would find it very, very entertaining to say that there was an evil Rio in the Rio universe made by Blue Sky Studios. That is probably something I would do in Barely Human though, because it doesn't matter there. You want to watch a movie, Blue? Oh, like what? Well, there's this one studio, Blue Sky Studios. What's that one film there? It's called Cambodia. Oh yeah, it's where 2 penguins to get together or something like that sort of thing. Evil Rio.
Oh my goodness, it's just like alternate reality. Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, wouldn't that be funny? And it's in Barely Human anyway. Who gives a snake
it's
what happens
like-
in there?
Honestly, I wouldn't mind that, you including that. Except for maybe don't say Blue Sky Studios, but
Evil Rio.
yeah. Evil
Yellow
Rio.
Sky Evil Rio.
Actually, it would be Orange Sky because orange is on
Orange
the opposite of
Sky.
the color spectrum from...
Yeah,
Nerd
and
moment.
then obviously entertaining because
Orange Macaw World in it.
Barely Human is just going to be a clusterfuck of just things that I find entertaining mishmashed into a story. The challenge will be making it coherent, but I don't think that'll actually be difficult. It sounds like a lot of fun to do. There's things I would prefer to write, but I would like to get around to doing it. Let's read some comments because, I don't know, I need to break things up. Yeah, there aren't really many.
I prefer to finish this slightly fast.
Yeah, indeed. I should focus on finishing the drawing, but listening on to Big J does lead to advice. Well, to be fair, Spixie is doing a lot of the advice here. Well, I'm not doing none, but he's doing...
I'm just
probably
not
more.
here.
Yeah, you're just not here. Yeah, there's not much left. Right. Okay. You can climb way better than her, and you can use human things which she can't, and you stand up for her when she needs it most, she assured him. Blue felt a little better. I guess so, he wrote. You're kind, and you're funny, and you're brave, she added.
Wait, what? I'm
Those are
kind of, like,
generic
pressing-
things, but
You're
they're
funny.
not wrong.
I would say, wait, I mean, I guess she...
Well, he's a bird, he does funny things.
Yeah, he does, I guess so. Like, he might be referring to his parrot antics, his little
I
belly
could accept
wiggle, or,
that.
I don't know,
Yeah, I could accept that.
twirl
at face
around or
value.
something. Okay.
Yeah. He looked at her with a silly grin on his face, which made Linda laugh. See? Okay. Alright, good. I like that, actually.
That's cute.
Yeah, that's cute. She's done a lot of cute things in here. I appreciate that. Blue
Yeah,
looked
she knows how to
determined
do
and wrote down-
cuteness.
Yeah. Blue looked determined and wrote down on the note, okay, you're right, in perfect grammar.
In perfect grammar. I'm
Just-
glad he did the correct your.
Yeah, he
Blue-
does as well.
Okay, Blue really,
Imagine if
especially
he
at this
just-
point. Especially at this point, Blue really doesn't need to be writing anything. He can just put it. He can just put it down.
Well, she's committing to it at least. She's committing to it.
Yes,
Just
she
then,
is.
the door. She's consistent. Whatever. Just then, the door opened and Tulio came in. Hey guys, I've taken the splint off of Jules.
Ooh, man,
She
that would have
forgot
been
what it was
very
called.
painful. Oh yeah.
Well,
it's-
no, because he backed down.
It was,
so obviously he must have used. Yeah, she forgot what it's called. Bless. I think that this must be when she came back to it the next day. 'cause
Wasn't
I
it
know
like
she did
metal
this in 2
fixture?
seconds.
Yeah, it was
Yes,
a
it's
metal
a
fixture
metal
before, and
fixture.
now it's a splint.
Yeah, I think she's just forgotten. Like I said, she did this in 2 goes. I know she did like a load of it. Yeah, and that's about right. She did a load of it in one night, and I made myself not look at it and whatever. Whatever.
Next paragraph. Blue and
I've
Linda
taken the
looked at
splint
each
off
other.
of Jules' wing, and now it's time for her to fly, he announced excitedly. Blue and Linda looked at each other excitedly, and they both followed him out the door and into the main aviary room as seen when Blue first arrived to meet Jewel for the first time.
Piece of advice.
We already
Read
said that.
read
Oh.
your fanfictions aloud, because you will notice when things
Yeah.
are off. For example, he says excitedly twice in a row. You will notice that if you read out your fanfiction
They
out
quite
loud.
literally...
It's very easy to miss if you don't do that.
Their position on the screen is quite literally less than a centimetre from each other.
Yeah.
Anyway, Blue and Linda looked at each other excitedly, and they both followed him out the door and into the main aviary room as seen when Blue first arrived to meet Jewel for the first time. Gaudy. He saw that Jewel was standing somewhere quite high, and he worried that she might get hurt if she fell. Oh, bless.
Well, her fixture's off, so she can spread her wings and fly now. He shouldn't be worried.
I've just seen this bit. Oh boy. Jewel, he cried, flying over to where she was and landing next to her. Jewel, are you okay? He asked. Yeah, I'm fine, she said. Hey.
I don't know what Blue's concerned about here.
KDG kind of does that a lot. That's just sort of actually jumped out at me, not gonna lie. Whatever. Hey, look, your wing is free, Blue pointed out. Yeah, no shit.
She knows?
She just had it... That was the entire purpose of her going.
She was there.
Bit the man over.
Blue.
You left him to do that for her. It's like, oh, crazy. That's like saying, okay, go off and go and get a new car, and then she, pulls up in a brand new McLaren. Oh my goodness, you got a new car.
You got a new car. No
you
way.
got a new car. It's
short-term memory loss. That is what Blue is suffering from here.
Alzheimer's story.
It does read like Alzheimer's though, not gonna lie.
You need the core music. Hey, your wing is free. Oh dear me. Blue pointed
I need to
out.
watch.
Yeah, replied.
I need to make a
Jill,
blue core edit.
I kind of want to do that. I'm not gonna lie.
Blue core.
It would do numbers on TikTok. In all fairness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, replied Joel. Then saying, he did a pretty good job at fixing me up, huh? She moved her wing around and it didn't hurt her at all. Blue smiled at her.
Fixing me up? He just removed a fixture. He's not repairing her.
Well, she repaired herself technically, but this is her first time moving her wing around. I feel like in actuality, when the cast is taken off, she would remark. Yeah,
if she's speaking long term, then
that
that makes sense.
Yeah. She,
First,
I will hand it to him. It did the job.
Yep.
I hated that cast,
Yeah,
and it was not nice.
He didn't do too bad.
Yeah. That did the job. Well done, that man.
It certainly beats being flightless for the rest of my life.
Yeah. Yep. Are you sure you're ready for your first flight? He asked. Absolutely. I've been stuck in that damn cage like a chicken in a
damn cage.
I've been stuck in that damn cage. I've been stuck in that damn cage like a chicken in a coop. It's time
there
to
are
fly
kids
again.
watching, says Blue.
Absolutely, I've been stuck in that damn cage like a chicken in a coop. It's time to fly again.
A really good southern accent for a British guy.
Well, there you go. We kind of down in England, we kind of have a little bit of kind of Southern American. Well, it's not specifically Southern American, but some of the accents around where I'm from kind of follow that sort of Southern type thing. They're not the same, but they're vaguely similar. Like vaguely.
Okay. I don't know if this is communicated,
now,
but
boy, I can do me a Southern accent. I'll have to put it to the test when I come into the U.S. of A. When I go and see my friend Trajan there.
I haven't clearly communicated this yet, but maybe don't use the word down. It'd make a whole lot more sense for her to say, I've been stuck in that stupid cage, because that actually sounds like the movie's dialogue.
I mean, she really hates the cage. It's a stronger word to describe it. Maybe. I will stay with maybe.
I'm more family friendly than Big J, so that's why.
Yeah, I mean, to be truthful with you, if I weren't bound to the conventions of the film, I would have her curse quite a lot. I've just been reminded of that one reel. Do you know what it is? What are you looking at? Blue versus the world is a good place and it is happy and it is free versus yours. What are you looking at, motherfucker? It's how she would be as well. I just know it. I've just realised I actually had her use that exact. What are you looking at in that? But did you read that thing that I did for funs the other day based on that one thing?
Didn't you want me to read it with you on call?
I did, but okay, we'll do that some other time.
I would have read it by now, but you insisted on the call theme, so.
I didn't insist upon it. I just assumed that. Oh, whatever, not important. Haha, you're not an ostrich, he joked. I'm not an ostrich, she replied enthusiastically.
Be creative, is all I can say about that. Just be original.
In all fairness, I don't think this is the most egregious callback to the movie they could have made.
Probably not. I mean, there's certainly worse. I've certainly seen worse, but
it's what
it's
Blue
not great.
said when he first got to fly again, and this is a case where Jewel is first flying again after their role reversal. So this just to me this.
Oh, I
kinda
didn't
comes
realize
across
it was a
more
role
as-
reversal.
Yeah, this to me comes across more as like a, hey, now you're in my shoes.
Mhm.
I
would rephrase it as, hey, now you're the one who's not an ostrich. I
Yes,
still wouldn't do that,
yes.
but it's a better way to execute this idea.
Yes, I am not averse to this being said. I think, as far as callbacks to the movies go, I can live with this one. What do you think, Trajan? And Mike just hears. Yeah, go on.
This story so far, I mean, it tries. That was utterly disgusting.
It has a lot of
That was
soul
me-
in it.
That was me trying to. It did have a lot of soul in it. Thank you very much. That was me reacting to flipping, trying to read Faces of Joy.
We'll summarize it
Carry on.
once we reach the end.
Yeah, we will do. Let me just type to someone who's sent a message. How many more? 2, and this is. Why am I typing it? You twat. Whoever that person is with the. Oh, I've got streamer mode enabled, so I don't know what their name is. How many entries have been reviewed? How many more to go? 2 and 0, because we won't do it tonight. We'll do it tomorrow or some other time or whatever. And at the same time, it suits me because we'll do Freddy's as well. Yeah, as far as callbacks to the movie, I respect it. Specifically of this bit, then, Trajan, is what I was asking. What do you think, as far as callbacks to the movie are concerned? This is not an egregious case of it, if you sort of said it right. Wouldn't you agree?
It's a character switch where
I
Blue's
asked
the one who's saying,
Trajan,
hey.
your name is not Trajan.
Okay, well.
Okay, so in context, I would say it's not the most egregious, but I think it is. I don't know. I don't think it's necessary. I think Blue would probably say something different, realistically.
I agree. It's unnecessary. It doesn't need to be here.
One of these days, I'll have to do a callback to the movie in a way that is just and good. I might have done that.
I think an example of a callback that is decent, honestly, is I think there's an example in A Blue Bride.
Yeah, I don't trust you.
Ouch.
Chapter 1 of A Blue Bride.
This is A Blue
I should
Bride we're
specify.
talking about. This is the one where Blue has a mental breakdown over nothing for about a half an hour before anything actually happens. Isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And
Where
I
it's like-
specified Chapter 1.
Oh, I thought
He
that
really
happened
needs
in
a nap.
Chapter 1.
No,
I
that's
thought that
Chapter
happened.
2.
Oh. Damn. You sure showed
Actually,
me.
no, he already had a nap.
I don't know. I'm not entirely sure he's awake now. Ah, it doesn't matter. We
He needs
managed
sleepy
just
Betty
fine
by
without
then.
him. We managed just fine without him. I know Spixie wants to get back to his animation, so we'll try and get this done quickly and summarise our thoughts, because, yeah, I want to go to bed myself. I'm not an ostrich, she replied enthusiastically, then shouted, "Come on, Blue, let's go." There's an apostrophe missing there. She said that... okay. I can live with it. Suddenly, she then jumped off the cupboard, suddenly again, and began to fly around the room. Blue watched on in amazement along with the other birds in the room used twice, and he felt lucky that Jill was his. Okay. Tulio, Linda, Fernando, and the other, missing an Oxford comma, and the other aviary staff all watched on and clapped politely. As she flew around, she was so beautiful. As opposed to being ugly when she was, sat on top of the whatever. Her pretty blue feathers shined like diamonds, and her face was like an angel's as she smiled. It tries. After a minute, she came back to him on top of the cupboard and landed perfectly. Nice detail. I like that she landed perfectly. Good. Like she's
Nice.
not lost a thing. What this scene, when I was explaining, because I did want to, this was the bit that I told her to do, because again, we came up with this idea together and planned out how it was going to look, vaguely how it was going to look. I sort of had it in mind that it would kind of be like, I don't know if you've seen Cars. You know that scene when Doc Hudson is racing and he's like this racing legend and he goes around the track and then it's like nothing has, in like the 50 years since he's raced, and nothing has left him or whatever, right? It's the same sort of thing here, that yeah, Jill has not flown in 8 weeks, but she hasn't forgotten a thing. It's that sort of thing where she's like, yeah, this is easy. I've been doing it since I was born, and even an 8-week break won't stop me. So it's like she hasn't degenerated in any way. Makes her a likable character. Like, whoa, she's cool. You know, something a little girl could look up to. Right. Anyway. That was so much fun, Blue, and to think I couldn't have done it without you, she shouted with happiness. Of course you could have. You would have figured it out on your own eventually, he mumbled. Hey, no. I would never have got out of there, and I would have been taken away and killed, she said seriously. I would have been killed, she said seriously. Blue looked a bit distant. Because you were there, you saved me. You saved everyone. You defeated that ugly cockatoo Nigel, and you saved us all. You're my hero, and I love you so much.
She described the movie.
Yeah, I don't mind the principle of this conversation, but I mind everything else about it. With a few tears in his eyes once again, Blue took Jewel into his arms. I know we use arms.
Arms?
Yeah, wings. I
would just honestly call that an equivalent of a typo.
Yeah.
If you probably like told them, oh hey, you accidentally said arms here, they'd probably be like, oh my bad, let me just change it to wings.
Yes, because there's appropriate times to say used their arms or whatever, but this is not really the time to do it. It just looks like you made a typo, so, you know. And hugged her tightly, and Jewel hugged him back in return just as tightly. Everyone in the aviary was so happy to see them get along. There's not much attention given to the rest of the aviary, just everyone there is like, yeah, cool.
Yep, cool. They all agree.
Because
they all nod in agreement simultaneously.
In the version of this that I would want to write is I would want her to be doing tricks and stunts and flying through hoops and that sort of thing, and then everyone's got this show watching this legendary.
This is a little bit
action, that sort of thing. It's very quick.
This
it's
is
not made.
It's very
She's not made
no.
the
That's not
most
what I
of
was
the
gonna
idea.
say. This is a bit flowery. Like
Yeah.
it's a little bit sugar coated. Blue kissed Jewel on her beak passionately, and everyone in the aviary cheered, and the room exploded into noise and joy. Yeah,
It sounds like it was written by a teenage girl.
It does.
Wouldn't you believe it? It was written by a teenage girl.
Well, the criticism I have is maybe might need to drop some of these tendencies.
Yeah, stop being a teenage girl. Become transgender immediately.
Wait, hang on. That's not what I was. But it's a little bit
legal
too
reasons,
flowery.
That's a joke.
It
I
doesn't-
know. I'm most miffed that she hasn't made the most of the idea, because I did tell her, I said, like, you know, I would love to see in this idea this, you know, Jewel, she hasn't flown in 8 weeks, so she's okay. Perfect example. Okay, make sure I don't go off on a tangent. Perfect example. An old man reversed into my Audi the other day, and I had to get it mended. So it was in the shop for a while getting mended. In return, I had a Vauxhall, and it is literally the worst car I have ever driven. It was, the way I would describe it is dangerous. It was so slow that I nearly got into an accident if it wasn't for a far-sighted VW driver when I was joining a dual carriageway. Like, I would have ended up in the hedge if it wasn't for him being far-sighted. So it was dangerous, was how slow it was. So when I got my Audi back and gave the Vauxhall back, it was, yeah, I was like, okay. now we're gonna have some fun. And I did, and I ended up going for a drive with my dad because he wanted to go and get a takeaway, and he was hanging on for dear life because I was enjoying having my nice car back again. Like, I really missed it, and I went for this drive, and Dad knew I missed it, and he let me drive it, and it's like, yeah. And, you know, I was quick, and I was cornering aggressively, and I was doing all the rev range and the aggressive shifting and that sort of thing, and clicking the buttons. It's a little bit of autism in there, but it's that sort of thing that I would love to see Jewel be doing here. The equivalent of is she hasn't been able to fly for 8 weeks, so she's got a lot in her system. And Tulio wants her to... Like, the way I would have done it is I would have said, Tulio's like, okay, see if you can fly from this point to this point. And they're like a meter apart, and she's looking at him like, I can jump that with my eyes closed. And instead of just like, nah, sod this, and she just does this impressive display where she's flying around the room and doing tricks and stunts and going through hoops and that sort of thing. Pretty much just, you know, giving everyone a spectacle to see. And not just saying she flew around the aviary and looked beautiful. I appreciate that detail, but it's not enough. I'm starving. I want to see more. I want to see her be teasing people and going, like I say, going through hoops and picking things up, throwing them, catching them in midair, and picking up a pen and, you know, lobbing it back into a cup on the side or something. It's just that sort of thing. This she hasn't flown in 8 weeks, and she's got to get it out of her system, and then it's like, well, because she doesn't do that when she's released at the end of the film, because the film has ran out of time. So this is the time to do it, and she's just not done much with that idea. And I did tell her this, so I don't know if she rushed it or what, but yeah, that's I'm disappointed with that, really, to be honest with you. Because of what I told her to do versus what she's done, it's like, you know, just be creative. Exploit Jewel's character. She's a great character. She is so expressive. She is very amusing to write. And this can be exploited for audience enjoyment. So, like, yeah. Show the sass. Show the technical ability. And that sort of thing. Like, I would have loved to have seen it. But, well, there you go. Where did I get to? Okay. With a few tears in his eyes, Blue took Jewel into his arms and hugged her tightly, and Jewel hugged him back in return just as tightly. Everyone in the aviary was so happy to see them get along. Oh, said Tulio, while Linda said, that's my big brave boy. Yeah, I can buy her saying that at that point, that's fair enough. Just then, when they released from their hug, Blue kissed Jewel on her beak passionately, and she leaned into it. Everyone in the aviary cheered, and the room was an explosion of noise and joy. Yeah, teenage girl. When they broke off from their kiss, Jewel said, want to get out of here? Okay, I like that. I like that.
I like that. That sounds like exactly what she would say. That actually caught my attention. I was looking down at my phone. Want to get out of here?
Bro.
That is so Jewel, dude.
Okay, yeah. So it's like, she does some things which is yawn-inducing, and then every now and again she drops a bomb like that. Like, okay, yeah, that is precisely...
Yeah.
It doesn't get any more Jewel than that. That's perfect. Blue nodded vigorously. And even that is a pretty Blue thing to do, rather than just sort of moaning on like, yes, I would love to go outside with you. And so about 15 minutes later, Blue, Jewel, Linda, and Fernando were on top of a... There's an Oxford comma there. Huh. She put that in, probably is a mistake or something. We're on top of a new observation tower looking out over the city of Rio. Jewel was in Tulio's hands and ready to fly as Blue watched from the railing. Suddenly, fucking suddenly again, he threw her into the air and she started to fly. Blue just kept watching as she flew away into the afternoon sky. Was that supposed to be poetry? He remembered when he watched her flying for the first time after they were freed from their chains, and it gave him a moment of doubt. Oh, I don't mind that callback, actually. I don't mind that. Just that little bit of, woo, are we ready for this?
It's in Blue's mind. He's recalling
Yeah.
a moment. So
Yeah.
it's not less of a callback and more of like a constructive way to incorporate his
Yeah.
emotions from the first movie.
Yeah, I like that. Because looking at that scene as well, he kind of has a little bit of a, "Ooh, am I really about to do this?" type. So that's good. I like that actually. I like that a lot. That little flashback to when he saw her flying free, because the framing of that, actually, now that I think about it, the framing of that scene is very similar. I'd have to take I'd have to take the screenshots side by side to verify that. Yoda, if you're here.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, yes, cool.
If you could be bothered, can you pull up when Blue is looking up at Jewel after they got the chains off, before she gets captured, that sort of thing?
Yoda is on mobile right now, so he's definitely not going to do that. But I can do it.
If you could be bothered, just do that while I finish it, because we'll wrap up. It's about time we did. Jewel was in Tulio's hands and ready to fly as Blue watched from the railing. Suddenly he threw her into the air and she started to fly. Blue just kept watching as she flew into the afternoon sky. He remembered when he watched her flying for the first time after they were freed from their chains, and it gave him a moment of doubt. He wondered if he was really ready to spend his life with her in Rio, but just as he worried, he remembered what Linda and Jewel herself had said to him, and he felt a little more at ease. He then turned to Linda with a sad look on his face, and they did their fist-bumping routing. That's a spelling mistake. Fist-bumping routing. After this, with a gulp, he flew from the railing and went to... Does he gulp? I don't remember. I think he does. He flew through the railing and went to join Jewel. "That's my big brave boy," said Linda as she, Tulio, and Fernando held one another as a new family.
Wait, didn't she already say "that's my big brave boy"? Or
this is now quoting the film.
Yeah, but like earlier in the fan fiction.
She did.
Okay, so just cut out the first one.
Yeah, said Linda as she, Tulio, and Fernando held one another as a new family. They all looked up at Blue and... Yes, Fernando kind of just spawns in here as well. They all looked up at Blue and Jewel, knowing it wouldn't be long before their family got even bigger.
That's true. He didn't explain how like Fernando was adopted or anything. He's just kind of there.
I mean, for the intents of this story, to be fair, I didn't tell her to do it, so I suppose she thought that... The two birds spiraled through the air with great happiness and disappeared off into the jungle to begin their lives together. But I meant to say, they all looked up at Blue and Jewel, knowing it wouldn't be long before their family got even bigger. I actually quite like that.
It wouldn't be very long before the family got even big. What are you implying there?
Well, yeah, the kids come along, because
that's kind of
literally
sus.
Shortly after, in the next scene, you see the children. The non-binary children, because they didn't want to commit to it because Rio 2 hadn't been devised yet.
Right. You requested a screenshot.
In a second, I'm nearly done. The two birds spiraled through the air with great happiness and disappeared off into the jungle to begin their lives together. Lives that were sure to be happy and filled with love and excitement alongside Linda, Tulio, and Fernando, as well as on their own. The end. Smiley face. I like that.
Let's see here.
So yeah, I want to compare the shots to.
Yeah. I don't know why you have like her saying "that's my big baby boy" twice, like on the same. Like you don't even have to scroll down to see the second one.
I don't know why you, as if it's me that wrote it, and then I remember. Oh yeah.
I am. We are being recorded, and I'm like supposed to be giving feedback. So, yeah.
But it's like you and me. My mind like degenerates to when we're doing this on call and you're reading something of mine. It's weird. You keep saying you. Stop doing that.
Yeah.
You're messing with my head. I mean, write this.
Would you prefer I just said KDG every time? That's a tongue twister.
Well, we're done now, aren't we? But it's weird. It's messing with my head. I couldn't write this. I'd lose my will to live like a fraction of the way into it.
Yeah. It's okay, so okay, so overall thoughts on story. I don't think the premise is that great. Like the setting the concept, it's kind of pretty. It's kind of just cookie cutter. They're just like, oh, hey, we're gonna remove your you're gonna move your fixture, and then we're gonna bring you outside, and then we're gonna have that scene that plays at the end of the movie. It's not that inspired. It is a pretty typical fan fiction premise, just like filling in a gap that doesn't necessarily need to be filled for any reason. However,
and her
lives.
fixture, so yeah, so her fixture, is it drilled into her bones in her wing, or was it just attached with
I didn't
something
tell her what to
else?
do in that regard. I just said call it a fixture.
Okay, that's fair then. Yeah, I can't really give my opinions on this in a comprehensive way, because frankly I was wiped out
Muted.
by the time that we got to this story, and I conked out. So I'm gonna have to cover this at another time. Like probably during our next reading session, I'll summarize my thoughts. But from what I was awake, well,
Unmuted.
from what I was lucid enough or conscious enough to hear, I think it's decent for an attempt by a teenage girl. It's not. I would hesitate to say, oh, you're as talented as Sorrowing, because
It's better
this
than
doesn't
Sorrowing.
demonstrate.
Sorrowing wasn't well. She had a lot of creative ideas. She had her own lore going on. It's not really comparable. This
Yeah,
kind of
This story
lacks
ac-
original
this-
ideas.
This story actually made me go, oh, that's funny. That's cute. That's it. Whereas Sorrowing stuff like the Australia and such just made me want to kill myself from start to finish.
Yeah, so let's get to the actual credit. This author, she does actually have a pretty good basic understanding of their characters, which is actually a huge achievement in the fanfiction scene. That is very notable. Like you understand basically how they interact with each other, although there are a few interactions that are just kind of weird, especially some of the ones with Tulio. And again, there's a very large problem with robotic dialogue. But like there are some pieces of dialogue that just make me go, huh, that's pretty nice. That's endearing. That's sweet. And most fan fictions are not able they're not able to make me go like that at all. I'm not able to react to stuff like that usually. Because the thing about this fanfiction is it's actually sort of an enjoyable read. Meanwhile, most fanfictions are just an annoying slog because of how poorly they like understand the characters or how much they butcher the dialogue or the lore. Most of the stuff out there is pretty eye rolling, but I wouldn't call this completely 100% eye rolling through and through. Though there's some eye rolling moments. You will have to drop some of the incessant callbacks to the film that shouldn't necessarily be there. But it's more impressive than the average fan fiction, which isn't a high bar, but it's still something noteworthy. Overall, I think I would grade it a 5 out of 10 because I say there's equal parts of like things that I pointed out and liked, and equal parts that I disliked.
Yes.
Overall.
Yeah,
Like,
I
it was a
kind
mix of merits and non-merits for me. Credit and
yeah,
discredit.
from what I could actually experience, I would say yes. By the standards of a Rio fan fiction, this was above average. I'm
And
just
she'd never
checking
written-
something.
Yeah,
And she'd
the
never
average
written
the average
before
Rio
and did it in,
fanfiction
like,
is a
2
3 out
minutes.
of 10. 3 out of 10. This
I
one is
would-
a 5 out of 10 for me.
I wouldn't even say that. Like, the average Rio fan fiction is probably more like a 2 or a 1.5 or something like that.
To be fair, that's
Um,
probably true. I wouldn't argue
Yeah,
against it.
It'll
because-
only be less. It's pretty much the lowest score we can give, unless it has like swearing or porn or whatever.
This will be rated a lot higher with like some pretty basic improvements, like to the dialogue. Just like a lot of times we suggested that you re-roll stuff or that you just approach it a bit differently. With those improvements, it could easily like go all the way up to like a 7 out of 10. But
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I just the biggest disappointment for me, like I say, is, and I told her to do this, is the intention. There's a build up, right? To, so the premise of the story is that, Jewel flies around in the aviary before they release her and Blue into the wild again. There's kind of like a build up and a payoff to it. And the payoff is seeing her flying. It's supposed to be like this momentous occasion and be very entertaining to read. You're seeing this very trained, very skilled flyer in action, right? Kind of like the way Blue, kind of like the way when you see her when they get the chain off, right? So, she really steals the scene there, and it's wonderful to see. So, that's the kind of thing I want to be reminded of when she's flying around in the aviary again. But yeah, I don't see it there. She makes the callback to that, but she makes it at the end. So I was just there's no real payoff. It's disappointing. It's like she lost the will to live, and I half suspect that was what happened, as she thought she ran out of time or something, or just did it so quickly and didn't check it or whatever.
Thought she ran out of time, just like
Probably.
Warden.
Is there anything else worth mentioning about it then?
I am ready to dip.
As am I.
I-
Therefore, yeah. Oh yeah. Go on.
Yeah,
You need your beauty sleep, Orange. I can tell.
yes, I'm worn out. And frankly, I don't want to continue this tomorrow.
It'll get
So, prose is what I'd expect, I guess.
She tried.
It's not very good, but yeah, she kind of tries.
It's very
Yeah,
clear
I-
that she was using a very basic format. However you
Yeah,
describe it.
I'd say Sorrowing's prose is better than this, but again, we're not. It's
Like
not
I
a
say,
very high
yeah.
bar.
But I
Yeah,
prefer to read this
that's
because
about it.
yeah, I prefer to read this because again, KDG actually has some decent ideas that I would love to see fleshed out.
Superior handling of the characters when compared to Sorrowing.
Yeah, Sorrowing.
Certainly.
Sorrowing is the kind of
'Cause-
invents a flower to flippin' cure a disease that she herself invented that Jewel gets because she says so. Like, yeah.
Well, I don't mind Sorrowing creating what's essentially a fantasy story. I do mind Sorrowing not understanding any of the characters and writing every single
It's all
one of
about
them poorly.
execution.
Because she has a giant cast of, I don't know, 40 something characters in the Estrella, and not a single one of them is well written.
You can only characters can only be as intelligent as the author.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah.
And this is important to remember if you're writing characters or you're playing a part or that sort of thing. It's important to sort of become that person. Really, you have to separate yourself from yourself and become this character. So when I'm writing Joy, I think, okay, put myself in her mind, and when I'm writing Blue, put myself in Blue's mind. That sort of thing. Separate yourself from the character because then you start projecting onto them. You know, you can't do that because then you're just writing mini versions of yourself. And if memory serves me correctly, kind of like Sorrowwing stuff was, she was every single character
like
she
Bia.
liked, and
Bia
wasn't
is
every
the
single
most.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Bia
Bia
was
is the
basically
most.
a self-insert.
Yeah, and even the other characters, they, or at least the protagonists, they reflect a worldview that is very much oh yeah, this is what I imagine a teenage girl would think about social issue X, for example.
Yeah. Which is why I got
Now,
reading it.
yeah, KDG. Okay, so I don't want to be unfair to KDG's work, so I am going to read this at some point in the near future, so that I can again summarize my thoughts on this during the next reading or whatever when she's hopefully present. And by the way, I also want a junior novel reading event.
I want doesn't get. So
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, we'll do that some other time. We'll discuss it.
Is that all from you then? Is it?
Pretty much. That's of value.
Okay. Right. He's gone to bed now. I've forced him to. So for those on the recording and those in the audience, as is usual, thank you very much for... He's back now. Thank you very much for joining in, being here for what would now be about 6 hours, something like that. And hopefully we will hold another panel where we finish getting through all of the stories, because we have not yet finished doing it, Warden, because, you know, we spent long enough on KDG submission, which I suspected would happen. A winner has been chosen for, you know, the competition overall, which was Geartrix with his his excellent, I'm going to say, excellent pencil drawing of Jaw. And he will be getting his reward, I don't know, 10 minutes after he flipping messaging me saying, where is it? To which I will promptly sort of say, oh, I'm not paying for it. But anyhow, that's for us to worry about. So, I hope you all enjoyed. Well done once again to Geartrix. And from me, Spixie and Orange McCallweld, goodbye.
Frankly.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Frankly. I'm glad that Geartrix won, because I would have not liked to have paid for shipping to Russia, because that would have been ridiculously expensive.